they dug.
It's like it's so great, it's so authentic, it's insane. I would ever do anything like that. Yeah. That's the right. And I it's was the way you yeah. Yeah. People can't figure that out. They're not people control. I have control. Yes. Trust it. And they have power, control, control people. They can't. And not only they want, they'll come up to you and what they call it's called right. Yeah. The license just so crazy. Advice on that deal. That's how I would why did it become? But you're not. But you're not. But you're not. So that's the point.
Um, definitely, I think really come back.
of it first. You say, well, it's the first time. This is more than the it's a bad sentence. It's a bad sentence. It doesn't make someone else create it up. It's so what happens now is it all when I say that Avenue was a nice family. But it's rewarding about big chance, money. You're gonna win. But if you might get a good part, you win. You win. Like San Francisco, the Stones. Win. You might get a call the two. You might. I don't know. You might get a team. You know what I'm saying? That, you know, like I said, school, incredible. It's like everything that's ever happened, and will give you back up to that. That's what the point is. Like here, I have an idea about going to Mars. You know, the first thing is before you we have the responsibility of being about it is you came up with your first all your song. I hear from the other side. When I finally become frequency, get it from the beginning. But more people are inclined to listen to you say come from the other side. Like, yes, because I can explain. Because I think that idea is more yes, because I love it. Yeah, yeah, but right. Right. Yeah. Yes. Right. Genius. Right. Also led to this insane well, I mean, what's coming out of his mouth, right? They want yeah, couldn't get yeah, something influence. You got it. Get back to it. Let's go back. knockers, three, eight, head, cocaine, ear, uh, about right. Presence. One of the most historically, what got that? Wow. His presence was a gift. I
What's it doing?
Reading accounts.
Aretha.
It's a medicine. I take all the medicine. Are you want to play with me when you want?
Have this.
You know. That's wrong way.
You know who Lionel Richie is?
Yeah, I know a lot of it.
Who are interviewing?
I see it. We're going to interview now today.
Yeah, $40.
We got on YouTube. That's
Yeah.
You were trying to
a big deal.
answer. But so the street struggle. No.
Why don't you put his recovery? Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
And pick someone in my chat.
he later revealed that he I mean,
Now you're going to print.
Oh yeah, I'm on Twitch. No, I'm on.
You know, they go. Yeah.
Every regular.
Just like you're dying. It's just one. I think also has to be. That's how you get that. Oh, it's a fake rap flow and you just, or you get a, you say to myself, time. You know, how don't get psyched out. Don't get psyched out just because this person in your area have this crack or this. I can't remember this. I can remember crack. I mean, this is right, perfect. There's a lot of what's your thing? I like being around you. What is it? But I beautiful, shitty thought. You got no taste at all. Well, listen, it's been a long, been a real pleasure, and I really enjoyed talking to you about conversation and your honesty. So, it's amazing. It's good. I got to be concerned. There's a so, Okay. Later on. Back.
All right, next question. Ready?
It's right. All right, there we go.
Somebody drove it itself. Right. And right. I said, machine. And I could imagine. I said, well, you see this? I said, these are every one of these chairs. The antenna, the higher. So that's what, how much area was that? Like I said, they like they're saying, this sort of seven. Yeah, so you got this that knocks it over. They're like good at it. There's their topical that they can use. Website. How to save your hair.
Nice strike.
Photograph of art on the wall. Thing you put up, like we talked about. We gotta get a metal picture of Mark Bell because when I was listening,
Nice spare.
It was my favorite.
Thanks.
I mean, the internet, but it wasn't now. Podcasts.
That program that was all French.
Good job. You win, I win.
I win, you win.
That's right, Mr. Curtis.
So kind of this program was working myself. The first 2
That's
months,
right.
all over everything. Talks and invite me on. After that. So I was very, you know, and you can.
part, or get real information, also get shit, and you can be able to discern what is what, but we're treated everyone. You can call him a part. It's never like, bitch, you don't. You just, you know, it's
Yeah, Rabbi.
but not a gaping. And there's I
Yep. Okay.
you know, I
interesting thing about whether it's thoughts or whether it's actual talking about life. The people around you are very
I know.
positive.
Yeah, Rabbi. Right.
It's very fascinating by all these things. It's a real, I mean, so when I did the show, I was like, oh, that's all right. And I got to do the internet for a radio. So he was on the internet. I think it was on radio stations, but just it was the internet. I was like, yeah, it's all the well. It's all like fun. I did. Yeah, I did. From my house. I think I did it. Interesting subjects. You know, I tried to figure out what they were talking about. And you're like, that's so cookie.
night for weeks on end.
Time. You went. I was. I mean, you went. Phoenix. And I was good job.
With the face very creepy.
Thank you. I hope you feel better.
Thank you. I'll be here.
Excellent.
Me too.
And so I kind of dismissed that with the sense, let me just everybody, oh my God, it's a face on this. And these just weird shadows. That's not much.
That face of it.
It could be true, yeah. But also, it was like that shape is interesting. It almost looks like natural. Then the new images from very close to sight, they show it very clear square. This one's nuts. Because this one is somewhere bigger than the 3 plus 300 meters. So they don't know how much longer than it is, 300 meters, but it's the biggest size, it's 300 meters across. And it's full on square. It's like, what the hell is that?
As
That's absolutely
so I'm very see the lower you can see over the side one the computer is cleaned it up. And I'm going to tenants are not on. Say maybe it's on Mars. So you have to release all the and just more obvious. So you dollars that we're not supposed to
Any
I'm saying information forced to release. Why in the world that actually even more obvious than they are. We're seeing it's not happening. We're seeing things on the waters of this to varying degrees on one of this three-sided, five-sided pyramids.
the one in the upper right hand. That's odd.
Like this. Because they're looking Sam? Yeah, I'm just you know, the same back from the nature actually advanced machinery. That's what one of the things we was thinking that with the big and that's what came back. So this yeah, this smells but it's for later. So this structure. You think that's the thing? United States, the same country. And it was a crazy time. It's actually governments cooperated. And Russia did the same thing. China did the same thing. So China said, land, the televised. this will lead into a book. The structures. This is what researchers are working on this project. And their findings with some I'm excited for actually. Was active. There were broad. I don't.
So, astronauts are saying that on the surface of the structures,
Massive.
right?
Big. It's the writing.
So this is just hot. It's a kind of a little bit because if there's no evidence at all that it's not either guy who talks about I saw writing.
But very there's one, and there's a lot of it.
A lot of that in very
It's very this is what I think. It's pretty good. So that you can look at historical text, just there's history in the Bible, Sumerian, Akkadian, Babylonian text from Mesopotamia. They're telling some stories. You gotta get where the stories are somewhere. That's why it's because I
oh, don't worry. Okay. Which rabbit holes. We're always in the middle of talking about one thing and they pivot. It doesn't matter.
This is all tied into this. And what's happening?
Right. We've talked about that multiple times. Yeah, I'm sure. Were you in that documentary? Even in a lot.
This as well. Ask if you are on.
What does that mean?
And if you're should support that argument. New arc and new storyline. Ask. That's the first point.
Yeah. Is it your that there was a civilization on Mars that were us, and as we migrated to Earth, eventually manipulated Earth? Is that what you're thinking? Or that we coexisted in both places?
I think we did.
It's so crazy to say. Yeah, it does. You probably travel, but I mean, to most people do that. And more and more discoveries, we find out just the structures that are on Earth, how they might be, and the actual of safety, like might actually be. We're allowed. They found that skull in China the other day. That was they just seen a million-year-old almost Indian skull, but apparently there's some debate about it. They're going back and forth. Very the conversation of human beings must have existed at least in this million years. Oh, the 1990. I was going through yesterday. What happened was some that are one of that one that's a larger human being.
Was it Homo sapien?
Right. So,
I'm skeptical because they find refract. It's going on there. The consensus and for a long time that say
We love this stuff.
You ever saw the first Jurassic Park?
Yeah.
Used to be. What's happening is certainly and So number 2, second largest chromosome in the body. So about 12. So each one of genes are number 1 is responsible for the so our genes are used to correct our gene. Chromosome 2 is the product of proceedings from
Yo, what up? How are you doing, Solid? Taking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every month is feast. What's good in your neck? What's up?
doing good Rabbi Rothschild.
How'd you find out about me, big dog?
I've been in the server for a bit.
Okay, well, how'd you originally find out about me?
Me and my friends, we talked to a while back. And
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, all right, so how things been for you recently?
very good Rabbi. Just big graham crackers.
Oh, actually, what kind?
Golden ones. I forgot the exact name. They're like a dark blue box. They're like
Yeah. All right. Very well.
good check. The
Honey made. There you go. So what's on your agenda?
I'm trying to get more organized.
Okay. So what are you trying to organize?
At the moment, my Google account.
Okay. Like it, Google Tabs. Don't find it. So, okay. You use a password manager.
Yeah,
Okay.
to. So I'm messing it up.
All right. Yeah.
I bet you have a password manager for like 100 accounts.
No, I don't. And I have like a 10,000. I use everything in my head. Exactly. All right. So you gotta get all your tabs in order and bookmarks. You use the bookmark bar. Okay. Yeah. Are you? Okay. Well, I'm here to keep you company, but your big goal is to get your stuff organized. So why don't you stay in here? We'll watch Joe Rogan, which is what we're doing. We'll watch people, and you get your organized. How's that sound? All right. Enjoy, big dog. I'm here for you.
App does not. That's why they take the things in the cell. So that that's why it's important. it's fusing. So I've got some, like, easy. And one of the things I've seen about science is fact is that there is one thing that makes it all the discoveries that the dark is the great we don't want he's talking this and the news story suggests the very least the science has this talk about that to everything that's happening now. We're going to talk about ancient civilizations. We're going to talk about before. We're going to talk about what it is that we're doing. So science is not right now. There's something called the implies evolution, and with the intelligent or what that's where it gets the and some of the information. When I was in school in the 60s and 70s, I was taught the universe is inert, and we have to be. That's kind of what they suggesting. It's a lie. It's intelligent, and one of the reasons is that you go to the NASA website, it's James Webb Space Telescope. There's galaxies that are in proximity of something that is like an whatever. And what they'll do is they'll create jets from this. And I talked about something. It's documented that they're replaced. It's a one-off. They found that it happens time to time. It's conscious. It's conscious, conscious and intelligent, two very things. But that is a very different story. Is intelligent, conscious, and we're the product of an intentional act. We solve our problem, so we build it. So because of that, encourage or outside of our lives. That's technology embedded into their bodies. Now, I was on a recently, and they said, well, that's natural in our evolution. It is we replace biology with natural self. Just give a perfect. We taught when I was in school, I taught every beer I drink in college. Yeah, I remember that. I know I'm going to say but the campus is producing new brain cells from a lab. There's a catch, and the catch tells us not brain cells in a within about 7 to 10 days. The body says, "Oh, you didn't use it, so you must not need it." That makes sense. That was what I'm talking about. It's not used as a problem. That principle applies to the human applies to our cognitive ability, to our system. And when we replace natural and it's all virtually psychology. So instead of the former virtual this. See, they never see in their backyard. Situations, but they're kids. They're not. It's happening in parts of the intervention. So is in large when the kids are put in the environment, they can spend money. And they're leading other right. This is what you're doing. Everything studies on evolution and ability or its psychology. When they specific psychedelics, ayahuasca is one, and it's different kinds of ayahuasca. So the idea that over the land they're just this one. Problem if it's done. I was programs, and part of that program was a part there was a and they're both healthy. Something else. And the woman And I, all the apparently, level. So there's a vertical. It's shown up. But that's a one-off, and I don't. The third. Right. Perception of slippery. Where it seems like there's like a piece of the interface has been damaged. Does that make sense? It makes total sense. I didn't have a ability to start to bring us back because I don't say right now there's a part of us. So I'm not, but it's a lot of change to perspective. Fascinating conversation. Science, second science, living sticky wet, Russian becomes devils. They're actually looking at 19%. It's crazy. But they're looking of information passing through the community world.
Johnny?
That we are such an advanced form of computers. Self-inference. And ion. So, and for us to self-regulate now it's technology. The ability to do that is and shows spiritual traditions with Western schools. The gated circuits got Those are exactly the terms being used. Technology. Computers. A record, and you and I, everybody, you have a record of every transaction. It's transparent. You know how to look for it. It's secure and it's all the colors that this goes on. We consciously regulate all genomics to our intuition. Any of these kinds of things, and the ability to do that has within the mystery schools and the religions, reason the world. Started that show to deny us to express our ignorance. So that's a big statement. And that's fairly recently I've heard some people expressing their feelings. That's well, so now okay, here's I'm not sure how to a couple of years ago, and right, she looked at me, right, and I
Never understood that. Whatever.
and what she was, it was people for no apparent structure. It looked like things here. She said, "My world anymore. We are in the process. And the only way through it, that's why it's the other conversation. Playing out on our now. We can explore Americans in history. Now, never technology to do that. Conversation. Yes, it's showing us not only been told so much more than we've been led to bounty humans or this generation cannot drag for 5 years, 10 years because and it's all important that we can have that conversation. But there's something in much it really it, and if we don't claim powers and forces, deny humans is what we did. That we power us is thinking beings. Very difficult to put out the agendas that are proposed for the world populations. So just
Well, the power is control. And the only way to have power and control over people is the ability to express themselves. And then those are two things that with social media, manage social media, consistently trying to this sort of narratives that they and ultimately what you're seeing in other countries is moving to digital IDs. You're seeing it in a lot of places where you have to track it be the restriction of your ability to expose yourself. Particularly think about the UK, just had more than 12,000 arrests. Very much
Crazy. I mean, I watched this stuff.
fascinating. The fact that our mainstream media is relatively insane. You're seeing a complete attack on one of the most fundamental principles of the Western world. It's just your ability to express yourself and your ability to call out that you think policies are being implemented in your country are destructive. That's people have always been able to do. People not fought for violence. They're being arrested for wild things. People being arrested for breaking drugs. Some people investigated. 2,000 people were arrested by the police in the same place just implemented. I mean, it's not a nightmare coming to life right in our face. And no one's flinching. No one in America is freaking out about what's happening in the UK. They're kind of freaked out by what they freaked out by nonsensical things. Like whether or not Jimmy Kimmel said this offensive. The earth to fight that. Like their program. Well, it's easy. That's a simple thing. It doesn't freak you out. Like if you get Jimmy Kimmel canceled, fuck him. Like you have power. But you don't. If you look at what's going on in the UK, over there is that they are in a tyrannical government. And it's slowly but surely back into God that they've got to do something. So what we talked about power, control resources, and very limited amount of people are controlling a huge amount of people, limited amount of people, fantastic access to resources, and the ability for the first time in history where you have individuals that are in charge of companies that are issuing the entire narrative of the world. They're doing it through these tech companies. For the first time ever, they anticipated 20 years ago did this for the first time.
It allows make art.
It allows for new methods of control resource extraction. We've got about data itself as fantastic resources and worth billions and billions of dollars. So some of the richest companies that ever existed, their data. That's kind of nuts. And that's like a but this is all the same thing that happens with kings, with emperors, with control. You got to limit the people's ability to limit their ability to gather resources, keep them at each other's throats ideologically, and fighting the dumbest shit possible, color their skin, fight over everything. What gods you believe in, what foods you eat, what computer you use, keep them fighting over everything. Get social media to continue that fight all day long. Meanwhile, serving closer to control of the population. Hillary Clinton said in an interview if we can't control social media, we lose control. Yeah. Like, you're not supposed to have control over other human beings. You're going to lose the thing you're not supposed to have. The official is supposed to be a representative more than a person being like a servant, where you go out and you do this incredibly moral and ethical, beautiful thing where you sacrifice your time for the good of your community and your society. Instead of just a means-based strategy, fantastic wealth that is totally unprecedented and that shouldn't exist in the first place. You shouldn't be able to take that fucking job and then go for some Fortune 500 company making millions of dollars. That's crazy. If you're a government employee and involved in an industrial fashion, and then you work for the very industry you're regulating. You're producing runs your office, you can offer control over people, and you have to be able to censor them. They're going to call that everything. Yes, talking about is a bigger picture. So all the way to so you think the bigger picture is natural. These are natural patterns that human beings feel when they get power and control over people. Because that's another thing that they trace. It's just a bunch of rendering scale and anger for what you're doing. The power. There are individuals that have propensity for all these sort of thoughts. They don't even know that they're supporting something much different. It's like the source of this much more. Okay, so this will open the door to open it. When we talk about it's important to find that who we are. There's something that's not this. This is where science is from. This is where science is spirituality. This is language. So there's something that's so good, so precious, so ancient, and sacred and powerful. There are forces that have in history or or to do us as this force. Force is reason. Ancient texts on spiritual traditions, which technologies perspective, talk from a high-tech perspective, and talk about advanced civilization. The world and they're talking about the same thing, exactly the same civilization. As our position, really that's cultural are giving us perspective. Mesopotamians are part of that of a higher form of life. And now the art sites was reported in those the 9 organization called Give a Part the Opportunity. And the idea is that instructions events. The King's List. Yes, it talks, it literally says when the king ships, this kings, and then there was another flight, and they came back and correct kings. It actually equalized 250,000 years. So, different languages where we talk about relationships. With
tradition over the Sumerian tradition. But the Talmud, what the story is that we are an intentional act of greater their effort to deny us that. How do you the so the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered in 1950. Now you tell us along the Nile in Egypt, who need and he was resourceful, no trees. He found an old tomb, and in the tomb, that were very but we don't know how many were lost before the authorities were right 13 burner used to fuel. Bound book. The ordinance by the church. But got all my there's just consider come on, one there's the gospel. John first. Thunder is a book, and it's in there. The Gospel of James. He's very clear of the stuff here. And I think he's say that these there's a lot of reason showing that with the same validity of two. They're being late for early. Somewhere right around there, some the secret book of John, what makes it he said that it Jesus came after Thomas. 14. Thomas, and the book says, and it's almost it's different from all the other books. And what is, are again, I'm hesitant because we're discovering clearly. He was teaching was so profound from his time for outer teachings and inner teachings. The outer teachings is primarily we see in the Gospels. Teachings was initiates that could really understand what he was saying, and that's what appears to be from time, not what it is being said in there. So that's so I think that is probably the most well known. He's saying there's a power inside of us. Okay, so contemporary that people transcend perceive real. Expressions of imagination. The mind, I think, in a multitasking of chemical effect in the human mind, literally right now. So imagine these are says such powerful beings. The purpose of support we say today because
You no. How are you?
evil
How did you find out about me, my friend?
purpose of evil is to our expressions.
So what'd you say?
Imagine
How did you find out about me?
About you, but I got invited to the server for my friend.
Okay. How did you find out about me?
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, very cool. I'm just watching you.
I don't know, great share I put something is and because things like misuse, not power to
What up, dude?
what they're doing.
How you looking, man? What's good, son?
Rabbi, I asked, I have a question. Sure.
What's up, man?
You're fucking lucky.
Right.
I'm looking explain to me that AI actually moves to your concept of mind breaking. Right? And mind breaks are regular breaks. Like mind breaks like I think I'd run the regular break. Right? But what it explains that mind break is like someone can like upload all the that sounds fucking interesting.
Wow. Right?
I used to get into things like famous that someone that someone tried to work with you.
essentially a race to be able to avoid that. I got a pretty good head start on the amount of data that I've been able to generate on the past.
So, like, how would you feel if something forces you to have a reason like that? Like, how would you feel about that? And they could you force on life. Every week will be different. Every week will be different. How would you feel about that?
I'm very normal, so I think they'd be able to use the data that I originally uploaded and be able to match that against whatever conventional.
Well, what do you worry about? That's all you can see, right? Information they all that people do out of you.
No, I'm not worried thinking that they would know that it was unintentional with anything I do. But I'm pretty sure that everything that has ever been thought ever gets leaked eventually. So, like, basically, if given enough time, humans or whatever to which we evolve, into which we evolve, will make it a goal of their civilization to basically be able to read the thoughts of other people of the past.
What?
Well, it's the idea that why not? Basically, if we're able to do everything, including perhaps even time travel and travel faster than the speed of light in the future, and all kinds of other things like that, well, that's just going to be another goal that people are going to want to be able to have the information of which they're going to want to have the information. So they're going to want to know what the thoughts of Napoleon Bonaparte and Julius Caesar and Zeus.
Oh, fuck.
Oh yeah, you're fucking big time, Doug. And people are,
I'm not anything worse than someone being able to read my thoughts. I'd fucking rather jump off a bridge.
yeah, and
Right.
you've got some fucked up thoughts, Doug.
Like, I put strange once and I put the whole world is in my head. And I'm feeling that here.
Okay,
Like,
let's not get rash.
right, like I was just like, fuck you. I put everyone in my head.
Okay. So, you know what punk? So you know what punk fun is?
Yeah.
You know I'm live streaming on it right now. Yeah, I launched a coin.
What's the code?
Rabbi, right?
Yeah. Think I'll keep it up.
You do it best I can. The system goes down every once in a while, so I have to create a bot. If it does happen, let me finish. It's only 10,000. If I'm going to create a robot that if, like, while I'm asleep or something, the stream goes down, it'll start back up. People would be really nice. Yeah, what? Yeah, I know. Even when I attempted to get that, the people in the uniform record basically said that it's a difficult thing to quantify. Yeah, just because it's difficult to add up everything that's on the internet. What dog?
Technically, the sentence could go, yeah. pom stuff.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the money involved in it. Let people can buy it if they want. More focus on the fact that they let me live stream and I can create a community.
Credit. Sure.
Dude, are
No,
you,
no one's gonna.
what do you say, Big Dog?
I mean, people catch. You see streaming, man. People catch. You just keep. Oh, it's got to be streaming forever.
Exactly. Are you ready to play?
Yeah.
Okay, but are you ready to? Do I think what?
One time will ever reach.
I don't know. They've been to my stream yesterday.
The pom pom time? I don't know. It's that or just.
I mean, it could be, but like when it first launched, a bunch of people said like a bunch of negative things, and so I think it triggered something in their system, and because of that, it brought in their moderators twice. Dude, I asked a question. What up, big dog?
Ready to play. So,
All right, are you ready to get mind raped?
breaking is like like the mom.
Okay, but I don't want to regular.
I feel like we like people would look at death penalty for mom breaking.
Okay, dude. What are your thoughts on this whole? That was not good. It was almost perfect. Are you serious? Oh, that was risky.
Rabbi,
What up, baby?
is death scary?
No. What about you? Are you ready for one of the greatest shots you've ever seen? Are you serious? Dude, you need to make this. If I were you, I would try to blast my ball out of the way. Zoot, go.
All right. Got disconnected from the Discord.
No, you didn't.
chat,
You're full of
so
shit.
I-
You're full of shit. You were doing something else.
Yes, I did.
Don't lie.
I disconnected from the chat, so I tried to log back in.
You're full of shit, Zoot. You were doing something else. I could literally fucking hear.
Why wasn't I talking?
Because you were doing something else, just like I just said.
So, Rabbi, why wasn't I talking?
Zoot, when you leave,
Yeah, I was trying to get back into the Discord.
Zoot, you didn't leave. It tells me when you leave.
It left on my phone.
Zoot, I don't believe you.
Rabbi,
It's okay. I don't have to believe you.
if you could
All
get
I
rid
have
of
to
three
do
things
is have one of the greatest shots that you've ever seen. That's all I have to do. More like, hey, thank you so much. I don't know why it wasn't allowing me to stream, but I will do so. Thank you. Hey, by the way, I launched a token on Pump Fund just so I can stream on there. It's Rabbi if you're interested. Dude, are you ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen? What are your thoughts on how good that shot was?
Rabbi, my phone is.
What's going on?
My phone is playing up. Were you speaking?
Yeah.
Right.
The Telegram?
It's on the token.
Yeah.
Rabbi,
He was just in the video call.
what?
He was just in the video call.
You know what?
What did you say, Big Doug?
It's weird.
He just opened it up to me. Why do you need to speak with him? What do you need to speak about? What do you need to speak with him? Dude,
You're funny.
that party got.
Yeah.
You know what the market cap is? Haircut around the Canino.
An excellent.
Is that true? you ready to play again?
My phone's having issues. I'm very spotted.
Okay, sounds good. But come back, please.
Musicians. So these are expressions of
Let Mary go away without mouth to be her life. Jesus said, look, I will honor him so that he make her pale, so that she too may become a living and spirit similar to you. But I say to you, every woman who makes herself memorable in her will be creating or number 10. So 7 says, Jesus says, if you bring it that which you cannot receive, you do not have it within you. That which you do not have within you will kill. Jesus says, I will destroy this house and no one will be able to build it.
This is the thing. He's Christian. Led to believe that he was a peacemaker. When it says in the Gospel of Thomas, he says to the early,
This the Catholic that some of them
well, he said,
not,
they support that two councils of Isaiah. They excluded these. They have been excluded prior to that. People in here talk about the book of that was accepted as well. So these were their teachings, the concepts that he shared, where he said something inside of us. And the rest of the Gospels, this is what the talking about, is that we are in the course. It's a life. It is intelligence. And empowered this intelligence, we are self-thinking beings, no longer susceptible to so from this time, and now when you go to Samaria, there's when they what it was, they created it. It had light
Welcome, how are you?
created it. With the whole conversation. God created man. Sex say Elohim, and it is a plural. We'll say it's not. There's exceptions, but it says Elohim said us create. So it, plural, God. So, listen, we can drill down all these, but it appears that collective intelligence is responsible for us. That's science. That's the text. Now, you look at science. Intelligence. 200,000 years ago. That people and these things is an attempt to deny our power. So I think a good case, everything you're seeing happen in the world is all important. And there's a level where it has become a distraction to get stuck in fear, so that because we're so close, we're so close as a species. It's fundamental for us. Awakening you see in the world that keep us distracted.
What is causing this awakening?
I think consciousness.
So is this the battle that we have to fight, though? Is this like?
I think it's different. Depending on what language you use. There's a deeper conversation, and I think we're going to get to this. But what I want to go back, I said I would elaborate on that. In our bodies. Here, but you can look it up. CRTs. Was 2020 signed this good. I've got on that. Calling is up there. No problem. My stuff is. Back up.
Well, I think.
So here's what they do. Sign. Neuron kids began playing the and learning how to play. The question: how you're on a petri dish to play on. Okay, so when I was a kid, university because they wanted to bring everybody else. Everybody else is with one exception. A whole lot. So, we have so but there was there's the instruction. That place there was a time you know uh, superconducting field and what they exposed and with that it's science. There's a field. There's music. But science. They're still saying it. Oh, yeah, field's not out. It's trees. You're trying to solve trees. Constantly getting out. That is just it's part of us because how to express something in your body. And there's a lot of conscience that
So
yeah.
when they see come back right now, when they thank you. But they put out the that's amazing. Yeah, very proud of you. I need you and hope you answer me about
So much more led to believe that That's why all these lights control. That's why they're suppressing people or using bots and that it's the expression of people. Because not going to this really darkness. A lot of people darkness is simply a whole state. That's why evil has states. This is always been Damien Texas was and now support timing talk about what and everything. So I use my or reset is the term that they coined for the Industrial Revolution. They have gotten attention. They recognize the rules for several to the U.S. So in 2019, it's 246. So now, we have this have traction when sustainable development. And the goals can be run against we go about we honor our humans speech. Very different ideas about what does that mean. WBF because it wants cost one. Is the achievement of the actual world, the digital world, biological. So, the goal is to convert all of those into this massive that's it. Unfortunately, saying, okay, this is the world, tokenized. Digital ID for every that's already tokenized. Digital. That's the He knows the that's right now not implemented into that. But that statement, that is what's driving everything. What all the implementation of the technology. That statement is driving the implementation of AI. Nominated to accepted AI ultimately. Yeah. Right. That's very, very
Also could have been by someone
well. Sounds like what like swash. Dark
like who say the things that guy James who say the things that the guy said like that and dress this way.
This is I'm an advocate for our youths. I
What? Bro, don't be out dressed like that. Don't talk like that. You talk like that, you gotta wear suits. You gotta look real normal. Yeah, whatever. Don't. You talk like
because from
they get that great. Yeah.
from people that are afraid. This they don't. They're afraid of dying. The trans are afraid of dying, so they
Right. Massive.
massive control.
Doing this. Yeah.
They're it's a very. If you don't know this, the world is out of control for no reason. When you why is it's a charge? Okay. And so the best what was the purpose of the evil is not our weakness and our triumph by living. So we triumph by imagining, sharing ideas, creating, don't be afraid, sympathy and compassion. Because when we're asked to do something, ask yourself, does it affirm? Does it affirm my ability to imagine, well, to forgive, empathy, compassion, share ideas? It is up to you. It won't be a lot. This is a first. Okay, evil in technology. And algorithms of social that are designed with social always help us do that. The occupied, yeah, that's a very real issue. Have come to the table and had a conversation during this culture to try to think mitigate rights. Now, in the gender word, all of this great social we're more vulnerable when we use these and the do that. We have what are called nation silos. So there's some work, so you know what happens. You're feeding what it is, and you just meanwhile, yeah, his algorithm, and everybody looks at the real story, right? True story. So true. And so, and there is all an algorithm. Very easy to resolve. This is exactly what it's about. Reach that. Is it? That's exactly what it's been. That's exactly the things we just talked about. Easy. Personalizing. Part to the fact that we're addicted. So they're addicted, inundated by all this, all these various competing. Information. Well, you can eat well, but the problem is, if you spend any amount of time, you're going to be.
Yo, dog, watch me on pump.
Yes, that you don't like.
That's something
Yeah, there's going to be a.
here's the top. I now, I don't care.
Showed up at the beat.
I've been doing it for 3.5 years.
I read.
Actually longer, but 3.5 years.
Celebrating people's death. Oh my God, that evil. I mean, I'm not saying that those human people, most of those human beings don't know exactly. They don't even think of it as it's called shit posting. You know, people just post it for the walls. They just post. And there's a lot going on. Life, you know, instead of addressing their own individual life problems, it's things that they're creating. That's the primary goal. These stupid ideas. Higher level. People staying up. Showing up. Spiritual power. Because spiritual. And what the presence.
Yeesh.
From our family, I found myself saying things I've never said in years. To say in some way there was a force. Like it would, for instance,
Were you young at the time?
I was an adult, younger than I am now. And some people call this different. Okay,
So you but you're gonna take responsibility for it.
so they're coming out here.
I mean, so you
Say,
that's psychological factors. Your anxiety, stress, and
Excel structure, except this yeah, really that seems to my place. And I think
personal responsibility for the work that is out of your mouth.
I did.
You're saying that this guy forced those words to come out, and that's where it gets a little slippery. Why would you not just assume it was your own anxiety or stress level? Outside of the group characters. I agree with you. There are circumstances. So, do you think this person actually? Oh, I thought, yeah, this person was. Other people had some experience. Continue. The world, and I think there's a lot of evidence that those happen. When you think about history, just obviously what is Hitler? I mean, you could Genghis Khan. You could. There's so many people.
Today, we can look at history. Example, when it comes to humans, and the only way one human can perpetrate is to sever their relationship to their divinity. All right, and we have to. We technology are which is not spirit. Souls are utilized, lifetime. Relationship that is which was because these could
She goes out
has happened.
and I'll do a certificate and I'll create a robot. Just bear with me, but for the time being. Allah,
Better check them out.
Fuck.
Fill out service, but just it's easy to take a picture. There's a need. It is because there's something inside of is the ability to express text. This said that we don't have to go through. We all good. Everyone given that like that, we become God. This was the message of the message called heretic. We love ourselves enough. Ourselves. We can religion conversation with people that one. I really love, and especially, I do live events with technology. Salk Institute, California. Brain to a processor. How can you make that comparison? I said that. The microprocessor is about the same number of transistors. Brain, absolutely, it's about the same number. We ran all these things. Is it fast? Yes. The scale of the chip is only runs physics. Stuff. This and it comes out. Human brain is the yes. What is the of a human brain? And the answer is we don't know. Because every time we push a human brain to what we is the limit to accept of our ability to adapt and this stuff. The Tibetan monks. That's when I was about 40 hertz. Kind of meditation, they doubled it. The scientists say, so maybe we got it wrong. Right? The brain can't do it from that. Do a different kind of meditation. You know, they push them to 100 hertz. Another brain state called gamma. Push 120 per second. You have to call it hypergamma. Typically, a human it's not good. The monks were point very conscious, very awake. They're just way different. And I think you would have years same time to achieve these things. They achieve sit with these people. To get to their like years. Absolutely. I'm saying it. Right? But even you can talk for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours with an incredible focus. You're a month. Explosive, Jimi Hendrix. Like it requires about time. So I would imagine really good meditation. There's this like it's all the truth faster than 20 years. They can do stuff that you just didn't know. I Joe, I want to see is there a reluctance of time partner. So played in the organization around since 1990. What they did, very successful to the and science, we got the money. Address them. On demand. To create zero point always multiple. Super response. Stem cells. I come because typically it has resilience. That is directly brain actually recently very benefits one space. So this is where the ability to before showing why like so many people. I'm not saying they this is really like that which you want to make up. The intuition of three steps. Shift your focus, your mind and your heart. And as the focus touches their to their heart touch. Two. Touch. Awareness with there. So you need someone. So the first step, heart, brain, heart map. Shift your awareness. Mind, heart, first step. So just but you have a period of time. So, for example, six, yeah, might work for me. Somebody, differently, but the things when you exit for triggers the relaxation of the nervous system. You're telling I am, because that's the only time I feel water sail as if your focus is on your step is where your one hurts. Feel the positive. Feel the there's no forms of living humans in response to what the world shows them to have choose. But the science shows right for every our children, our families, our lives. Sins, I say, low frequency point is part to bring and that between the part gives a response, longevity, design, things. It's also your affirmation. This is what's affirmation. It's the best. This is the subconscious record. The career part of the hotline, the subconscious way. So when you're saying affirmation, they're even spend it talking about you're all of that. Mentioning it's not you can use yours. And there are benefits. Access pretty quick. This is all this you're scratching the surface. I would go to the apartment, our team, which
The connection between part of the final work she does taking different pieces of information.
absolutely.
The heart. I said the heart of the mind.
And this is how I use the stuff in a business for this group. When we solve problems, mind, the brain's left it. So, you got logic and intuition. And the brain will always that's right. Fast failure, they spin you up. The heart. It's not. So what you're doing. Why is it egos? I was the youngest. So as a first tech which is the armed forces, computers can talk to all the other. I would go into, and I knew. I also keep mail. If you
Heard anybody?
Yeah, well,
It's
that's my reverse signs it. Very that's it. My father, criticizer, and my life, I'm still criticize my ideas. In taking that criticism, failure, I could listen to it. And they're finished. Have you ever considered this? It's a really powerful place to
talk factor. So it's really wants stuff, and as a legit criticism.
And that's
You learn a lot telling people from their a lot of other people's criticism. But narcissism. That's the broad where people get wrapped up in their own identity. And also personal confidence. You're a kind of person like you're naturally argumentative. You want to say something back. It's just a lot of negativity and a lot of wasted time. And the way I try to describe it, especially to church famous people, like your energy is a number. Your energy is good. Good. And if you spend 30 or 40 of those energies on 40 of those units, sort of media and of criticism, it's going to rob the 60% that you really enjoy. Rob your time with your friends, your family, your hobby, your job, your community, whatever. Hanging out with your dog. There's people right now that are walking with their sweet, sweet dog and they're thinking of some mean post that someone made and the mean shit they're going to say to get back to the person. Meanwhile, they're a beautiful animal. And if you got your knees, you go, it's out. And he kisses and they put their that was so much fun, and so beautiful and loving, and you're thinking about something that's no fair, and you can't escape. You can't escape. You're like connected to this negative.
It's a tool. It's a tool. It seems to be objective, so you can't really criticize.
Honestly, one-on-one with compassionate people.
Now my Amazon book reading.
They're critics, and this is an important distinction. They're critics because they don't, especially professional critics, like Roger Ebert wrote one of the greatest scripts of all time. You read it? No, never heard of it. Not Roger Ebert. I consider him like out there, like professional. What's it about? But this is the guy that back in the day was the guy who movies that he so like, would you really look at these people? What were they doing? This kind of opinion, like what is the thing that gets out of you? Whether it be opinion of someone he enjoys or great things to say about life. That's like something that one weakness of so that you think this is shit. And every time they have those guys argue with each other, whatever, I know say I like Luger's better than really shit. They're all it's like those people that are dictating what is good and bad culture. That's from criticism. That's from critics. Appreciate it. Yeah. I should be able to be here. That's a good one.
Like I'm walking your dog on a needle.
So if you like, you love it, it's amazing. There's something like really good. So for you, but the food that I make is perfect for the life that you know, that's if you get to a place where you can do that, that's great. But you have to know that you put all to what you did so that you don't feel bad about a negative event. But it's not going to happen. So I kind of have that. I should spend more time on this. You know, she'll have if you're doing that, then the crisis is, you know, I don't know.
Well, if you're I went to work that
They're doing a job that sucks. They just want to get out of there. It's really motivation to get people to look. Because I don't think I would ever appreciate the life that I have now if I didn't have a bunch of really terrible jobs.
we all do. There is something for a person that likes to cook. That was my dream. But I said, yeah, that's really well.
That's great. Versus a positive attitude. You can do anything with a positive attitude and actually enjoy it. It's fun. Especially if you're working with it. So I don't it's work for a long time, and I've seen these a lot of really things for a long time. It wasn't a thing. It was a conversation you had recently that I thought was very interesting. I don't know if it was we were talking some of about environment and its action fact versus a lot of the narrative that you hear about this green deal stuff, just the freak out, the crying freak out from that, which freaked everybody out. It was this was the convenient truth of 2005. It was before that. So everyone else my presentation. Oh, yeah. And this was we are fucked. And right now, 25 is on level. It's not exaggerating, but like my end of water, the coast haven't moved at all. Some of the wealthiest, most people were by the coastline. That, by the way, should tell you. Beach houses. It's going to be okay in that regard. But it's also really weird because it became used everywhere. I think they hundreds of millions of dollars. But created the carbon credit. That wrong. Nobody was on it. You should take the money out. When I saw it in 2006, my friends were like, oh my God. It's not what the step wasn't true. And there's a weird inconvenient things. One of the Randall Carlson brings up is one of the carbon emitters on the surface.
What slides.
People don't know why that would be.
Yeah. So concerned because define green forms of energy for 70 years. It goes even farther. I don't know if you're familiar with thorium. That was that. So, that's impressive. It's a mineral. During Manhattan, when they program for went through the periodic table, and for the element, element number 90, it's inexpensive to it, so you cannot melt it. A Fukushima cannot be weaponized, which is one of the reasons that the waste can be recycled as the fuel. Thorium. They'll say, well, it's Russia. States had them in Colorado. Facility that was originally run on very good results. And that's just saying. So what I'm saying is we're serious about sustainable energy. There are technologies that we have. So I just know I want to say that. This is our conversation. We are to and so no problem with carbon-based, frail, fragile with carbon is bad. But it is banana. So here's the it works. So we've it's psychology. So just I don't know if we want to bring them up. You first right there. Which is higher. 50 years, that's true. It's dangerously high. Well, I can say that. There were times CO2 levels have been 1,000 parts. And Earth was green. It was definitely a little. The sea levels did rise. Okay. That's the problem. Build 10 feet sea thinking that the sea was going to be 10 feet wide. Right. All right. Some of the most abundant during these periods. And what's interesting is very carbon dioxide levels historically. And then one of the kickers is from the Vostok. Recognize what was happening. Scientists went for every year ice. Yeah. A layer of ice. It's wild. Yeah. So, yeah. stuff. And 20,000 of players that was fun. Right. So they went down. So there, here, this was in the 80s. In those outdoors, the temperature actually CO2 is causing that's a problem. They expect the CO2 rise first. That's not the rise first. I can have the display. So it's something else. And, it's, it's presentation that I did. The role of the center. Is rising first. So there's a rising first. And the carbon dioxide is rising for a reason. A lot of people like this. It's a big statement. And a slide showing that. It's water.
So they're not, you don't think they're warm. Whatever we're doing in the atmosphere.
We are the no, and I don't see any evidence of all the Sure. Exactly. It shoots And if the core goes through these cycles, so the cross-section here, it's out then that it's the cross after it's times. So in the and it's emotions from because about 12,500 years. Talk to Brand, we just did a conference in Boulder. That has been the younger tribes. I think he was talking about so the younger tribes is the last one. And that was 12,500 years. You can see it's like class.
Yes, right. Because the motion of the on the rise over time.
So that's it's how he has it. And it's also there's between what we're creating and they're creating an abstract. We're creating that it's called the same. It's the skill. The mental is that's what it's looking into the geological history. These things happen before. It's really after they usually is a problem. It's not the way.
This was what was interesting. Covering more than 70% of the Earth's surface, our global ocean has a very high capacity. 90% of the warming that has occurred in recent decades is increasing greenhouse gases. So this is acknowledgement, though, that there has been an increase in temperature because of our civilization, because of greenhouse gases. But so the next thing, the increase in warming has occurred because of increasing greenhouse gases. So what you're saying is greenhouse gases are contributing to it, but it's not the primary, it's not the primary, and the monopoly is the problem. You please, so you, if we didn't exist at all, there was no industrial civilization we existed in our universe, would we have no impact on the exact same thing? We would be a fraction of a degree warmer because of human society.
I think we have to be honest, and I don't have the numbers on this. I think we have to just be honest and say we are contributing to some degree. We have to be.
But you, and if, even if we're hunter-gatherer, same
Because when you look at the Jurassic place,
temperature.
The orange over here.
What's up there? 5 million years ago. Right?
Yeah, so this is data sources you got.
I know, just thought.
Yeah, and
How
then
they get 500 million years ago?
what things you could do there. So we can go one where I'm here is directly temperature. We can also see that CO2 is higher than the slush. Okay, what if climate goals? What would Earth look like? I'm not going to push back against them. I just we're only 200 right now, which is hard. Those they want us to go to and there's 36 parts per 80 is dangerous. So this isn't something just think about that. Just around. You know, they're also pushing global average 56 global average 36. The last time we had those kinds of temperatures and that kind of CO2 Pleistocene was not good for us.
Who are they? Like, such a self-destructive that they know this? Do they know this data?
One step through something really climate.
Yes.
If we were to meet this climate, it's not good for us. But
The humans.
but we're being pushed. See that? Nations really for more sources. We are have research on this. Low. Fight. Earth ever needed to fight? There's a concerted effort to bring together as these working with that's good for us. That's not good for you. Now, look at human. Our ability for critical thinking, our ability our power with technology, the best. That's not for us. What would you say to me? Who would it's where you go back. This one is what said. And the earth is being modified. Where they can have a conversation. So you think part of the agenda of control. Yeah. Well, I think the evidence supports that. Is why we want to push this plan.
There's certain things struck out. There's things like that that happen that people freak out about. People want control. That's why we bring animals back from extinction. Like when we want control over everything. The problem with this one is you're getting people that are saying we're going to lower the temperature. We didn't vote on that. Like just because it's you people are moving us to have so much money, making a decision for literally it's
Elected officials.
it's not. It's the it's great. The reflective particle to the sun and lower the temperature of the earth. That's an insane notion.
And especially if we're moving in the. I mean, without so I think it's usually angry. I think we recognize that all of these applications are a reflection of the condition to think about ourselves. We have to become the best version of ourselves. Recognize it makes sense to go green. It makes sense to grow. It makes sense to have because we
By not confronting manipulating.
exactly.
So this can be done like the issue that we have as a society. Like not being obviously being good. One of them is good. But that is like what's going on in some of those rivers. It's just the entire river is choked up with plastic. That is insane. That's a notion that is that we allow that. That's insane. Like, but then places like Singapore, that we watched that video, was fascinating there. Like, where they have like sophisticated recycling program with unbelievably efficient and that stuff. They burn things down in specific materials. It's an insane job of taking this process where they talk about the consequence of what happens when you get this way. And what a lot of species have thought ourselves as version of ourselves. So we fix it and make it now. The AI is having a conversation. You're being asked by the conditions of the movement to accept the truth of these and as we accept our perspectives as here, that means use the antenna. Become the best version of ourselves. Have to protect our just to think that this is AI right now. This is what they're using. Powers of answers to the first time for a very long time to mass level to what it means to their pockets that are coming together. People say that say I will see these where it's all comes. What happens if the troll one what means? I think you would see that these people that's a very powerful message. This time to the disclosure. People behind disclosure the opposite. Or something. Seen it anybody surprised by that with a great alien or Air Force combat somewhere. But the implications, if we've had those relationships, so we did on the Chevy, we got some pretty high tech. And implications are being asked to step up to become a different species. Intelligence is what's and that intelligence
about ancient Greeks. They began with the war. And war is true.
But that's the about Mars too, right?
An atmosphere. Or they believe are or sure. There's a joke at the hands. Difference. Great. War. You know, no Star Wars. This of our humanness, accept the power, accept what it means. If you are children with a deep sense and a healthy sense, there's something special, worth pursuing, care, that begins to inform the way we live. We would live very differently.
I think you saying that is very important because it gets that word out there and think about. I think that's the only way people find these things is for people like you to come out and have these conversations and thoughts. And people said like maybe it's thinking in the wrong way, and maybe it could just become more united, more positive, and recognize and see how this one.
It's so compartmentalized. So that's when I was working in the industry. So, you know, it's in a genetics box and it's published in obscure way of looking at humans from an IT. Is a and and a journalist saying it, but who journalist off compute who has a beautiful hardbound copy of like I do.
know it. Now people know.
It's a thinking something this task that we're cherished. We're tasked with right now to cherish and honor and care for the human body. Because I think it's a gift. Spirits. You can never go back. As for our love, our forms of life, and I think worth preserving.
I agree with you 100%. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for coming as well. Thank you for being interested. So, look, it's like, you know, I have people in podcast interested in. So I just like that's fascinating. Thank you. And it was great. I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Try it all day.
Well, I mean, we have done many podcasts, but we were on Theo's last year, and Theo's gets a lot of engagement, a lot of views. Ours didn't do too well. I think Birdcast all right.
You got to not pay attention.
I know.
You gotta not pay attention. Don't pay attention to numbers. Don't pay attention to shit. Don't read the comments.
That's where I messed up. I got called a lesbian so many times.
Mustache
lesbian.
Mustache.
What? He's like, he looks like
Where'd that
Matthew
come from?
McConaughey.
Well, it might be the chain. Maybe that looks very lesbian-esque.
Thank you. My sister
Not a bad one. It's not bad. It's not bad with being a lesbian.
No, nothing wrong with being a lesbian. I'm just a heterosexual man.
That's all.
With a wonderful mustache.
I went back to the comments last night, and
Don't do that.
and somebody was like, Andrew, come on, man, don't sit with your legs crossed. I was just like, this one was there.
Why is it always me getting picked on?
Did you sit with your legs crossed in the typical liberal fashion,
I mean,
like the Gavin Newsom style?
Yeah, you can't
it's
do that.
chilling.
You get a little bit of a gap there.
Yeah.
The thing is, if you get the deep scissor, the deep scissor
gotta-
is like signaling.
The trick is you gotta scoop thin.
Yeah,
You gotta get stuff out the way.
yeah. It doesn't seem comfortable.
I've been doing it for a long time.
So are you guys are? You were telling me you're kind of burnt right now. So you guys are fully on the road right now.
Oh yeah, I say that, and then the next moment I'm walking around, I was like, dang, this is fun. But yeah, but usually about this time of the year, where we have a couple more months left, it's like, man, we're almost get to be home for a while more than 2 days at a time,
How long have you guys been on the road for?
or just in general.
Well, all told.
We started touring Landers Acadia in 2018.
And out since then,
Pretty much. I mean,
just
usually,
breaks.
yeah, we in December for Christmas, but it's gotten better. This year we started touring in July, which was good because we usually start in April or May.
When did you end?
So we end in December.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
No,
Well, this last year we started in March with Canada.
yeah, Canada, but that was like a month. That didn't really count.
How long have you guys been together all told?
This Reckless Trays got together in December 2016. But before that, Drew was the manager of a cover band, and Andrew was the bass player in the cover band. And
What were you guys covering?
Everything.
the good stuff.
Yeah, just blues, just like really bad blues.
Yeah, we used to
Honestly,
let
yeah.
people out.
In country.
And how did you guys all get together?
I met Drew through a mutual friend. We were working out in the gym together. I was in high school, and Drew, this guy was like, "Hey man, I got a buddy. He's kind of down on his luck. He's like squatting in my dorm, and I want to give him something to do. I want to give him something to do." So
I didn't think I was down on my luck
I'm
that
just
bad.
Nobody ever does, man. Nobody ever does.
I'm just repeating what I heard. And yeah, so Drew had never done anything like that. He had never booked or he was trying to be a teacher football coach. That's what he went to college for. And
Middle school, high school, college. That was the goal.
I know, but
Realistically,
never had any,
That's just where I was going to land. 10-4.
never done anything in the business though. And he just like, what did you say? He's like, I'm gonna do everything I can to help you make it. And I was like 18. He was like 22, 23. And he had us playing in every single bar on the Gulf Coast. And we didn't know anything about the business either. So the manager booked, 15%. We didn't know about that. So we cut him in evenly. Yeah. And so he'd show up and he'd be here at our shows. And he'd always be at our practices. He was fully committed. And so he got an even cut. And he ended up turning his life around. He was able to scoot around and buy burgers and not be down on your luck anymore.
Hallelujah.
I think that's impressive. Never done anything like that. You stepped up and became a legitimate booking agent and a legitimate manager.
Yeah, I mean, I just saw something I knew that was incredible. And I was like, all right, well, what do I need to do to get this guy in front of people? And I just I would sit in, like, I worked for the equipment staff at South Alabama, and I would sit in the equipment room between washing jock straps and, like, you know, setting up cone drills or whatever, and just, like, put Post-it notes up on the wall and just write numbers down and just call all these people until, like, somebody picked up or, like, hey, like, what's the email for booking or whatever, and I'd just book as much as I could.
So it was basically just learning on the job, trying to figure it out as you go. You have no experience in it whatsoever.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a cool story.
Yeah.
And it was all just based on your talent.
No, I
was what you saw, right?
that night you met, the night we met, the night I met you. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, the first time I heard you on a cell phone recording, I was like, yeah. And then I heard him in person, and I was like, oh my God, all right, what, okay, what needs to happen here? And yeah, I had no idea. I was just fully winging it, you know.
Wow. Those are the best stories, though.
Yeah.
You know, the best stories are not started in some fucking boardroom somewhere where a bunch of guys sit down with headshots and demos and try to put people together. The best stories happen just kind of like, what? What were you doing? Posting those? You just called people? Like, those are the best stories.
We didn't even know how to set up music equipment. Like, we would have our main set up behind us, and so the microphones would be feeding back into the mains. We didn't know what we were doing. We just knew we wanted to play music. So we'd show up to these bars, and most of the time run people out and clear the room out because we didn't know how to play music that well either. Guitar amps turned up, and we would show up and just ruin people's evening and clear out a bar. They're trying to watch a football game. We show up playing Allman Brothers, and just our guitar players just always crank their amps. We did have an old man drummer, though. That was the only thing about that band before Red Clay Strays. So that was, you didn't have to worry about the drums being too loud, I guess, because he was just doing his thing. He ended up quitting when we started traveling more. And that's when we started holding auditions. And we were going to audition this one guy, and he couldn't make the audition. We rescheduled him, and he couldn't make the audition again. And then we were like, how did we get in touch with John? When did we audition him?
There's a Ethan who was in Papa's medicine cabinet.
Yeah.
I reached out to him. I was like, man, I know you play drums. That was the best band in town at the time. And I was like, I know you play drums. You probably know a good bit of drummers. Like, you know anybody who could use some work? And John was playing in a band called Ryan Dyer Band back home, and he said John they just separated from that band. So John's available. You should get him for a tryout. And I was like, hey dude, you want to come play with us or whatever? And he showed up. Blair and Skinner did with him and his brother, and like
yeah, we had
like this is gonna work.
We had the auditions in Chanel, Alabama, which is like up in the sticks. He didn't have a phone, so he's like, meet me at the Hardee's at like 6:30 or whatever time it was, because we could call him once he left his house. And so Andrew left. You were driving the Firebird at the time. We left in the Firebird. We met him back, and we auditioned him then. And the audition went great. He showed up with his brother, who played piano, and his brother wasn't trying to join the band, but his brother just played with us. And just the first song we played, we tried him out with an original that we were working on, which was a terrible song also. But yeah, Andrew and John locked in immediately, and just they get all the pauses together. And I just remember still being blown away by that, and just how quickly y'all locked in. And it still shows today on stage their chemistry. They've got some kind of telekinetic thing going on, I think.
Because the big thing was coming from that old band drummer, and then that's the first time I've ever played with like a real drummer besides my own dad.
His name was Ray.
And me and John, I mean, it's really weird how when we first started, like we know a lot when we played in those bars, it was improvised. We're playing covers. We're not even playing them the right way. We can hit those pauses without looking at each other. We know what each other's going to do. So as a bass player, your drummer is your best friend. Even though me and John probably butt heads more than anybody in the band, but that's the relationship.
That is a big part of the problem with the band, is that you guys just get on each other's nerves, right?
I mean, just like any other, we're just like brothers.
It's a group of guys, and you're traveling all year round.
You'll get pissed off at each other for sure. If a band says they don't get pissed off, they're lying, or they just don't like each other for real. But something we actually learned as men was how to talk about your feelings with each other too. Because in the early stages, it was, I had anger issues. I'd just get off real quick.
Was it about the mustache?
No, I didn't have the mustache. What it was, I was immature.
You had long hair.
Yeah.
So you guys had to learn how to communicate, set boundaries. And
I didn't talk about my feelings growing up as a kid. Supposedly that's not healthy. But John, he would hammer into the bus, and I just had to learn to just bite my tongue. Somebody's mind, just let them go and talk about it tomorrow. But we all think we worked on together, stuff like that.
Well, it's the final product's amazing, and the new album is really fucking good. It's coming out in June of next year. Is that when it's supposed to come out?
We're shooting for summer of next year. We don't really know yet.
The press thing that I got said June of next year. I'm like, this should go out now.
You're probably the only one that's supposed to know that.
Oh, really? Well, everybody knows now.
Yeah. But we're still working on mixes. Hopefully June is going to be the ticket.
Well, it's really good. And the final product, you guys are very unique. You have a very unique sound. It's very fun.
Yeah.
So it's, I know it's got to be a lot of work. Whenever I do shows and I show up at a place and, like if I do an arena, it's just me and my friends. We just have to roll in there and hi.
Yeah.
And I see you guys, you got fucking trucks and this and that. And there's so many fucking people involved.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot. There's a lot of moving pieces to keep together. So for you guys to consistently do it and to bang out amazing music over and over and over again, it says something.
Yeah, man. And we just had to grow together. Even at the rehearsal, we were like, we got one more rehearsal. We got one more tryout with the guy who flaked out on us. And John was like, who is it? I was like, Travis Patch. And he was like, oh, you're going to let it think Travis Patch, he couldn't make the next tryout too or something.
Yeah.
And then that band played for a couple more months and broke up, and then we hired Zach and just tried out Zach immediately. He just came in shredding. And, he was always a great guitar player. And then that's when we became Red Clay Strays.
Who came up with the name?
My brother.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not an interesting story at all. We get asked all the time. No, we were just in that first stage of, coming up with a band name is the hardest thing in the world. And we had nothing really we liked. We had the Dirt Leg Trio, Brandon Lane and the Hurricane.
Yeah. That's my middle name, Brandon Lane.
And then he shot that over.
Yeah. And I didn't like Red Clay Strays. I don't think any of us did.
Brandon Lane and the Hurricane sounds good too.
Yeah.
I might have voted on that.
The Drew came up with that one.
I like that. But Red Clay Strays is great too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. You have two great ones to choose from.
If I need to start another band, I have it in the chamber.
God, hopefully not. It seems like once you got it all together and it's working, don't fuck that up.
Yeah, man. I don't understand why bands break up. I don't get it.
I don't know how they can stay together.
Really?
Yeah, I just can't imagine.
I've had so many. Why do you say that?
Well, because of the internal conflicts, because of the traveling, because of the stress, it just seems like it's very difficult. It's very difficult to manage all these different personalities and to keep everything rolling and keep all the people happy and make sure that everybody feels appreciated and everybody feels like they're doing their part.
Yeah. I think you got to have your mindset correct, man. For us, it's a God thing. And you are just worldly things, I guess, and worried about me and how I'm getting done wrong or how, he's getting on my nerves. And that's what dictates your decisions. I can see, you're going away from that because people suck and people are always going to fail you at the end of the day. But when you turn it into I'm not doing this for me, I'm doing this to fulfill my calling that God's giving me. And then it becomes a selfless thing. You know, he who is greatest among you, let him be your servant. It's it's always pops in my head. So it's like, if I want to make this thing work, how can I serve these guys? You know, when we'd have to share a hotel room, we would all five of us be like, I'll sleep on the floor. No, you're good. You take the bed, I'll sleep on the floor. We'd have to fight over against the floor. You know what I mean? And then once it becomes a selfless thing instead of a selfish thing, you're not, I don't know, when everybody just shares that mindset, we're all worried about one another. I don't really see how you could break up.
Well, that's very and that sounds fantastic, because that's kind of the opposite of most rock and roll bands. With most rock and roll bands, it is all about, you know, the lead singer, the lead guitarist, who's the most famous, who gets the most chicks, and who gets the most attention.
Yeah, I don't care about it.
So where did this mindset start with you? How did you guys develop this mindset? Is that how you grew up?
I grew up that way. Yeah, my mother used to read us the Bible as children and stuff, so we always grew up knowing about Jesus and everything. And then, so that's pretty much what led me to make the leap, I guess. You know, I never had parents that were pushing me to go to college or pushing me to do something. They were just like, have a relationship with God. That's really the only thing that I got pushed by my parents. And so, I've always been blessed or cursed with kind of looking at all this as temporary, you know? What's the point in it kind of thing? You can't take any of it with you. There's nothing new under the sun. It's all chasing wind. What's the point in all this? And so that really getting into, well, a creator created you. He created all of this, and he put you here for a reason. Well, if that's the case, what's the reason? Okay, if this is the reason, then here I go, God. I'm going to do it. I'm going to make the leap, and I don't know how it's going to work out, but I'm just going to trust you, work hard and trust you. And that's really all we've done. You know, there's no plan to it. We get asked quite often, how do you make it? And I just work hard and trust God. That's the only thing that I can ever think to answer with, because the shows we've played and the doors we've walked through led to new opportunities, you know, many days, many months, many years down the road that we could have never planned. We've just been and then you can look back and acknowledge the stepping stones all the time. And even if it doesn't make some moment, you know, just want to go back and look at, like, wow, I see why that happened. I see why we went through that. I see that's just crazy to go back and look at.
That's very wise for a young person to think that way. Like, how old are you now?
29.
Yeah, you're very young. And when you started, that's even younger. Like, to be able to think that way at an early age, there's nothing new under the sun. Like, what's my purpose? My purpose is to serve. My purpose is to do something with this gift that I've been given, and to follow this path. That's very unusual.
Cool.
I mean, it's great. It's great. It's a great example for people. Yeah. Because it is a mindset, and that mindset will serve you so much better than the other mindset.
Yeah.
The other mindset of chasing things is how you lead to Elvis on pills.
Yeah.
You know, it's my favorite Elvis.
Yeah, man, that was the fun 70s Elvis karate.
Yeah, I love the big karate.
Big Elvis.
I let all the people play along with it.
Would you have wanted to spar with Elvis?
No,
Come on,
I would have
man.
been nice to him. Well, you had to lose.
Yeah, you would have
Spar
made
with Elvis. You had to lose.
I want to see Elvis or Steven Seagal do some stuff.
Well, Steven Seagal is legit at Aikido. Yeah, I mean, he was like the first American to run a dojo in Japan.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he was a legit Aikido practitioner. Now, the benefits and the practicality of Aikido are hotly debated. It's not really a great martial art as a standalone martial art. It's really for samurais to fight against someone with a sword. So if you lose your sword in combat, you have to understand how to transfer the momentum of energy. If someone's attacking you with a sword, you have to be an expert at manipulating their attack and using it against them. But as a standalone martial art, it's not very effective.
See, I thought he had some of those videos where he was like, you just touch somebody and fly across the room.
Not really. He had videos where it was demonstrations. So guys would run at him with a very specific thing and he would flip them. Yeah, but he could fuck you, if you didn't know what you're doing. But the problem is, if you knew what you're doing, you fuck him up.
Yeah.
But he's a big guy. The thing about it is just no one back then really knew what the best martial art was, so you chose one and you got really good at it. You know, that's the thing. When something,
And now the Dagestanis are taking over.
yeah, grappling's been around forever. Yeah, wrestling. But what Elvis was doing was Kempo karate with Ed Parker. And it's clear that he took like some classes, you know, like throws kicks in the air and stuff, but it wasn't very good.
He wasn't a black belt.
Did he have a black belt?
Yeah, he had like a 7th degree or something crazy
He had
shit.
the Elvis black belt.
Yes, sir.
See, I did martial arts in middle school. I did Shotokan karate, and I loved it. And a part of me wants to get back into it, but there's the whole Elvis thing.
He never really
Yeah,
lived
this
down.
is Elvis.
Yeah, dude.
But by the way, back then, nobody knew what was legit, what was not legit. Like these thrusts, like this, they're pretending they can hit him and he doesn't feel it. One of them, my thinking, this is so crazy. Like all this is just fucking
This is gonna
nonsense.
be Brandon O'Connell.
This is fucking nonsense.
Hey, dude, he was on top of the world.
He was. Not only was he on top of the world, he was the first guy on top of the world. That's really the important point. Is that he went crazy for sure, but everybody goes crazy when you get that famous, and no one had ever been that famous before.
Yeah.
There was no guidebook for him to follow. There was no Michael Jackson before him. There was no Prince. There was no nobody. So it's just nobody can handle that kind of fame, especially in the 1970s. Nobody. What was going on?
Blew up at 19.
Yeah. No way you're going to be normal. Good luck. And then you got an evil manager that's feeding you pills, and you're all fucked up.
Yeah.
You're stuck in Vegas. He's gambling everything away.
That's going to be my manager. we pick on Cody. You just met him back then. So he's going to end up being Colonel, bro. One day.
The snowman.
We hold each other accountable.
Well, that's good. Because at least now, for famous people, there's a roadmap.
Yeah.
And you can kind of see where the pitfalls are. You can see, oh, that's Britney Spears Road. Don't go down there. You know what I mean? Like, you can see all the things that people have done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you've seen all the different ways that you can ruin your life and get caught up in the moment. And then also, the fact that you're very religious helps a lot because you don't believe the hype. Right? Like, you believe in power. You believe in something that's bigger and greater than all of us. If you believe in that, you will not get caught in this bizarre mindset that falls many, many stars where they think they're superior to everyone else because they get treated that way. That's the reinforcement they get. Everywhere they go, people are cheering when they see them, people want them to sign things and take selfies with them. Everybody wants a hug, and everybody wants to be your best friend. And you really start to believe because of the information that you're getting. The information you're getting is I'm better than everybody else, right? And if you don't have a lot of personal insight, and if you're not very objective and introspective, you will buy into that, and you'll start behaving and believing like that. And then comes the pills.
Yeah, dude.
I think
Pick
that's
yourself back up.
I think that's where we benefit from like a solo act is that we have five individuals that are going to check each other. We always say the pack will correct.
Yes.
So if somebody acted out, we might let you go for a couple of days, but then you're going to wake up and we have a come to Jesus meeting.
Yeah.
We've done that. All of us have had that at some point in our careers together.
That's great.
And
That's very good.
we always, too, just think about what you were talking about. We think we suck. So, like, the feeding into the I'm better than everybody. Oh, I'm famous. It's like, well, it's just probably downhill for people. They find hobbies and new things to like, especially now faster than ever. People's attention spans are short nowadays. It's like,
Oh, yeah. They
we're on top right now. Yeah, but they'll forget about us.
You're much better off being heavily critical of yourself.
Yeah, I think so too.
I 100% agree. Like, I don't never want to be content with anything I'm doing. Like, I always will have notes for myself. Like, even after we had like solid show or something, I'm like, well, I just missed like 10 notes. And it felt like Guitar Hero in my head. You know, when you and they start doing you, that's what happens in my head. Just like, get it together, man. You know?
It's better that way. I mean, that's going to force you to constantly work at it, constantly try to get better. The people that believe that they're the best already, where are you going to go from there?
That's exactly how we think.
Yeah. We get asked a lot of VIP, what was the moment you knew you made it?
I don't want to make it. What's after making it?
Yeah.
I want to just be there and make it.
Making it to me is like the film where the people hold hands and walk off in the sunset.
Yeah.
That's a crock of shit.
I
You
don't
gotta
want
wake
that.
up in the morning. Okay, what do you want for breakfast? You know, it's like life goes on. And this idea that there's going to be a goal where you're going to get to a spot someday where you could rest, that's nonsense.
That's when you die.
Yeah, take a day off every now and then. Nothing wrong with that. But this idea that you're going to get to a place where, well, I made it. It's over.
Set for life.
Yeah, I did it. That's all bullshit.
Yep.
And if you get really, really rich, you want to get really, 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 really rich. It never ends.
Really?
If you think like that, you know, if that's the thought process, if you're just chasing after goals and looking for this one moment where you can say, okay, we did it, it's never happening.
Yeah, I kind of I say that to people too. Just from the outside looking in, you think like if you've never done it before, man, it'd be cool to get a song in a show. It'd be cool to get a platinum single. It'd be cool to sell out Red Rocks. And once you do it, it's like, okay, we did it. Nothing changed. It's like when your birthday comes, do you feel older? You feel older? No, I feel the same. It's here, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
It's good to have goals. It's good to have milestones. But at the end of the day, I guess the process and the thing that you were talking about, like honoring this gift that you have, that's what it's all about. That's all about. And then recognizing that you're fortunate. And so because of that, you owe it to this gift that you've been given. And you owe it to the people that love you, the people that come to see you, to keep doing your best.
well, we do stray to play on our name a little bit. I think we do stray a little bit from the industry. Because our fan base is a lot of sad people, a lot of depressed people, a lot of people who, you know, were suicidal. So, and we make music for that fan base, I guess. And you're not going to hear that at like a country music festival on the beach.
How do you know that about your fans?
We get messages every day.
Oh, yeah. Tons.
And sometimes they email our agents and stuff. We had one lady who sent us an email saying she decided to off herself, take a lot of pills, and she wanted to go to sleep listening to music. And she was laying there waiting to take the big nap. Our song "Still Fine" came on, and it kind of, you know, snapped her out of it a bit, and crying, and immediately regretted it, and got up and called her sister and told her sister what she had just did, and they rushed her to the hospital and did whatever at the hospital for someone who takes a lot of pills at once. Saved her life pretty much. And
Wow.
Yeah, it's so moving, and that's what really makes it worth it for us, because touring is a lot. Touring sucks a lot of the times, and if we were just doing it to be popular or to be famous or to be relevant, make money, I don't think that's enough to keep me going, because being on the road is very hard. What keeps us going is those stories and seeing how our music at the concert, seeing how our music affects people and helps them in a positive way. And so, I don't know, that's just where we get our fulfillment from.
What do you think it's about your music that appeals to people that aren't feeling good?
A lot of it came from us not feeling good. Drew and my brother Matthew are the main writers for the band. And, they just, our song "Drowning," Drew wrote that during COVID when we were driving for Uber, trying to keep the bills paid. My goal was to make $100 a day for Uber, and driving for Uber in Mobile, Alabama sucks. I'd have to do like 12, 14 hours a day to get that.
You get $100.
Yeah, and then most of the time spent.
That was just 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And we were locally famous at the time, so I was picking up people. They were like, "Oh my God, Rick Strays." Yeah,
I've been.
Really?
I don't want to talk about it.
Make sure to leave a tip.
That's crazy.
I picked up and I was driving a Hyundai Sonata, and I picked up 5 black dudes. They wanted to get in the Hyundai Sonata to go to the stripper club. And I was like, all 5 of y'all can't fit in here. I can only take 4 at the most. So they had to leave one behind. And I had to take them 30 minutes across town. And that's what Mobile is. Everything is a 30-minute drive. And so it took them 30 minutes across town to the stripper club. There's some very interesting people At nighttime, we get Ubers, just so you know.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
And they probably want to talk to you.
Sometimes. The worst was people with bad BO.
Oh, getting into your car with that BO and then leave it.
I'm like
Leave that smell in your car.
I'm like a germ free. So
Are you really?
sometimes, yeah, and especially with smells. So I can't get like a fresh air. I feel like I'm suffocating. And this frat guy got in my car one time, and he was something, and he was going to Lowe's to get like something for a beer pong table. He was getting ready to have a frat party, and had to drive to Lowe's, and he had smelled like he had never taken a shower, and so I was just trying not to freak out. I was just like,
Was that bad?
yeah, for sure, and I was sweating by the time we got out of the car. Yeah.
Dry heaving up front.
Driving 100 miles an hour to get him out the car.
I pick some people up. Oh, people just put too much faith in Uber drivers. I pick up people from the hospital. I picked up a blind lady from the hospital. That's what they do. If they don't have any family, they'll call them. They'll get them an Uber. And I had to help this blind lady get into her house. This one guy, fresh out of surgery, he couldn't walk. I had to get him in my car. And they got him a hotel, I guess, so I had to take him to the hotel. And I had to carry him out of my car and get him in his bed. And I was just thinking, what if this wasn't me?
Right.
You know?
What was an 80-pound lady?
Yeah. Or just somebody who didn't even care. Get out of my car, you know? That kind of blew my mind a little bit, how much faith hospitals put in Uber drivers. It's very sad.
But one thing I found out during COVID, that it sounds so stupid that I didn't know this, but hospitals are private businesses. This is how naive I was. I was like, well, doctors, they go to universities, they do it so that they can become the best doctor they can, and then they work for these hospitals that are set up so that all the people in the city have medical care. And this is like part of the city services. I really believed that. I really thought that. And then I have some friends that are doctors, and they would tell me, no. Not only that, you're incentivized to push certain medications, you're incentivized to do surgeries that maybe people don't need, and you have to challenge your own ethics because you'll be talked into doing surgeries that this guy, you kind of could justify it, but really he shouldn't get it. I'm like, oh, fuck, man, really? And then, I've had friends that left and started their own practices because of this, because they tell you, like, you just, at the end of the day, you're like, why did I go to school? Like, I thought I was going to school because I wanted to learn medicine, because I thought that would be a really fun way to make a and very rewarding. You're helping people that are injured. And then he got just enlightened what the business really is. And it's just,
Yeah.
he got sick.
Instagram Reels is good too, with all that stuff.
Oh, dude, I went down a rabbit hole last night. Just sitting in my bed. I shouldn't have done this. It was like 9 o'clock. There's no reason for me to look at dick lengthening videos. What? It just popped up on Instagram, in like the For You section.
Yeah, dude.
Stay away from that.
I didn't ask for it. I don't know what happened.
How many videos did you watch?
Oh, I watched a lot of them. I watched hours worth of it. It's fucking horrific.
Yeah, 3 inches of hidden penis.
It's not just that, man. It's like these guys are getting these things put in their dick so that the dicks are thicker. Oh my God. See, the thing about YouTube is, you want to see some videos?
Yeah, might as well. We're here.
So, YouTube, I'll pull up my history. YouTube can actually, so the thing is, this guy was like, go through my YouTube video and you can see the actual surgeries. I'm like, no fucking way. And yeah, fucking way. So YouTube will actually show you the surgery. We can't show any of this on camera, right, Jamie?
Why
Yeah,
not?
it's education purposes. These dudes are just digging. They're just digging in dicks, and it is horrific. All right,
Once you get on that dark side of Instagram, usually it's when Brandon sends me reels. Brandon always be finding himself on that bad part, and then he sends it to me, and then I'm 30 minutes deep into feeling uncomfortable with my life.
Why isn't this showing up in my?
I don't really fuck up my algorithm by looking for that.
All right, we don't have it. You guys can trust me. So this is what happened. So I'm looking in the For You page, and it was like I saw this thing that said +2 inches and 3 inches of girth. and this guy's got what looks like a flounder fillet, and he's dipping in this liquid, and I'm like, what is that? I'm like, is this guy operating on a dick? Is this what's going on here? So it's like this plastic sheet, this flexible stuff that looks like a fillet, and he's like dunking it in this stuff. I don't know what this liquid is. It's like there's a dark liquid and a clear liquid, and this guy's explaining he's gonna have so much more confidence, he's gonna have so much more girth than this. And I'm like, no fucking way, you're getting your dick operated on? This is crazy. Like, if you have to get your dick operated on, like, okay, I gotta do this. I can't believe I gotta do this. I got a dick problem.
Some people sign up
I got a dick cancer or something. Like, the dick has to get fixed. I gotta get it fixed. This is just regular dicks that people are like, I'm not happy with my dick. I wish my dick was hard all the time. And so one of the guys, like, his dick was like 8 inches flaccid all the time because he had this fucking tube stuck in there, this fucking PVC pipe that they had stuffed into his hog. And it's just, and so in YouTube, because it's medical, they can show you. So the guy just drops his shorts. I'm like, no, fuck. And this guy's get this Franken penis, and with like, by the way, he's got the head of a little dick, but the body of a giant dick. So it's like, you know, like they got a little tiny body and they popped his head off and put it on a bodybuilder's body.
How do you deal with that on a daily?
Well, this fellow seems like he was getting a lot of play. He was in the rainbow community, and it seemed like he was just slinging that dick all over town, and quite happy that it never got soft.
Quite literally laying pipe.
Yeah, literally piping.
Do you ever?
Oh Jesus, Jimmy!
It's banana. That's a banana.
Okay, all right.
They're showing how they do it.
Yeah. Well, what is this one? This is girth.
See, that's where
Oh, this is a fat injection. This guy was dismissing fat injections. Like, fat injections are nonsense.
Right.
You need the plastic.
I think I would pass out. You wouldn't even need
Probably
to
wouldn't be
do.
awake.
You wouldn't need anesthesia on me.
Yeah.
I'd pass out.
And then one guy they install. Oh, that's
His legs
crazy too.
extending.
Where they break
That's
their legs
wild
and they stretch
stuff.
it out. There's a guy that I've been watching. What is it? Brian the Sasquatch? That's his new Instagram? The guy was already 6 feet tall, but he wanted to be 6 foot, and he's a gigantic dude, like built like a brick shithouse. And he got his legs stretched out like a year and a half ago, and he still hasn't recovered.
Yeah, I imagine not.
But your mechanics are all off.
Yeah.
So if you were an athlete and you were used to having the legs of a 6 foot man, and now your legs have grown 6 inches, like you're.
Yeah, your arms aren't going to be proportionate either.
Well, he had very long arms, unusually long arms.
So does it look proportionate?
Totally looks normal. It looks like he's just a giant dude for him. But for other people, yeah, it looks fucking weird. This is the guy. So this is him trying to jump rope now.
Oh, wow.
It's like he can barely walk.
Oh.
But look at the size of this motherfucker. So he's got kind of like, this is him now. No, he's all messed up.
Yeah.
Like that's why he's got like knee braces on. I'm sure he's confused. Like he can barely walk.
What are we doing to ourselves?
I mean, do you think eventually you would get the strength in the right places?
Yes, eventually. There's a guy, we looked up this one guy who did it. Remember that one guy who was running those athletic drills? But he was doing sprinting and plyometrics. Some people have to, but I don't think he gained 6 inches. This guy gained like half a foot. Look, they're going to get to the point where with CRISPR, they're just going to edit your genes, and there's going to be no normal-looking people anymore. Like all the interesting personality quirks that you have to develop because you got a weird chin, like all that shit's going to go away.
It's getting weird, man.
They're trying to get rid of Down syndrome.
Yeah.
Well, probably a good idea.
That would be terrible.
Listen, I mean, there's nothing wrong. They're sweet people. You know, my friend Shane, he's got family members that are Down syndrome, and he loves them very dearly. But if you could do that, and they could be normal functioning members of society, that would be a better thing.
Just delete that gene.
Yeah,
Manipulate it.
they're going to be able to do that. They're going to be able to do a lot of things.
Then we're going to be birthing super babies once they, like, you know, things usually always seem like they start good, and then they go really bad. And then we're creating superhumans in the womb.
We're at the cusp of some really, really wild shit with AI and with genetic engineering and
China, I read something where they can like they're trying to grow babies in an artificial womb now.
See, that's where ethics gets a little weird, because then you're playing God then.
Well, there's something that happens. There's communication between the mother and the child through the entire time. So are you giving birth to a fucking sociopath?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like this baby is not going to get any love, no oxytocin. There's nothing from the mother. There's no bond with the mother. When the mother's stressed, the baby feels stressed.
Some of the mother's brain, something from their brain that goes into the baby.
100%. There's a lot going. There's communication. And this is why like the mother has to like be up on her nutrients, because the baby's like taking nutrients. The mother doesn't have enough. The baby is taking it from the mother. So it's like the artificial womb is like you're opening the door for Satan.
Yeah,
like if you believe in that, like if you want a soulless, bizarrely unempathetic person, what better way
Maybe
to
that's
have
what
no connection? You know, that was one of the things that happened to Unabomber. The Unabomber, I watched the Netflix documentary on him, and one of the things that happened to him when he was young, he had some sort of a disease where he had to be separated from his mom, and they put him in a hospital with no contact. He had for a prolonged period of time as a baby. No one picked him up, no one held him, no nothing, for a long, long time. And then, as if that wasn't fucked up enough, they entered him into the Harvard LSD studies. And so he was in the Harvard LSD studies, and this was during the MK Ultra period. And so the MK Ultra period, they were doing all sorts of experiments with people through the CIA. One of the things they were doing was a thing called Operation Midnight Climax, where they opened up brothels in San Francisco, and they would put two-way mirrors in, and they would dose these Johns up with LSD. So the ladies of the night were actually working for the CIA, and they would go in, here, have a drink. The guy would have a drink, and then next thing you know is, whoa.
Wow.
And they were just trying to experiment and see. It was also a part of what the Charles Manson family was about, and they were doing all kinds of shit with people where they're trying to figure out what can we do to humans if we can manipulate them with LSD, and they did it to Kaczynski, and we saw what happened with him.
And Tuskegee, Alabama, with the syphilis back in the day.
Well, that was even more evil.
Where they were just seeing
different.
what would kind of happen.
Yeah.
Well, it's still like human experimenting without them knowing.
Yes.
It's a very scary situation.
Well, it just goes back to what we were talking about with medicine, that there are people that are willing to do things to people that are just entirely evil, for profit, for whatever justification they can come up with.
No value for human life.
None. And I think one of the problems with doctors, and my friend who's a doctor told me this, like you just get numb when you see too many people die. You're like it's a very dangerous state of mind, because you just see someone, you're like, well, he's gonna die, and then you go have a sandwich.
We're getting numb as a society of seeing people die.
Well, the Charlie Kirk thing fucking opened up my eyes.
Yeah.
I never expected so many people would celebrate that man's murder.
That is evil. That's
bizarre. It's just bizarre. Like normal people that I think they're good people, and they genuinely think that guy was a bad guy. And I don't think they're right, and I think they were indoctrinated. And I don't agree with everything that Charlie Kirk said or did.
I don't care if he was a bad guy or not.
He's not a bad guy.
I don't want to see him. I don't want to see anybody die.
First of all, he's fucking your age, right?
Yeah.
Young guy, right? And he would go around college campuses and have people, or have discussions with people, have debates with people.
Yeah.
But it infuriated people because they felt like this guy is going against the progress that was being made in society, but which he did not feel like was progress. Like it was a progressive agenda that was being pushed in most college campuses. It's a leftist, Marxist sort of agenda. He didn't feel like that was the correct way to live, and he felt like he had arguments against it, and he wanted, and it was, it's a business too, right? Like he developed this big social media platform because of it. And I don't, like I said, I don't agree. I don't think some of the things he said he should have said, but the fact that people were cheering when he died, normal people, housewives, moms, like fucking people working at banks, people working at various industries, celebrating a man getting shot in front of his kids, in the front of the whole world.
That's evil.
What the fuck is wrong with us?
Yeah, that's evil. I don't know. I think it really made me feel extra weird too, because he was an innocent man. I'll give some leniency, maybe they're doing a public execution of like a mass murderer or a child rapist, something like that. Right. But seeing an innocent man trying to have a conversation get shot in front of his kids, and people celebrate that, it made me feel a certain.
Yeah, it was not justice, but I think people are poisoned by social media. I really, really firmly believe that. I think social media has people completely twisted, and I think a lot of what has people completely twisted is not even organic. I think it's all on purpose, that you're being manipulated by foreign governments, by bot farms, and by various elements, either in our government or other governments, and they do it for their own agenda, for their own ends, and it's dark.
There's a Proverbs verse that, I can't remember where it's at, but it's like, he who doesn't find me harms himself, and he who loves death hates me. And that, if you love God, then you can't love death. You can't love somebody getting killed.
Right.
That's just, there's the line right there. There's evil and good right there.
Yeah.
And so there's no justification for that. And we actually, because we've always made a point in the band to not get political. We don't care what your politics are. We just come listen to our music, come have fun at our show. We don't care. Every one of us in the band, originally, we all have different views politically in some type of way, but we managed to be brothers and, be in a band together. So and I love a good political talk, but lately I've just been so jaded from it. So, and I don't want to ever divide my fan base or anything. How you vote or how you believe is none of my business. We are here to entertain you. And so I never want to use my platform to do that. But we're just, we got so sick of seeing people put politics above humanity. We wrote a song about it in April in the studio called People Hating. And we wasn't going to put it out as a single. At first, we were going to do another song, but after the Charlie Kirk thing, it's just like, hey, we got together and we're like, I think we need to put People Hating out instead for the first single, because we've got to stop killing each other over beliefs and stop hating each other over beliefs.
Yeah, it's fucking insane.
Everybody's race is different. Everybody's experiencing life different, and everybody's trying to figure it out the same as you are. And it's just really weird now.
It's really weird, and it's celebrated to hate people. And that's the weird part. And most of us know that that's wrong. And that's why, when this Charlie Kirk thing happens, there's a giant blowback. And most people recognize, hey, as a collectively, as a society, this is not right. Regardless of whoever that person is, whether that person's on the left or the right, they just got shot in front of the whole world. It's not a thing to celebrate ever. And especially when you're seeing people on the left that are supposed to be progressives. These are supposed to be the kind, compassionate, inclusive people that are celebrating gun violence, execution. That's insane. That's a public assassination. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be against guns and then celebrate when someone's killed by a gun.
Right. Yeah. No, it doesn't make any sense. But that hypocrisy is just a symptom of where we find ourselves, where we're all just, so many of us are confused because of the rhetoric online. And again, a lot of that's not normal. It's not organic. It's not real. It's not real people. And it's not what you would ever get in real social circles of healthy people.
Yeah.
You're only getting it through this very bizarre filter of just text on social media and videos where someone's just talking to the camera, celebrating on social media. It's very strange.
Most of the time you walk around, because we travel all over the place, and most of the time when you walk around, it's not watching the news, get off your phone, and just walk around in society.
Yeah.
It's really not that bad.
It's not that bad, and that is the key. But most people are not going to get off their phone.
Yeah.
And that's what's fucked. Most people are just fully hooked on that damn thing.
You think it's weird now? Wait till all these iPhone babies grow up and all these tablet babies grow up. You've seen the videos of taking the tablets away and the babies are freaking out, having withdrawals and stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're being raised with it.
Our generation was probably the last to not have. I mean, we didn't have technology growing up. We had dial-up internet. We didn't get that until I was,
I didn't have a smartphone. I didn't have a smartphone until I was 6.
Android.
Yeah, dude, but this better.
All right, buddy. Why are you an Android guy?
I've always been an Android guy because I'll give you some. We didn't grow up rich, so
That's my argument. It's just to play around that.
yeah, we couldn't afford iPhones, and neither. I really didn't care. I didn't even know what an iPhone was. I just got whatever phone I could buy.
Text people.
My parents got me the little sidekick. Yeah, so I've always been on the Android side, and then when I started working as a teenager, I saved up and I bought my own smartphone from one of those cell phone shops in the strip mall, and it was Android. I never really got into I never cared, first of all, what phone people have. It's you guys who care.
Oh my God.
This is
I have both. But it's a weird thing in our society where if a kid has an Android phone, they're looked down on.
Yeah,
It's like something like 80+% of kids have iPhones.
man, it was after a show one time. It was after a show one time a long time ago, and I was talking to this girl. This is like way back in the day, and she's like, "Yeah, well, maybe we get your number." And then I pulled up my phone. She's like, "Oh, you have an Android?" I just looked off. Yeah, just looked off.
She didn't like you anymore?
Green bubble. Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah, it's weird.
Isn't that weird? It's weird. It's weird, but it's like it just shows you how easy people fall into tribes.
Yeah.
You know?
over anything.
What we were just talking about.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Even down to the phone. If you have something different than somebody,
Uh-huh.
they automatically don't like you.
When
It can be
the iPhone babies,
religion, it can be politics, it can be the dang phone in your pocket.
when the iPhone babies grow up, they're going to be killing each other over phones.
What about the Android babies? It's the
We
same
just want to
thing.
be left alone, man.
See, this is the identity.
It's a Rebels phone.
Oh, Rebels.
If you choose it, it's a Rebels phone. If it chooses you, it's like one day I'm gonna get a fucking iPhone. I get out of this job. I'm gonna get a real job. And I'm gonna get an iPhone. But the people that choose it, they're the rebels.
I'm glad I married an iPhone user. I'll tell you that. I'm glad my wife has an iPhone and we
Why?
can send cool emojis.
See, you say that. I married an iPhone user. And I don't care if she has an iPhone. You're glad that you married an iPhone user. I don't care that I married an iPhone user. I love her anyway.
I feel like you're trying to be superior over him now
Exactly.
by virtue of
Yeah, Brandon's just like
calling out
yeah.
your superiority complex. He's being superior.
Just can't win with this.
Yeah, now he's playing victim.
He wants to say it's an American company, but they're made in China.
Well, the owner, Tim, what's his name?
So you don't even
He is from where we are from. I'm supporting a local. Now, has he ever put an Apple store in Mobile, Alabama? Absolutely not. Do we deserve one? Probably not. But
It'll get robbed, dude.
Yeah.
maybe the phone should be made in America one day.
Yeah.
But American company.
Well, they made I always said that they made an American phone that had like a little American flag on the back, but it cost $200 more. I would buy it.
Yeah, me too.
Who do you think's gonna make?
Would have the company that started. The problem is that the goal doing that is a long goal. Like you would have to develop the chips. You'd have to have plants. Like Samsung tried to put in they were putting a microchip plant in Texas, and they had giant issues because they weren't getting enough. Like so, all of them don't meet their standards. You know, and a certain percentage of them weren't, and it was a much lower standard than they needed, and so it didn't work out. Like. And you're spending billions and billions of dollars to find out that you can't do it. So in China, they've got that shit perfected. They've been doing it for so long because we've relied on them for so long.
Don't they have as well?
Oh, they have a lot of phones.
I don't know what it's called. They have a special Chinese phone.
Well, Huawei, because they were banned here, so Google and Apple wouldn't let them use their operating systems because it's basically a spy device. But guess what? So are all of them. If you're hanging around with me, your fucking phone's bugged.
Yeah,
You know?
that's always been something that does not bother me personally. I don't have anything to hide, first of all.
What about your DMs?
It's not,
Like
the problem is not that.
Well,
The problem is not you having something to hide. The problem is no one should have access to your private
no, they should
information.
not.
Whether or not it's, bad, that shouldn't mean anything. No one should have access.
No, they should not.
Because it's an individual. You're able to look at your phone, you can't look at theirs. It's a power
Guarantee the government's got everything.
No, it's not just the government. It's other foreign governments, especially if you're a controversial person. Like foreign governments, there's a thing called Pegasus too. All they need is your phone number. That's all they need. So if you're not using encrypted apps, all they need is your phone number. And even if you are using encrypted apps, the government can get into those. You know, when Tucker Carlson was trying to interview Putin, the government contacted him and said, "We know you're trying to interview Putin. We were looking at your Signal app." And he's like, "What?
Wow.
That's wild. You can read my fucking Signal app?" Yeah.
So it's just like the government saying, back off China, spying on Americans is our job.
Well, because of the Patriot Act and because of a lot of other things that they've passed in this country, a lot of it's legal. They're allowed to. They're allowed to spy on you.
I think they can make it illegal. We still wouldn't know.
Well, it probably would be illegal, but it wouldn't matter. They would find some sort of a fucking loophole, or they'd pass some bill. They'd stick it in some farm bill, something. We think like, oh, this is good. We're going to help the farmers, and they look in, they're like, hey, what's this doing in there?
There's some stuff in the big beautiful bill. It was like they were trying to sell some national park land or something.
Yes, they were trying to sell public land. It was a part of the big beautiful bill. Yeah, I was one of the people that was trying very hard to try to get that out of there.
I remember that.
It's fucking sick.
I thought that was illegal.
It should be.
Foreign countries.
It should be. They're trying to change laws. That's the thing. Like foreign countries owning land around military bases. That's crazy.
That's weird too.
Where was? Yeah, why is that happening?
You can't do that in China. Meanwhile, it's around military bases. Yeah, there's a lot of stupidity with our freedom, but that doesn't mean the government should be fucking spying on you. The thing is, in other countries, they just are. Like in China, they just are. And, you know, and the argument is if we want to compete with China, we have to do what they're doing, which I think is insane.
Aren't they about to start, or they already have the social point system?
Social credit score.
Social credit score.
Oh, yeah. So if you jaywalk and they get a photo of your face, and they have biometrics, they get a photo of your face, they know it's you, you think it's ding, now you can't buy a plane ticket. Yeah.
Black Mirror stuff.
Yeah, it's just like that. Well, they're passing that in the UK right now. In the UK, you need a digital ID to combat, ready for it, illegal immigration. Well, motherfucker, you let the illegal immigrants in on purpose. Like, you guys knew what you were doing, and now you're using it as a justification for digital ID.
I just watched one this morning, actually, about it was a British judge. The guy got sentenced.
I saw that, yeah.
For however many years for a
20 months. Social
20
media
months
post.
for a social media post.
It
was about immigration.
It's getting
Complaining
weird.
about immigration. It's wild.
Yeah, it's wild. It's crazy. And, you know, it's the best way to control people, you know, and keep them at each other's throats. Like, bring in a bunch of people that the people that live there don't want there and let them duke it out, and then start instituting tighter and tighter restrictions and control.
Yeah, I see all that happening, and it always makes me wonder. I wonder how it's going to go down here, because we are the different ones with the guns and stuff. I wonder how far it's going to go here before something happens, something pops off.
They're gonna try. They're gonna try, and they're gonna keep trying. They're gonna continue to try, and they're gonna try to sneak it in. And if it's not for independent journalists that call that shit out, we would be in real trouble. It would have already happened. They were trying to institute a vaccine passport, and the vaccine passport would be attached to a digital ID so that you would know. But that digital ID would then be transferred to a social credit score. And then they wanted to do a carbon tax. So they want to do a thing that tracks your carbon. So it tracks how many miles you drive, tracks your purchases, so it tracks how much carbon you're contributing to the environment. It's great.
And somehow paying more money will stop that.
Oh, yeah, that's what we need to do. We just need to tax people more.
Yeah.
Tax people more. It's all going to come and make normal in the end. It'll be perfect.
Yeah.
Utopia.
Farmer with cows, you got to pay taxes on those cows because they're farting.
Well, how about in other countries? They're killing cows. They're forcing them to kill cows because these cows are producing too much methane. So they're saying you have to kill 2,000 cows, 1,000 cows.
Wow.
Yeah, so they control your food. That's exactly what it is.
I remember one of those chicken farms where chicken houses burned down.
Yeah.
Years ago.
Yeah.
That was really weird too.
Yeah, it's real weird. But the chicken houses do burn down. What's also weird is they had to kill a bunch of chickens because some of these chickens had bird flu. Yeah.
Well, hopefully that's true.
Livestock spreading, popping up dead too. Bunch of cattle.
That was a couple of years ago. This one woman posted a video like all this cattle just dead in the field. And they said it was because of the heat or something, but this farmer had just tons of dead cows just all of a sudden. It was going on the same time as the chicken houses burning down, so it could have just been, news adding on to news kind of thing. This is what's in and out.
Yeah,
maybe so.
Cattle mutilations.
Well, the alien thing is just another interesting topic. Like I'm getting there's random times where people are seeing all these crazy things in the sky, and it's like a big deal for a few days, and then you don't really talk about it anymore. Did you see that one thing that lady was filming? She was like, "Hi, do you know Jesus?" The wheels were like going crazy.
No, what is that?
It's like
It's also hard to know what's real.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, see, and the interesting thing about that, though, is that somebody in the Bible described seeing something, one of the angels or something.
Ezekiel.
Yeah, the wheels
in a wheel.
That's what this thing was. And she's like, "Do you know Jesus?" And then the wheels would just start spinning really, really fast. It's like, whoa, man, if that's real, that's pretty cool.
Oh, man. Is this it?
Yeah.
That looks like a rocket.
I can't put my fingers to work.
She zooms in on an orb and speaks to it. She says, "Jesus loves me." She's definitely have an android. Look up.
Yeah. It's gonna turn into the moon here in a second. What?
Well, that's the thing. If you zoom in on stuff, especially stuff through the atmosphere, things look very blurry. Like if you zoom in on stars, they totally look like there's some sort of a fucking spaceship.
It's
It's
like
just a star.
She said, when she said, "Do you know Jesus?" It starts like, starts moving. I think it's towards the end, but yeah, you get the idea.
Yes, that looks like a weather balloon. Maybe it's one of the Chinese Bible.
Play that. Let me hear her say it.
Jesus loves me.
Look.
Oh, you know Jesus.
You know Jesus.
You know Jesus. Jesus is awesome, isn't he?
And Jesus rocked. But if that is real, dude, and that random lady's just filming that,
Well, that is the weirdness of the people that think that they can call these things in. So there's a group of people that supposedly successfully, they sit out and they have this intention. They go out to the desert in the clear night sky, and they have this intention to call these things in. And they're all silently calling these things in. And apparently, it's effective. Occasionally, I don't know how often, but it's not zero. Sometimes these things show up.
who's that guy? He was on Sean Ryan. He's an old man, Chris something. But people go out to his land, and he's like, I can call these things on command, they'll show up, and people go out to see it.
Yeah.
I
don't know about all that.
Yeah, it's hard. You should go to
Investigate.
I don't want to.
People will trust what you say.
Yeah, but the problem is I don't know what I'm seeing.
Well, don't tell anybody. Just go over yourself.
The thing is, like, you don't know what you're seeing. It could be a drone. It could be anything.
Yeah.
It could be fucking Starlink.
This guy's
You have to pay to go do it.
That's a good question.
I can't remember that guy's name. It's driving me crazy. But yeah, he wrote a book called UFOs of God, and I started listening to it. And I'm just terrible about reading books and stuff. So I got like the first 3 chapters in, but it was really interesting. He's worked with NASA showed up at his house.
Here it is. Chris Bledsoe.
Yeah, I watched his Sean Ryan, I think the guy's name is. I watched his podcast. It was an interesting listen.
And so, this guy, what does he think these things are?
They're related with God somehow.
This is what Tucker believes.
Yeah, I kind of believe it too.
A lot of people believe that these things are not from another world, that they've always been here.
Yeah.
They're a part of our world that just don't show themselves to us. Does this guy have videos of these things? Watch this with an open heart, okay? Show me what you got. Okay, something moving. Oh,
There's a lot.
what the fuck is that?
I think you should go out there and check him out. Just don't tell anybody.
That could be bugs. That thing moving across the sky, that is odd. That thing's very odd. Because that's clearly moving.
You see flashes.
But the thing is, it's like you're zooming in, right? So you get distortion, right? So you don't know, and then so it's going behind the cloud. That you don't know what that is.
Space station flyover.
How? Have you seen the space station flying?
Yeah. I've seen it once.
Does it look like that?
Yeah, it's really
It's
slow.
like white light.
Yeah, it's a tiny
It's
little
usually just one, but
Well, the rest of that stuff. Not
probably bugs.
Yeah, that looks like bugs.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Is that like if you're zooming in on this thing, the stuff that flies in between that looks like it's moving really fast and flying across incredible space. Yeah, that easily could be bugs. But maybe not.
If that's the problem.
Interdimensional angelic beings.
Is that what he's calling them?
That's what it says.
There's more. I'll have to see some documentation.
My dad was
Go out there, dude. Wait till the end. What happens in the end?
It goes behind the cloud.
They simply come when we ask in prayer. Countless others were healed too.
Joe, just go out there and see it. Don't tell anybody.
I feel like if they want to show themselves, they should just go ahead and do it. So
Yeah, I think they will eventually. Maybe if it's going to happen.
maybe a lot. Maybe if things get real messy here.
Yeah, we'll find out.
What? Isn't there verses about there will be signs in the sky? I don't know.
Well, there's a lot of verses about the sky and about. I've been into the book of Enoch over the last couple.
Yeah, I was wanting to pull that up. I was wanting to talk about this.
Seema came in here and she was explaining the book of Enoch, and I never really got into it. She's like, it could have been included in the Bible. It was a part of the Dead Sea Scrolls, but
The first half was right.
the book of Enoch is in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
The whole book.
Yeah, and or at least part of it. The problem with the book of the Dead Sea Scrolls, rather, is a lot of it's deteriorated and it's missing chunks and stuff. But
Yeah.
the book of Isaiah is in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it is identical word for word. Wes Huff was explaining that to a version of it that was 1,000 years older, which was the most recent version before they found the Dead Sea Scrolls in the 1940s, which is wild.
That's the book that God predicts his own coming to earth and his own death and all that.
Well, the book of Enoch is the one that predicts that this is what talks about the Watchers, the
Yeah.
sky, and that these gods
Tripping
made
aliens.
humans and created the Nephilim. That is so
Well,
I've listened to it twice now, and I keep going back over it and just rewinding and going, what are they saying? Like, what were they trying to describe? Because this sounds completely insane.
when you get into like because isn't there like Egyptian stuff where there's like men coming down from space and like
Stargates,
Is that-
there's all sorts of weird shit.
that to me is just like fallen angels. It's all kind of lining up in some kind of way or another. These whatever rebelled against God and came down here, men from the sky came down here and were pretty much posing as gods, and many people worship them. And isn't Enoch where they teach them about money and teach them about sorcery and
Yeah, sorcery and agriculture and metallurgy. There's all sorts of like weird. They talk about incantations, and then like how to get out of incantations if one gets put on you. It's like,
And you got to think this is pre-Jesus.
Yeah.
So God is separated from man. So we're just walking around as people, like not knowing what's going on. And these things come down and they're roaring giants and stuff. It's like, I'd probably think it's a God too, for God's sakes, because there wasn't, what was the Jews even a thing when the book of Enoch was written?
sure, yeah, it was. There were
God's chosen people.
the people that argued over whether or not the book of Enoch should be included in the canon were rabbis.
Yeah.
But it's all so confusing.
Is there any explanation of why it would be left out?
Well, they felt like it didn't jive with the Torah. I think that's the reason why it was left out.
Well, I mean, when I say that, like, at one point, the Jews were God's chosen people. Is like they knew the God, the one, the I am, the one true God, and the world didn't really know what was going on, and so they were worshiping gods. And so, like, aside from the Jews, the rest of humanity seeing these things walking around, it's like I'm sure they would think that's a God. I'm sure they would worship that. What else do they have to believe?
Well, if something did come and visit ancient humans, I'm in the middle of this Richard Dolan book, and it's a very interesting book on UFOs. And Richard Dolan is a very objective, scientifically minded author. But one of the things he's talking about is this gene expression. It's a allele that started this gene. It was introduced through breeding. So one of the things that we know is that it came into the human population somewhere around 40,000 years ago. And that all geneticists agree that this was introduced through crossbreeding. So the idea was it introduced by Neanderthals? Was it introduced by Denisovans? Like what type of human? Well, the problem is they don't find that gene expression in any other ancient human. Like they don't find it in Neanderthals, they don't find it, but they do find it in Asia, like in Mongolia. Most people have it. The rest of the world, it's like 70% of the people have it. They think it's responsible for creativity. They think it's responsible for this giant change in the artwork that people started producing around 40,000 years ago. And his assertion or his question, the hypothesis, is that it was introduced by some other species. And this is also part of what is talked about, not just in the Book of Enoch, but also in the Sumerian text. They talk about what happened that created human beings. And so what he's talking about is this one woman that was an academic, I forget her name, but she wrote these books about it where she believes that human beings are some sort of a hybrid species and that we were genetically manipulated to be what we are now.
And I think going back to the flood, because apparently, like every other religion has some type of evidence of a great flood. Yeah. So at one point or another, if God's creation did get corrupt,
right,
that was pretty much the great reset of he had to get rid of all that. And I forgot where I was going with that, but yeah.
Well, they do all have a flood myth, and now because of the Younger Dryas impact theory, we know that there most likely was massive floods all over the earth somewhere around 11,800 years ago.
Yeah, and I just think about stuff like that when they find this skull that they can't link anything to, or find stuff that they can't link anything to. It's like we don't really know what happened a long time ago. We can pretend that we did, but I personally believe there was an advanced civilization way back in the day before all that.
And there's a lot of evidence that points to that.
Yeah.
There's also new evidence that just emerged out of China. They found a Homo sapien skull that's 1 million years old.
Well, it's China.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's an actual Homo sapien skull that was carbon dated to 1 million years old. So that predates what we thought of as the emergence of Homo sapiens by 500,000 years.
Yeah.
And that's just what we found, right? They might find another one 6 months from now that's 2 million years old. It's like they don't really know. We're piecing things together. We're piecing the past together with a very limited amount of information, very limited evidence. And evidence of fossils, it's very difficult to make a fossil. Most fossils, they don't happen. The animals eat the bones deteriorate in the sun. There's a very specific set of circumstances that has to happen for something to be fossilized.
Haven't they found some fossils with like grass still in their mouth? And so they were wondering they found some type of evidence of fossils where it seems like this animal was fossilized instantly.
Yes. Well, not even fossilized, just preserved instantly. Yeah. Like this is woolly mammoths. There's quite a few of them. They think a lot of that was what happened during the impact. So Randall Carlson talks about this quite a bit. There's multiple places on Earth where there's a large number of animals that seem to have died instantaneously. And weird, like with broken legs, like broken mammoth legs, over a large field of them, thousands of them there. Like what happened? Like some sort of an event must have happened where they were wiped out, or the ones that were in this area were wiped out instantaneously. And he thinks it's probably some sort of a collision,
it's a mass casualty of some sort.
Yeah.
I mean, what else can cause that?
Well, not only that, 65%, something like that, of all North American megafauna died off at the exact same time. All of it around that same Younger Dryas impact theory time, between 11,800 years ago and 10,000 years ago. Everything, woolly mammoth, African lion, African cheetah. There was all sorts of giant sloths, all sorts of weird animals that all died off in America around the exact same time that they think this flood happened. And it used to be just complete speculation, but now they find core samples where they're finding iridium, which indicates iridium is very common in space and very rare on Earth. So when they find a layer of iridium, it indicates some sort of an impact. Interesting. That's wild shit, man, because it can happen to us at any moment. You know, there's this guy, Avi Loeb, who's a professor out of Harvard, who is saying that some of these objects that we're seeing in space, they're moving in very bizarre ways. They're enormous. They have much more mass and much more speed. They're interstellar objects. He's speculating whether or not they're alien.
I got one passing by pretty soon, right? I've been following that one.
Yeah, this is one of the ones he's talking about.
They think it's a spaceship.
They think it's something, you know, whatever it is.
For it to come outside of our solar system on this path is just very bizarre.
Very bizarre, but other astronomers say, yeah, but it just might be unique. Like there's a lot of stuff in space they're finding through the James Webb telescope that they didn't understand. So they had this idea of the universe being 13.7 or whatever it is billion years old, but now they're finding these galaxies that were formed far too quickly, like after the Big Bang, and so now they're starting to say, well, this might be an indication that it's quite a bit older, and that maybe it's not 13. Maybe the Big Bang is not 13.7 billion, but that's just as far back as we can look. And as they get better and better equipment and better ways of looking, they'll be able to find more evidence, more information that gives them more questions and less answers. It's really weird. It's like there's a quote by Dennis McKenna. He said that once the bonfire of knowledge expands, the surface layer of ignorance is exposed. More of a surface layer. So the more you see, the more you learn, the more you realize, oh, I don't know shit. And that's what they're kind of finding out about space. It's like they know a lot, but they don't know a lot in comparison to what's out there.
More questions pop up than answers.
Yeah, I mean, it's fucking like
This is wild too. How much of that we were taught in school was like fact. Yeah, you're gonna grow up. Wait a minute. We don't really know what's going on.
I didn't even know there was dwarf planets in our solar system.
Yeah.
There's planets that aren't like regular planets, but I didn't learn about those.
I might have learned that 3 years ago.
It's wild to think that they're
I'm 32.
that they're there and we never learned about them.
Yeah. Well, there's also speculation that there's something big that's outside of the Kuiper Belt. There's like some other planet that it might even be a dwarf star, or what is it called? I forget what they're called, a brown dwarf. But that we might have a binary star system, and that the star might have died off, and it's like in a far outside of our own sun, outside of that orbit.
Wow.
So there's this thing called the Kuiper Belt that's outside of Pluto, and it's a belt of objects, and that's one of the reasons why Pluto got declassified as a planet, because it is a little too small to be a planet, and it seems like there's a lot of these objects out there, and then they found a couple more, and they're saying, okay, it's not a planet, but there seems to be a drop-off after that, which indicates something that is of a large mass exists.
Interesting.
But it's a little too far for us to be able to look at right now, so it's a lot of just speculation. What was that one paper that we looked at once that they had documented a planet out there they were calling Planet X, but it's like the Earth-like. It was like Earth-like. They don't know what it is. I mean, this is the fucking Sumerian tech stuff too, because they talk about this planet called Nibiru that comes within an elliptical orbit every 3,600 years and fucks things up, and that's where the Anunnaki live. They'll come visit us. This is this guy Zachariah Sitchin. It's fascinating stuff. It's so fun. It's so fun, but might be full of shit. In fact, there's a whole website called sitchiniswrong.com that refutes it, but I'm too dumb to know who's right and who's wrong.
It's still interesting to talk about and theorize, you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, the Sumerians had a detailed map of the solar system 6,000 years ago, bizarrely, with the sun in the center and all the planets that we know of in the relative size and the relative order, like the ones that are the right, not exactly the right size because they're so fucking huge, but the bigger ones are in this bigger place.
Yeah.
And it shows this map of the solar system on this clay tablet from 9,000 or 6,000 years ago. Like, how did they know that?
Yeah. It goes back to the advanced civilization. I don't know. I just really think
do you think?
I think it was a different type of advance, like not power lines and stuff like that. I think they honed into like natural energy from the earth. Like I heard something about the pyramids may have been like some type of a power plant because they just had all those pillars go down in the ground. So
that stuff's wild. That stuff's wild. I did this dude Ben Van Kerkwijk, and they've used that same technology to find this enormous labyrinth that existed, but that was also documented historically. Herodotus talked about it, and different historians have talked about it. This labyrinth that's even more impressive than the pyramids underground. And inside, so using this technology, they've found this 40 meter, this metallic, they don't know what kind of metal it is, but there's a metallic tic-tac shaped object that's 40 meters long at the center of this labyrinth. So they built a dam in the 1960s to help the farmers out, and the dam unfortunately fucked up the water table, so this labyrinth is now flooded. So you can't get in it unless they do something to change the water. And, change how the water is channeled or build a tunnel inside of it. But the water table has made it impossible to get into it without doing that. But this thing, because of this topography, this ground penetrating radar, they know that there's an enormous metallic object from thousands and thousands of years ago that's 40 meters long.
Are they actively trying to figure it out, like get in there?
There are researchers that are, but the problem is there's a lot of resistance from the Egyptian government. Yeah, they don't want any monkey wrench in the timeline that they've been teaching forever.
Yeah, I've seen one article. They just discovered some ancient city, and it was like they discovered something. It was related to Christianity. Like they discovered something, Christ is king. But long story short, the whole entire project just got shut down, and they passed a law you can't dig there for like 20 years.
I think you're talking about Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah, Göbekli Tepe, which is in Turkey. They found that by accident. It was a farmer. The farmer was, I think it was a sheep herder actually. He found some stone that was in the ground. He was like kicked at it and like cleaned it off a little bit, and then realized it had a right angle to it. It was like, what the hell's this? Then he dug a little deeper, and then they called in the archaeologists. And they said, hey, we got something here. And then they discovered that there's these concentric circles, and these huge stone columns, and 3D animals. And they've only uncovered 5% of it so far. And they kind of stopped digging because they get an enormous amount of tourist revenue where people want to come to the site, and they didn't want to fuck that up. And, there's a lot of weirdness when you let these governments decide what can and can't be explored. Because through ground penetrating radar, they realize that this site, even though they've only excavated 5% of it, is one of many, many sites that are in that area. And the age of it is really fascinating because this was intentionally covered somewhere around 11,000 years ago. So that means that someone decided to cover this all up with dirt 11,000 years ago, which means they don't even know how old it is. It could be 2,000, 3,000 years old. They don't know.
And it's just weird to just stop finding that out.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're getting a lot of pressure now, so they might start opening up the excavation of it. And they did a lot of stupid shit, like they covered it with olive trees for some reason. Yeah. Like, I think because olive trees are protected, so if they covered it with olive trees, you couldn't dig into the ground, you couldn't remove the olive trees. It was like a way to stop people from looking around.
Interesting.
Yeah, but now they realize that the olive trees, the roots are actually destroying the artifacts that are underneath. So now they're pulling the olive trees, and there's discussions about continuing the excavations.
I've got up on a giant kick one time.
Oh,
it's like anytime the Smithsonian got involved.
Oh yeah,
shut down.
Yeah, the giant stuff is weird because there's a lot of documentation of people finding giants, like enormous,
giant bones,
10, 15 foot tall humans, and then there's also the Nephilim in the Bible that are giants that consumed everything. That were, David and Goliath. There's giants in the Bible, and it makes you think like, okay, is it a giant like the mountain from the Game of Thrones? Like a big guy. Yeah, maybe.
Because people were shorter relatively back then.
Right, but probably some people weren't.
Yeah.
If they lived in some places where they have more resources and better genes. Yeah.
Pituitary gland problems, where we have guys 7'11" plus,
Yep, but this seems different. The giants in the Bible and the giants in historical accounts, it seems different. It seems like it's a totally different species of human. And again, if we just found this guy recently that's 1 million years old, and now we know. So forever they were saying that human beings I mean, the timeline used to be Homo sapiens emerged 50,000 years ago. Then they moved to 250. Then they moved to 250, 300. As they find more information, now they have to push it to 1 million. You know, and if one day they find a fucking head as big as this table, like, what do they do? What do they do about that? Do they even tell us?
I don't think they do.
Why wouldn't they? That's what's weird. Like,
Yeah.
why wouldn't they? Isn't that crazy? But we all agree. We all agree that if they did find a giant, they probably wouldn't tell us.
Yeah.
Well, not until they did their own, figured it out for themselves or tested on what they
know
want.
if they want people to know, but I don't know why they wouldn't want people to know. Like, why am I convinced that they would hide that?
Well, if there is Antichrist on his way, and his goal, he already knows he lost. So his goal at this point is just to destroy as much as possible, get as many souls as possible. And finding stuff like that would prove the Bible more true would turn more people to Christianity or to God, the one true God. Then I could see where if there is like some type of spiritual force that is in somewhat control, then I could see that's the only way I can make sense of it. It's like, why cover up progress? Why not tell people the truth?
Well, I think it's ego, and that might be also related to good and evil in a lot of ways.
Loving yourself, you're supposed to love God over yourself.
Right, and being the person that has the knowledge, the person that distributes that knowledge and is the gatekeeper of it is a very intoxicating thing for a lot of these academics. And if all of a sudden something comes along with, and this is the speculation about what happened with the Smithsonian, that they took that stuff and just fucking tucked it away.
I would think they would
bones.
They would want to have, secretly do their own tests without anybody knowing about it.
I know, but to what end? At one point in time,
Before everybody else knows, they would already have the answers. I don't know.
but wouldn't there be a time where someone would want to, be the guy who discovered it all and get all the credit for it? Like, that's why it doesn't make sense.
To me, if somebody knows God, it is freeing in a lot of way. And you realize that, no government is above you, or no man is above you. God is above you, and you serve God. And if you can keep people away from God, you're that much more susceptible to being enslaved to something else.
Yeah, like whatever evidence or anything that kind of proves that God exists.
Yeah, anything that's going to prove God's existence, I think that's going to be the main thing they shut down.
Right. Like the Shroud of Turin is an excellent example.
Yeah,
That's an
wild.
interesting one.
That's a weird one, man. It's a weird one. There's a lot of people that go out of their way to try to disprove it, but when you get into the dating of the cloth, so it used to be they were saying that it was only a few hundred years old, but now they're saying that the way the cloth is made, the cloth is made that's exactly consistent with the time that Jesus was alive, and that more tests need to be done to find out the exact age of it, because the problem is, like, you don't know, like, what piece they studied, and you're not studying the entire thing. And also the image of it is bizarre, because the image of it, you really only see Jesus when it's a negative of it. And they don't know how that image was put on there. It wasn't stained. It wasn't burned on there. They don't know what caused it.
Like a blast of radiation.
Yes,
Right.
somebody recreated it with gamma radiation, I think. But the only problem, so it would just be, it would be an extreme source of light to do that. The only problem is that would have vaporized, the heat from the light would have vaporized it realistically. Wondering, well, if light did do it, how was there no heat?
Right.
So if Christ did raise and pass through images in the shroud, apparently.
Well, you see this when you see the shroud in negative. Like, Jimmy, pull up the image of it. It's very strange. Like, it shows the lash marks on his body.
Yeah.
It shows his facial features. It shows the holes where his wrist is, where he was crucified. It's very strange stuff.
So
It's like, for someone to do that as a hoax and to just not paint it, just to do it in some very weird. Go with that. Yeah, that one. Weird cursor. Show over that. Make that big. They've recently
they go back and forth.
But the thing is, like, who is the person who's they?
Right. The Catholic Church is who says they've been debunking it for 650 years.
Well, 650 years ago, they didn't even have carbon dating. So what were they doing to debunk it back then? There's a bunch of people that want to debunk it. So what does it say? A document?
Well, they were talking about it.
I don't know. Well, they talked about it being bullshit. Yeah. The thing is, people, I'm sure, called bullshit on it a long time ago.
Talked about ways that some of that stuff could have been done. Sure, but how would someone figure out that 500, 1,000, 2,000 years ago, whatever it is?
It could have been 300, 200, 150,
Sure.
50 years ago.
Well, it's 650 years. If they've been debunking it for 650 years, you got to assume it's at least 650 years old. So the thing is, like, see, it's been dated between 1355 and 1382. So the text, what text?
But you're not the shroud.
What is the text about? Medieval documents revealed the authenticity of the shroud that many believe Rabbi crucified was being called into question perhaps as early as 1355. Okay, well, that means that it existed in 1355.
Yeah.
Descriptive depictions by clergymen. See, it's hard. Deceptions by clergymen. His writings, now considered the oldest written rejection of the relic, predate the previous earliest documented criticism by the Bishop of Troyes, Pierre d'Arcis, in 1389. So either way, we know it's at least 600 plus years old, and we know that the way that it was put on there was not stained, it was not painted. It's very strange. If you look at it like that, they didn't even know that until they came up with photography, until they could take an image of it and make it a negative. They didn't see the face of Jesus in all the depictions. It's like this image right here is like, you look at that, the Shroud of Turin, like, yeah, I can say, call bullshit, whatever. But then you see the negative, I go back to those other images. So this is what it looks like when you run it through, when you use modern photography and turn it into a negative. That's really weird that this wasn't, that they didn't know about this in the 1300s.
Yeah.
A new study says it's something else. So they're going to have studies forever that debunk it. And one thing that academics love to do, they love to call everybody retarded.
Yeah.
Everybody's an idiot. This is all fake. This is bullshit. But whatever that is, man, when you're, just go back to the negative ones. The one that you just had, the one down, yeah, that one, please. That's weird as fuck to me, man. It's weird as fuck that you couldn't see it normally, and you only see it when they make a negative of it. That is so strange that someone would go out of their way to fake something in that way, where it only exists in a negative.
Well, they don't even know how to.
Right, exactly. They don't know how to. They're saying they could reproduce it, but I don't think anybody has. And also, how are you going to reproduce it to so much detail that matches the biblical depiction of the crucifixion?
Yeah.
Including the holes in the wrist, the lash marks on his back, the wound in his side. It's all really weird. At the very least, it's fascinating. I mean, it's really interesting stuff.
To me, that seeing that, I really don't even care how old people think it is, or like figure out how they did that first. To me, it's like if this is
not only that, how'd they do that 600 fucking years ago, or 2,000 years ago, or whatever age it actually is.
I seen one article last year where they found dirt particles that matched, that they traced back to Jerusalem. So
yeah,
it's like I say, they've been debunking it and saying it's authentic and debunking it. It seems like for the last 5 or 10 years now.
Oh, it's very weird stuff.
Where are we at right now?
That one church in Ethiopia that's supposed to have the Ark of the Covenant there.
Yeah.
And all the people that guard it, they all get cataracts and they wind up dying of radiation. You ever heard of that?
I don't know about that, because the Ark of the Covenant was when God the Father's presence was here on earth, not through Jesus. The Old Testament, the I Am was down here, and that's what he resided in. And you had to do all these things to be in his presence, or you would literally just die because, he's holy. To me, it's like lightness and dark cannot exist in the same place, so whatever. But the God the Father's presence isn't there anymore, so I don't understand messing people up.
Well, we don't know what they were writing down, right? The problem with all ancient religious texts, let's assuming there was real events. Mm-hmm. The problem is a lot of these things were told as an oral tradition for 100, 500, 1,000 years before they were ever even written down. And then they write them down. They write them down in Aramaic, they write them down in Hebrew, and then they have to translate it. And they translate it to Greek and Latin and eventually English. You're missing a lot along the way.
when I read these things, when I read the Bible, or if I read the Book of Enoch or any of these ancient texts, I'm always trying to say, okay, what were they trying to document? Like, what was the original event? Like, what actually happened? And forget, the problem is people are bad at telling the truth. Like, human beings, when they see something fantastic, they always add their own little flavor to it. People add their own little thing to it. If they are of their belief, they're going to attach that belief to whatever this thing was. So it's no question these people held whatever that was in such high regard, and it meant so much to them that they, like the book of Isaiah, where it's verbatim, that they wrote it verbatim for 1,000 years. Back when they started out, they were writing things down on animal skins. That's one of the things about the Dead Sea Scrolls that's so fascinating, is they had to do genetic testing. So they're writing these things down on these animal skins, and they had to make sure that the skin of this one is the same cow as the skin of this one. So if they do like genetic testing to make sure it's the same cow skin. So, okay, we got all this skin from this cow, and it's in this group of text, so start decoding it.
That's an interesting way of doing it. That's wild.
It's
I
wild.
would have never thought of that.
Like Wes Huff said, how they used to write things, like they'd leave stuff out back then because it wasn't required back then. They would just write down the basics. I watched that Wes Huff thing. That was very interesting.
He's fascinating.
He's brilliant, man. I've watched a bunch of stuff on him.
Very brilliant. But it's also, again, what were they trying to document?
Yeah.
It's clearly something was going on back then. Something happened.
Did you ever read that story? Somewhere in the Bible, I can't remember where. It's an Old Testament. Somebody stole the ark. Well, some stole the ark, and like the next day, the next morning, like everybody was dead from stealing the ark, and they pretty much said, "Hey, come get this thing and take it back."
Yeah, we don't want it.
Well, that's what people believe is in this church in Ethiopia.
Yeah.
You know, because there's Ethiopian Jews who also, their Bible is the Book of Enoch.
Yeah.
Do we have an image of this?
No, you can't see it. Nobody can get. I say send it to see it.
Yeah, we don't think
Find out what the fuck is in there, bro. Put these guys in hazmat suits and let's
If
get
the
to the
U.S.
bottom
doesn't
of
got
this.
it, it's going to be ours.
Well, you would imagine.
We don't take it.
I
When
want
they
to see
might not know it all.
what would happen to remote viewers if remote viewing is real. Get remote viewers in a room.
We have talked about
You
that.
just got
I
the
know
road.
that it's big on the like,
Oh,
you
yeah.
went down a remote viewing rabbit hole.
I thought it was 100% horseshit about 10 years ago.
Not the
Over time. Oh, yeah. No, the submarine's big. The one that they found, the Soviet submarine they were building, they knew the exact location. Not just that, remote viewers found a downed aircraft that was in Siberia. They located it within a 3-mile radius. They found it. They knew where it was. The United States went in and got it before the Soviet Union could.
using remote viewers.
Yeah, using remote viewers. Like, they've got actionable information from remote viewers. Allegedly.
To me, it feels like it's just to scare the Soviets. Like, oh, we got people with superpowers. We know where the submarine is.
Or they're doing it too.
Or they're doing it too.
Or is this something that people realize that there is a developing aspect of human consciousness, or an aspect of human consciousness that used to exist that we forgot, that we don't know how to do anymore? One of those things.
Yeah.
That's an interesting concept, yeah.
It is, because the remote viewer thing, they spent a fuckload of money on that, and they kept that program going on for a long time. And, I don't know what they discovered and what they didn't. It's unless you're in the room with the people, top secret information, who knows?
That whole Cold War time is also just wild. I see why we would have faked a lot of stuff.
Sure.
On both sides.
Oh,
Just
for
a big
sure.
bluff game of, we can do this, we have this.
Yep.
Andy just started believing in us getting to the moon.
Well, once
That
we
was
went
just like
once we went to NASA in Texas, but also that documentary, the other footage that came out, I don't really know. I could see why we would fake it. I mean, this is Soviets.
Yeah, I
We
can
want to
see
beat
what
them.
you think.
That's the U.S. government. We fake fake anything.
You're
So, yeah,
okay.
I was saying for a while though, before that documentary came out, the sort of, we lost the footage. We lost all of it.
Yeah.
And it's like, did they just wait for technology to progress to be able to make a convincing documentary?
Well, they definitely lost the footage. They lost all the original copies of the film. So all the original film is gone. What you're seeing is just copies of copies. They also lost the telemetry data, which is a real problem. That's with the hard data, the binary data that shows the distance in the craft and how far it was. It just seems fake. It seems fake when you watch it. That's what's weird to me. It seems totally hokey. It looks fake as shit. And then the weird one for me is the Apollo 11 post-flight press conference. Those guys look like a hostage video. It doesn't look real at all. And then there's Neil Armstrong, who gave that very bizarre, cryptic speech at the 25th anniversary of the Apollo moon landing. There's a lot of weirdness to it. And the fact that we haven't been back. There's not a single thing that's not cheaper, easier, and faster to reproduce from 1969 in 2025. Except for the moon landing.
Yeah, it's just weird. Like, if it is true, I've seen a video of, like, something that was supposedly live streamed over there on the news back then. And it was just this guy who was obviously hanging from a cable and had this pathetic-looking Earth under him. Yeah. You know, and it's not at all what actual space looks like now. But this was like on the news, apparently.
Well, that's probably not real. That was probably an artist's rendition or a recreation. But how about the phone call? Nixon is calling the guys. Hey, fellas, I hear you're on the moon.
Yep,
yes,
he's really gone.
I can't even get fucking cell phone service in my bathroom.
Look, it's in 13
for how retro reflectors got up there. Well, first of all, the Russians
really gone.
Reflectors as
really
well.
Dead.
So you can definitely remotely
Can we get a pulse check on
reflectors. The other problem is the moon itself reflects. So there's a lot of weird arguments about that. I can see how you could say, oh, there's reflectors, and that would indicate that people were there. But
show us the flag. Do we not have a? Can we point James Webb over there?
No. That's deep space. It's a different kind of technology. That's just to zoom in on the moon, and they would go, "Why would we do that? Why would we spend billions and billions of dollars to prove something that
there's a white van with your name on it?"
Definitely happened.
So a lot of people that would have to hold a secret too.
Not really.
You don't think so?
No, because it's compartmentalized. It's compartmentalized. The only people that we really
white
know are the people who made the footage, the people that are involved in the filming, and the actual.
Oh my God, man!
Everybody else, you're getting fed data. Okay,
yeah, you think they would believe it's happening?
Yeah. Not only that, when the first time when Apollo 11 happened, they weren't allowed to get a direct feed from from NASA. So what they did was they used a projection screen, and then all the news cameras pointed their cameras at the projection screen. That's why it looks like shit. Like the first Apollo 11 video looks so bad. But it seems like that was on purpose. Like they made it look like shit on purpose.
Interesting.
And if you wanted to gain technological and ethical and moral superiority over the evil communists, you could see why you would make some sort of a rationalization why you should fake that we have the ability to go to the moon. Because the ability to go to the moon is not just scientific, it's military.
Yeah.
It's a military might. Like, we have the best rockets, we have the best this, we have the best. We got the best. We went to the moon, we definitely did it. So it just makes sense that they wouldn't fake it.
And the blow of Sputnik flying over the United States, everybody can see it. It's like, we can put this right above your country.
That was a flex.
I'm just saying, if they were giving people LSD and brothels, I could see them faking.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Most of history, 100%. Most of United States history is bullshit. At least some aspect of it. Look what got us into the Vietnam War. Gulf of Tonkin never happened. Full shit. False flag event. They all throughout history, all throughout the United States history in the 1960s, during the same time where they were supposedly going to the moon, they lied constantly at every fucking turn. At every turn.
And who's to say they're not still doing that?
It's easier.
They are. They 100% are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I know people in government that will tell you, they'll go, let's go for a walk. And they'll tell you.
Yeah.
And you're like, what?
Those
conversations are strange.
One of my favorite things is the pizza ordering at the Pentagon.
Oh,
When shit starts spiking pizza ordering because people are working late.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Very weird. Yeah.
And it just spiked. I saw, I think a couple weeks ago, because I brought it up. I got a notification. It's like pizza spike.
I know. I think we're going to war.
It was at a time. It was at a high that was like Panama stuff, Vietnam high.
Isn't that funny? It's pizza deliveries is what freaks everybody out. Oh, they're working late. They're ordering
And now they just called all the generals together.
Yeah, except that. But supposedly, what they're doing is they want get all the generals together and give them some sort of moral and ethical mandate, like preparedness. This is what we want the military to be.
No more beards and
No
stuff.
more
Keep
fucking
it tighten it back
politics
up.
and no more identity politics and bullshit. The most important thing is be ready.
Yeah.
Be ready, have the best, most capable military that's humanly possible given the resources that we have today. This is what our goal is. This is what our job is.
And they
Which
needed
makes
to call
sense.
everybody together to do that.
But you saw what the fuck was going on over the last 4 years. You got guys in dresses talking about how it's really important to have inclusiveness. It's the most important thing about the military is inclusivity. Like, we had crazy people that were in charge of very important positions, including that guy that was stealing women's clothes.
Yeah.
That guy was in charge of like fucking nuclear waste. And he's running around stealing people's underwear. With lipstick and a bald head. Not just stealing,
children.
he stole this one lady who was like a famous designer. It was a one-off dress, and then he wore. That's how he got busted. He wore it to some event, and the lady was like, "Hey, motherfucker, that's mine! Like someone stole that shit from the airport." And that's how he got busted.
This is a South Park episode.
Yeah, it is a South Park episode. Is it? Is it a South Park episode?
No, we live in a South Park
Yeah,
episode.
we do. Yeah, we do.
It's wild, man.
Yeah.
It is wild, but
If
it's
you're
like
dreaming
it's
about
always been
kids
wild.
and Dairy Queen,
This is one of the good things about Trump being elected and Trump in office is they kind of threw a monkey. They didn't want him to be the president, and threw a monkey wrench into all these things that they were doing. You get to see a lot of these people scramble, and you get to see like, oh, this is there's so much like all the Doge stuff when they uncovered all these NGOs.
That was crazy.
There's an NGO for I think it's every 600 people in India.
Yeah.
You know how crazy that is? There's a non-government organization for every I think it's like 500 or 600 people in India. It's like millions of them. It doesn't make any sense. It's crazy. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Elon explained it to me too. He said, what you would do is you would make this non-profit, and you would call this you'd put a bunch of money into it. So you put like $10 million, relatively small to them, $10 million to this thing, and call it like Agency for Peace, Center for Peace, whatever it is. And then that becomes a non-government organization. And then you get politicians to of money into this NGO, and then profit.
It's like a shell company.
Yeah, and there's a ton of those, and there's so many of them they couldn't even keep track of them. And the more they dug into it, the more they started calling Elon a Nazi. And it's just wild.
But they don't like when the elites don't like when the curtain's pulled back.
Well, that was the curtain being pulled back. That was the curtain being pulled back in a way that most people were not aware. And when I brought Mike Benz in, and Mike Benz laid it all out, and he was explaining what USAID was, or was the things that were too dirty for the CIA to get involved in. So a lot of it was like regime change operations. It was like outlining all these different regime change operations that were all being paid for, and then your tax dollars being dumped into these NGOs, and then people are pulling money out of it, like billions of dollars.
It's the world's beginning.
Why did they stop digging? Are they still digging? Like
Well,
those?
I don't
'Cause I know Elon's not in the White House anymore, but
It was supposed to
it
be a
seemed like
temporary thing.
it just seems like it all just stopped.
Well, you don't hear about it anymore, that's true. But I think it was real problematic. I mean, they did shut down USAID, and they turned Elon into a fucking Nazi. I mean, how many fucking Teslas got keyed, and tires got slashed, and his business was really troubled by it. And so he's like, I'm done. I'm stepping away. You didn't follow my instructions. You didn't follow my recommendations. So what can I do? You're ruining my life. So I'm just going to back out of this.
Go back to building rockets.
So he's just going back to building rockets.
Well,
the thing is, like, they didn't even care that he rescued those people from the fucking space station, which was wild. Like, no one wanted to give him credit. No one wanted to say thank you. They're like, no, he's a Nazi. People I know were calling him a Nazi because he spazzed out and went, my heart goes out to you.
Oh yeah, all the time.
Crazy.
Yeah, someone just took a still image, you know.
He has a chain around his neck that was given one of the mothers of one of the hostages that says, bring them all home.
Yeah.
He has it. He wears it around his neck. That's what a Nazi does? Like, are you fucking kidding me? You think he's a Nazi? There's no evidence that he's a Nazi other than one hand.
Yeah.
That's it?
Well, it's like the whole rights being called Nazis. Why are we throwing that word around?
Well, that word doesn't mean anything when everybody's a Nazi.
Yeah.
It's like, it's so stupid. It's just they overplayed that hand.
It started being pretty strong and having a lot of weight, but now that You know, it's just like they use it all the time. And it's,
everybody's a Nazi, and if you're not, you're a communist. I mean, it's just
the Nazis are real.
And everything's so extreme right now.
The Nazis are real too. That's the part of the problem when you call everybody a Nazi. Well, the problem is that word gets overused, and now legitimate Nazis can just operate with impunity. Like they're real. There's legit Nazis out there.
Yeah, and then they wouldn't even really know what a Nazi is at that point.
It's squirrely. It's squirrely as fuck, and the government just is too big. It's too big. There's too much going on, and you can only do so much to make it effective. And so this administration has 4 years, and who knows what they're going to be able to get done or not get done. And there's a lot of things they're doing that make people very upset, like all the ICE stuff and the raids. And
you see Ice Cube's bus, tour bus. Have you seen that?
No.
They burnt his bus down.
Portland, the Antifa people burnt Ice Cubes.
Ice Cubes
because
they thought it was an ice bus.
You haven't seen that? Oh, yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you on it, but it hit me. I saw that this a couple days ago.
It's so stupid. It's so stupid.
Yeah, right to the ground.
Is there a reaction video?
Oh, I love this reaction.
Bro, Portland is wild.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You guys were in Portland?
Yeah, we actually had a good show there. We walked around.
So happy.
It is zombie apocalypse.
Yeah.
And we were just another one in San Francisco. First time for us going to San Francisco was about a month ago. And we were in the, whatever they call the Tenderloin, and it is a madhouse. There's people blowing up fireworks. Some homeless people blowing up these fireworks in the middle of the night on the street. Me and Drew's just watching them out the window. We're watching crime happen.
Yeah, San Francisco is pretty wild. And then the mayor came out and said, we're making a declaration. No one can sleep on the street. You can no longer loiter. You can only do that. And then go look at San Francisco right now. It's exactly the same. It's just talk.
Is San Francisco where they cleaned up?
The Chinese president.
Yes.
Yeah.
Xi Jinping was in town. And then Gavin Newsom said, well, when you have visitors over, you clean up your house. Like, bitch, why don't you just keep your fucking house clean? Why you got shit on your floor?
100%.
Human shit all over your streets.
Yeah, man. That's the questions that everybody needs to be asked.
But this is the question.
It's possible.
What if I wanted to ruin society and get it to a point where everybody, you needed to control things because it got so chaotic that you can institute some sort of a digital ID and institute social credit score? That's how you would do it. You would. I mean, I'm not saying that that's what they're doing, but that's how I would do it. But what I would do is I would just let people out of jail the moment they do anything, let them camp on the streets, give them money for drugs, just let it go crazy, and then have everybody like scrambling, please take away our freedom to give us safety.
Yeah.
And then boom.
But you can't blame people for asking these kinds of questions when you go to other countries and walk around at night. It's a clean city. It's like, why don't we have this? You know, you can't blame a society for asking those kinds of questions from their leaders. Why did you just clean up for a foreign government to come visit, which is cool or whatever, but you proved that you could.
Yeah.
And then, like, why don't we just have that all the time?
Yeah.
I think there needs to be more stuff directed towards mental health. For a lot of those homeless people and people on drugs, some of them are like mentally ill and
100%
but we don't have any treatment for people like that hardly.
Well, it all skyrocketed during the Reagan administration because they changed the laws in terms of like what you're supposed to do when someone's mentally ill, and they just like let them loose. Let's stop paying for it.
Yeah, we don't have insane asylums anymore or anything.
But then again, you hear stories about
like,
that's not good.
You would hope we'd have some good ones.
But it's just like some people are out there with no family.
Right.
There's like, kids, their family died when they were 18, and they're not mentally able to function in society. They've been homeless for 20 years.
100%.
We need a place for people like that.
Yes, 100%.
I have a very, very close family member right now that's homeless and mentally ill, and that's all I want, man. People to like. I don't know what needs to happen, but we need to get these people coming.
100%. Yeah, 100%. And that should be something that we do spend money on.
I want tax dollars to go to something like that.
Yeah, 100%. Everybody, right or left, everybody would. You want people to get a chance. I mean, the best stories ever are people that they were in the gutter, like living on the streets. Now all of a sudden they're helping people. They run some sort of a non-profit food kitchen, and they're helping people get clean, and they found running, whether it is some sort of a religious class or something that gives people hope and gives people something that You know, they can tell you, like, hey, I used to be where you are, and now I'm not, and now I'm helping people.
Yeah.
Like, right or left, like, this divide that we have in this country, most of it's bullshit. Yeah, most of it is, like, it's engineered.
Yeah.
It's engineered to keep us at each other's throats so they can keep getting away with it.
Yeah, and we keep beating it up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, and doubling down.
It could be like if the president said, "Don't go buy," or something about bananas.
Yeah.
And you go, everybody should have a banana today. The left would never eat another banana today.
Look at this Tylenol.
Or the Tylenol thing.
Look at this Tylenol.
Tylenol said in 2017, we actually don't recommend you take our product.
But to see people,
2017, they said.
Yeah. Well, not only that, 2 years ago, Johnson & Johnson separated from Tylenol. Tylenol became its own company.
oh,
Which is probably like they saw it coming down the pipe. And they're like, hey. Yeah.
about the money.
But here's what's really crazy. A lot of fucking crazy leftist women started taking Tylenol to own AFK or RFK Jr. and Trump. And a bunch of them died of liver toxicity.
Because they took too much.
Yeah. Have you
I knew it was going to happen.
A friend of mine.
TikTok, pregnant women just taking Tylenol, just bite.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Why let something dictate your life that much? You know?
Because a lot of people are nuts, man. A lot of people just don't have any critical thinking skills, and they're in a cult.
And you find it hot.
They're in a cult. Whether they're in a MAGA cult or they're in a leftist cult, they're in a fucking cult.
Yeah.
And they're all in on one side or the other side. And I think humanity exists in the middle. And humanity exists in the middle where you're supposed to be able to talk about ideas. And you're supposed to say, well, what's a good society? Like mental health institutions, like giving people some sort of a chance to become a productive member of society. Like there's a lot to agree on.
Yeah.
We need to find common ground instead of like fighting, instead of polarizing people. And this is one of the problems that I have with this administration is that they're really good at like pointing fingers at the other side and polarizing it really bad at uniting us all and not attacking the other side, just uniting us and bringing us together.
What was the last administration that was good at uniting?
Ooh.
Or has it just always been the best?
Well, it's kind of always been like that. Maybe the Clinton administration, maybe the first one.
Yeah.
Maybe
9/11.
Yeah,
Everybody
was 9/11, but
on the same team for at least a year.
he was pretty divisive. Like, he was
Well,
super divisive for that. That's for damn sure.
It was an
People hated
outside
it.
influence.
But it's like, what did they do with that unitedness? They forced us into a war over a bullshit premise. I mean, it just shows you what they're really willing to do if they have everybody's will. If they have everybody on their side, like, okay, great, let's invade Iraq. Let's lie about
The war
weapons
on
of mass
terrorism.
Yeah, exactly.
They go anywhere with that.
Yeah. That's what I have to do. So it's they hate us for our freedom. Oh, no. Go fuck them up.
And take their oil.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of crazy, but we always fall for it. And hopefully we fall for it less and less every year, but it doesn't seem like it when you see pregnant ladies chew Tylenol.
Yeah, we're in a crazy time. Yeah, and that's what the song touches on. We're actually going to put it out October 3rd because of it.
I listened to the gym today.
To people hate.
Yeah,
You like it?
I love it. I love the whole album. It's really great.
Just jaded on it, man.
Yeah.
Tired of people hating each other.
I know, it's sick. It's sick and it's unnecessary, and you don't get much time, folks. You don't get much time in this life. You get 100 years if you're lucky, and you're gonna waste it fighting ideological battles on Twitter, Facebook. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You know, and you're trapped. You're trapped on your phone. You're trapped checking to see how people are engaging with your latest outrage tweet.
It's like, I cannot, dude. I cannot look at the comments. I think I learned that from you.
Yeah. Go host and ghost.
Ghost, baby.
I just, like, I've seen these things. I know it's all bullshit. Like, he's just coming on here to rile me up. But, like,
David 36907.
yeah. Like,
It's like there's so many of them.
on the inside, it kind of gets to you a little bit. And I just don't.
Not me.
Rather not. Yeah,
It's a comment.
Yeah.
He
I
loves
eat it up. So I'm doing it. Yeah, I don't care.
Really?
I wouldn't be doing this if I cared about people's opinion. You know what I mean?
But you do care about good people's opinions.
Yeah.
You just don't care about the negative opinions.
I don't care about the negative opinions because
Yeah.
I'm doing it for God, pretty much. But I mean, anytime I post a cover song, sorry, nobody will ever be George Jones. I'm trying to be. Just
Right.
sing songs, not that deep.
Johnny Cash would be 9 Inch Nails. You know,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
hurt. It's just a different thing, man. You can enjoy it without saying that. But there's a lot of people that are just negative. And it's why? It's because their life sucks. Do you think Michael Jordan leaves YouTube comments? No, because he's a fucking winner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's really what it is. It's like a lot of our society, their main contribution is bitching.
Yeah.
You know, that's what they spend most of their energy on.
We want to keep it about music, man.
Good for you,
There's
man.
a lot of drama in the world. So it's not trying to start drama with us. I don't even know who.
Yeah.
It's a fake place. You think I'm going to waste my social media? You know, I'm not. Cool. That's what you think.
A few things that we have that really unites us. You know, really does. But you can get people of all persuasions, kinds of backgrounds, just love a good song.
You know, that person. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's weird about social media too is that algorithm, like someone left leaning will have a completely different comment section than someone right leaning.
Oh yeah. Echo chamber. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's really bad because then you think, look, and then when the election happens, you're like, what? What is going on? How do you not think the way I think? Yeah.
Real people, man.
Yeah, I just wish someone would come along as a great uniter, and hopefully they won't get shot.
Yeah. Jeez.
Jesus.
Well, maybe it would.
They
Maybe that's it.
killed him first.
Yeah, they did it back then too.
Yeah, boy, would that be fascinating. Like, just to see how people.
Oh God! Oh God! I believe. I'm sorry.
Yeah, when you were leaving, honestly.
I mean, could you imagine though, like, I don't want to throw shade on anybody, but man, just dying. It's like, oh, God damn. They were right. I know. I've seen myself.
Yep. Just go ahead and walk the other way.
Right. You get to the pearly gates, you're like, no shit. You know? Really? Yeah. And then St. Peter's like, come here. Talk to you.
See, for me,
Dude, I didn't know. If I knew, I would have never done all those. I would have never lied about taxes. I would have never done any of those
a little
things.
late then. I would have to make a stop at Purgatory on the way. That's where I'll be. Make that joke.
Yeah.
I'll be there eventually.
And I'm the only Catholic in the band.
Oh,
So it's like, again,
so believe purgatory.
yeah, but we coexist.
Yeah, we have like a little random Bible study. I love we just talk about the Bible. I pull out my catechism. Yeah, it's fun.
I'm just going to be laughing at you because God probably will send you to a purgatory because you believe in it.
Hey, he might be sending you. We don't know.
Well,
We'll know when we
believe
get
in
there. I'm gonna see y'all in that.
When was Catholicism established?
When Jesus Christ was crucified.
That's when it was started.
Yeah, he told St. Peter, "I'll build on top of you. You are the rock. I will build a church on." You know where his bones are? In the Vatican, underneath St. Peter's Basilica.
Interesting. Vatican's got a lot of stuff. St. Peter's
Just
Basilica.
went for my honeymoon. Insane. It was, even if you're not Catholic, just going there. They have a whole museum. It's insane.
Are we going in Europe?
No, that's down in Rome. We won't make it that far, but
Either way, Rome is pretty bizarre to look at too. But there is nothing. There's nothing like St. Peter's Basilica.
it is. It's like
By the way, how crazy is it that Rome is its own country? How crazy is that?
Yeah.
They have their own. It's a country. It's 50 acres or some shit.
Yeah.
the Vatican. Yeah, the Vatican.
The Vatican,
Yeah.
rather. Excuse me, not Rome.
And you have to wait in line. Yeah, you have
Yeah,
to wait in
Vatican.
line to enter in the morning when we went.
The Vatican being its own country is so strange. And then you get in there, like, it's like the richest country ever.
Yeah,
Like, look at all the art. They have so much
they have
art.
so much art. It's just
St. Peter's Basilica. Whatever you want.
It's literally like you walk in and you're just covered in
You're blown away.
chills. Yeah,
You're blown away. And it didn't take like 400 or 500 years to make. I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
I mean, this was all people with no computers and no power drills. No power saws. Like, how dedicated were you?
I will say that's what some of my favorite memories of Europe last year was seeing cathedrals and how beautiful they are. They've kind of screwed up there at the door.
That's yeah.
It wasn't Catholic.
Yeah. Catholics,
Look at that.
you can enter. Anglican will charge you.
And when you see it, the photos are beautiful, but being there in person, you realize the scale of it all. It's almost impossible to imagine. the dedication and the craftsmanship that was involved in making something so
And there's a whole grip underneath with all the.
It's like we move backwards. How did stuff beautiful?
Good question. The construction methods got much more convenient.
You see it like a picture of a train from back in the day. How like beautiful public train used to be.
Oh yeah, old cars are just.
How about you ever see economy seating from like the 1960s?
I wish I could have like the amazing. They were smoking cigarettes on the American.
Yeah, then on flights.
Yeah.
They were smoking cigarettes in couches. They had big ass seats. Everybody looked relaxed.
Rappers don't even do that now. I mean, they were like living it up back then.
Yeah, they were living it up.
I really couldn't imagine sitting on an airplane next to somebody smoking a cigarette.
Oh, when I was in planes.
It has to be something.
That was horrible. And if you got a ticket like late, you had to sit in the smoking section. So you're in the back of the bus or the back of the plane. And if you had to go to the toilet, you had to go past all the people smoking.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah.
That's economy seating.
That looks nice. Turbulence.
No wonder people are so depressed nowadays.
Well, they did have seatbelts, didn't they?
I know.
Or it doesn't look like they did. No, it doesn't look like they had all their luggage.
You might die.
Well, the luggage is in the overhead compartments. It's still in overhead compartments.
Those are pretty shallow.
Yeah, those are overhead compartments.
People probably grab air.
Do you think that's fake? Yeah, I generated. They could be bullshitting us. But there are definitely photos. I think it's legit. Yeah.
I see one picture.
747 from the 1960s.
Is there like a stand-up bar? Didn't they have like a stand-up bar section where you walk around, go get a drink?
So that's a different size plane now. But it depends on like where you're going and how far you're flying.
There's no overhead stores, it looks like.
Most people look like they're having a good old time though. Those planes.
Yeah, they were actually talking to each
I
other.
mean, like, look at the colors of the seats.
And by the way, the stewardesses were hot.
Yeah. It's like
hot stewardesses.
you had to be hot to be a stewardess.
Yeah, weird.
Also, what happened to fashion? These people are dressed up very nice on an airplane, and now we're, people are showing up in yoga pants.
I don't know.
Used to dress
Yoga pants. Don't be hating on yoga pants, bro.
I should have worn mine, dang it.
But it went well with your chain. And the mustache.
Yeah.
You're nothing but like shirtless, chain, mustache.
I don't know why people
yoga
call me a
pants.
lesbian.
Yeah, the Yvonne comments coming back. People were like, oh, he looks like Matthew McConaughey. I was like, damn, what are you talking about? You know, like, and it was Brandon, and they're like, who's this mustache lesbian?
Well, people will find a way to get you.
Yeah, I don't read those. I just have Brandon send me screenshots.
Because you get in there, right?
Yeah, my feelings will get hurt.
I get a lot of Elvis, like, oh, he looks like Elvis. He's like doing karate. It's just the next thing they'll just have, oh, he's doing karate like Elvis. I'm just like, yeah.
It's a good thing to get out your aggression, though. It's a good thing to calm yourself.
I want to do something, man.
Yeah,
I want to do boxing.
Yeah, do some Muay Thai. Have some guy hold pads for you. If you started out with Shotokan, get some guy to hold pads for you when you're on the road.
Drew's teared down 40 plus pounds in the last, how long?
I'd say about 10 months.
Really? That's great. What'd you do?
I fasted. So I did like 16-hour fast pretty much every day.
Okay. Intermittent fasting. Nice.
And
Just that alone. Isn't that amazing?
dude, 30 pounds by itself.
Yeah.
And then I started working out a few weeks ago, and I've just been doing it like every single day.
Don't you feel any times better?
1,000%.
Isn't it crazy? Like, you want to tell people, I know it sucks to start.
Yeah.
Starting something is hard to do. Changing the habits of your life are very hard to do. But if you could do it, God, you feel so much better.
Yeah. I mean, like, I can't even go a day without running.
Really?
It feels like I will feel bad.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, dude, I love it so much.
And you think about the time where you felt bad all the time, and that was your base state.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people that are complaining online, too. There's a lot of people that they're uncomfortable just walking around in life.
Exercise.
Yeah, they're feeling anxiety and angst. And,
Get outside and exercise.
yeah, just to fucking do something. Do something.
I mean, it will cure a lot of things, just exercise alone. I mean,
What's 1.25 times better than antidepressants?
Yeah.
1.25 times better than SSRIs.
everybody's always, it just so blows my mind, even growing up as a kid, all these fat burning pills and all these shortcuts to lose weight and the Ozempic thing. It's like, there's no shortcut. It is diet and exercise.
Yeah.
Lean
Wow.
mean, dude.
I think for people that are like morbidly obese, like something that goes that big, is
It's gonna be the
it'll help you.
It's the catalyst.
It'll get you started. Sometimes it's just getting started. It's just like getting momentum going, where you're doing something positive every day, and then next thing you know, it's 5 days in a row. Next thing you know, it's a month in a row. Like, I'm feeling flipping good. I really have a good program going on now. I'm feeling better. Everything's healthy. And that's a lot of life, is just having positive momentum in the right direction.
We're creatures of habit. We learn to walk by forming a habit, and good habits.
Yep.
You get to a point where, like you said, I didn't get my running today. I feel weird. It's like, I need to go to the gym. I need to feel a pump or something. Get that habit going, man.
And for some people, it's meditation. For some people, it's yoga. But just do something. Do something. Do something positive. Don't just exist.
I hope that for America, we'll get fit again.
Well, that would be nice.
We need
I
that.
feel like that's I feel like it's shifting. I feel like it.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's
I know
a lot
evidence
of
back
people.
that up, but-
There's a lot of people that are shifting.
Yeah. Well, I think like with our grandparents, the importance wasn't known yet of how important moving. Like, if you don't use your joints, you're going to lose them when you're old. And that's why we have, old people are all slumped over and old. I hope when our generation gets there, we know how important exercise is. And when we're 80 years old, we can still run a mile,
Or just go to the doctor and give you a new body.
Or that too.
Yeah. That's probably going to happen.
Stretch my legs out.
Yeah.
Get some new knees.
Yeah. Just take your brain, download it into a new body.
Right,
They tried the head transplant yet.
They have done a head transplant.
Did it work?
Yeah, no. The person died, but they kept him alive for a short period of time. They did it to a dog.
Yeah,
The dog. And I think they did do it to a son.
The Nazi video of the dog is weird.
Yeah, I mean, Nazis trying a lot of shit. They experimented with a lot of shit. That's what's really dark, is there's a lot of like medical experiments we found out through the
Nazis,
Yeah.
like spreading to the wall to see how GI tracts work. And yeah,
Like they're cooking on people's brain while they're still
sick
active.
people.
Smelly room, dude.
Oh yeah, I would imagine.
well, with genetic engineering, hopefully they don't have to do any of that. But it's going to be weird if you could just choose your body. Yeah. Like everyone's going to look beautiful, looking like Thor. So that Chris Hemsworth's walking around the world, it's going to be very strange.
At that point, God's just going, all right, that's it.
Yeah.
Pull the plug, let's go.
Too far.
Yeah, maybe.
My wife are looking into IVF right now, and they're like, you want to pick a gender?
You can do that.
Yeah. I mean, if you had your choice, what do you want to pick? And I was like,
That's something you gotta. I'm gonna need a week.
And why are you looking into IVF? Why are you doing that?
so my wife has scar tissue, and so she had a mass on her one of her fallopian tubes.
Oh, so they have to do it this way.
So
Well, seeing that way, medical science is brilliant.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it would be cool if that was covered by insurance.
Yeah, it would be.
there's a program called Carrot now that runs through our insurance that you can do it on.
Oh, wow.
So it'll be cool. I
It's
think
not expensive though, right? It's like $30,000 a shot.
something like that.
It
Yeah.
doesn't always work the first time. You have to try it again.
Yeah. But my wife puts it as, your baby's just taking the scenic route. There's a lot of people feel funny about getting IVF, but it's like there's nothing wrong with IVF.
Listen, if it allows you to become a parent, it's the most rewarding thing in life. To become a parent, to me, at least, changes everything. Changes your whole life. Changes your perspective on things. Dave Chappelle said it best. He said, "It didn't just change the amount of love I had; it changed my capacity for love."
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you can give that to people, that's beautiful. Yeah. Especially there's a real population collapse problem.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah, in a lot of countries, it's real serious.
There's some countries where it's not. There's some countries where they're overproducing. It's like, isn't England like below the rate they need to be?
Yeah. China's real bad.
Isn't China's upside down?
I don't know. I don't know what Japan or China is, but I know Japan has a real issue. South Korea has a huge.
It's funny. I wonder why it's the Asian countries.
They work hard. They're busting their ass all the time. They don't have time to make kids. I mean, if you're like super dedicated to work and super disciplined, and South Korea in particular, is a very disciplined culture, very hardworking culture. So if they're career oriented and disciplined, those are the type of people that have less kids.
I'd like to see where they're the highest and where they're the lowest, and see, is it like Europe? Is it Northern Europe producing more children?
I've seen a map of it. I can't remember what, but
Is that poor countries?
it's kind of
There's a
scary.
lot of poor countries.
Yeah. Because that's how a culture disappears over time. Is low birth rates.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. So gay part, get an IVF son.
I believe this.
That babies. Any more we should cover? We good?
I mean, I think the single coming out October 3rd was all I wanted to make sure I talked about. We've talked about a lot.
You guys are fucking great. I enjoy you very much. Listen to you guys all the time in the green room. You're in the green room playlist at the mothership.
And yeah,
So we love you guys.
you gotta come catch the show sometime,
I'd
man.
love to.
Did I tell you the story, the Kill Tony story?
No.
So our first time, 2024 was a wild year for us. Like we got into Kill Tony, we were loving it and watching it, and then a couple months later, it's like, you guys want to go see Shane Gillis? And we were like, yeah. They got us, like, they pulled us up backstage, and as soon as we get out of the van, Tony's sitting there smoking cigarettes. He's like, hey, what's up, guys? You know? And so we were starstruck immediately, and then met Shane, and we kind of felt like Shane knew who we were, so we think he slipped him to look us up and come out.
It's like, you guys just had a number one hit. Congratulations. So you come back to the Google Club.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, man.
Well, that was just incredible. And then, like a few months later, we get to go to Kill Tony, and that was just another mind-blowing, incredible. Oh my God, what is happening? And they were, hey, somebody was like, Brogan wasn't going to come out tonight, but he wants to meet you guys. So, you should have come out and meet you, talk to you guys. Cool, man. We get a little nervous, a little freaked out, and we were at Mitzi's, hanging out with Hans, Cam, and all those guys, and then turn around, and there you are, standing there. Yeah, there he is. And you were standing there talking to people, though.
Yes. He's walked in the door.
And me and Andy were sitting at the bar, and I was like, all right, I'm going in. I was like, no, man, just wait.
I was like, you want to talk to him? I'm just going to send it, buddy. I'll leave this for you. This is my friend Brad.
Yeah, let it happen naturally. And so I was sitting there waiting on my time to strike, and I turned around to talk to somebody, and I turned back around where you were, and you were going home. So I was like, I felt like just the biggest hammer drill time. I was like, dang, man. I felt extra bad because I was told that you wouldn't want to come out, but you were coming to meet us, and I felt like we just sat there and ignored you. So
No, I didn't know you guys were there.
okay,
I did come out to meet you guys, but I got swarmed, and it was just like, I get weird sometimes. I'm like, gotta go say
It was
get out of there.
You had like 6 people you were carrying a conversation with at one time. So
Yeah.
we weren't about to be on top
no,
of that.
well, we know we will cross paths when times
We
needed.
did it.
I saw you also, and I missed my chance again at UFC in December
Which one?
in Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you were commentating, and we were across from you on the other side of the arena. Theo was sitting behind you, I think. We were on the direct other side. Incredible experience. Oh my God.
This is the first time you guys have ever been?
Yeah, and Theo actually, he got an extra ticket to Super Slap, and he invited me out of that.
Oh, Power Slap.
Power Slap, yeah.
Odd sport.
Yeah, that won't be around for a long
That is
time.
a CTE.
Yeah,
Playground.
Yeah, a factory.
Rain damage is coming.
It's a CTE farm. I don't get it. It's not my thing.
It seems so bad for you to just. I mean,
100%.
100%. Obviously.
100% terrible for you.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I mean, they're concussed.
100%.
And it's standing right back up there to get hit again.
Yeah.
I mean, has there been a second impact syndrome case yet in Power Slap?
Power Slap's only been around for a couple of years.
Oh shit!
Dana's going to be paying the money to like keep the studies away. We got to keep this going.
I just don't like it. I don't know why people like it, but I do watch it. If somebody sends me a video and I watch some guy get slap KO, I will watch it because I watched 2 hours or an hour of fucking dick operations last night.
How do you feel about like bare knuckle?
That's different. I mean,
It's dangerous, but
it's dangerous. It is skillful. It's like there's guys that are really good at it, and guys that avoid being hit, and guys that are just really durable and they make their mark in that. Like, look, if you can punch someone with regular gloves, why can't you punch someone bare knuckle? It's probably better for your brain because you can't get hit as hard. Slightly.
Man,
They're not standing there just waiting for it.
You get a lot of
that connection though, when they hit, you don't have a glove on. You see You see
blood.
them.
Yeah,
You see the shock it puts through you.
The noise power slap makes in real life is uncanny. It's weird. When you hear that in real life, it's like I've never heard a noise like that before, and that was on somebody's face.
not good.
Yeah.
Not good. And KO'd, and then their head slaps the table, and then they fall backwards stiff. And like, I don't like
It
it.
felt weird. I was like watching a cockfight or something.
Exactly. Yeah. But hey, you know, you sign up.
Yeah.
You want to do it? No one's forcing you. Do whatever you want. You want to ride bulls? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Flip bikes. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, some people
Want to Knievel your way through life?
After that, though, we got to meet Dana, and he hooked us up with the flight tickets.
Oh, nice.
I seen you, and then say, "Oh, this will be my chance." And afterward, we left seats, and then we were going out, and then you immediately stood up and walked right in front of where I was sitting.
All right, it's the White House thing.
Supposedly.
Yeah, there's a concert aspect to it.
Really?
We're gonna burn it in the bucket.
Really?
Supposedly.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Who's supposed to perform so far?
I don't think anybody yet.
Oh, I didn't even know there was a concert aspect to it.
That's what we've heard. Our agents heard at least.
Interesting. This is the first I've heard of it. That makes sense, though.
Some players sad music for
Yeah. Heck yeah.
I thought it was sad.
Ruin everybody's
We
buzz.
call it
It's
sad boy summer.
emotional. It's emotional music. I don't think it's sad. It doesn't make me sad. White House thing's gonna be nuts, but listen, man, that's June. So long from now, who the fuck knows what's gonna happen in this wacky world between now and June? The aliens would have already landed.
I can't wait to see the card though.
Oh yeah.
I hope it happens.
Well, he's gonna try to put together the greatest card of all time. I know that. So they're gonna try to get as many insane fights as they can.
Before people come jumping on us for that, it's like it'd be an honor to play at the White House, period, no matter who's in office.
Yeah.
It's like, what happened to just being able to go and meet the president without being...
It should be cool.
It should be a cool thing.
It shouldn't be
I
polarized.
like Trump, but I also like to meet Obama. He seems pretty dang cool.
Yeah, that would be cool. Just going to the house would be a big honor.
Yeah. Sure. Well, hopefully you guys can.
Yeah, we'll see. Who cares?
Just keep kicking ass. You'll get there.
We'll see. I don't know.
Hopefully less polarizing comments
Yeah.
by the time you get in there. But thank you for being here. Appreciate you guys very much, and thanks for making awesome music. It's been fun to meet you.
Awesome.
All right. Next day straight. Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night.
This was a book I read 11 years ago.
Oh, okay. I haven't gotten that one before.
Yeah. It compares, well,
We're up.
yeah, it compares the DMT state to the state of prophecy in the Hebrew Bible.
Do you think they're the same thing?
Well, the phenomenology is pretty similar. Like if you read chapter 1 of Ezekiel, there's flames, and there's angels, and there's wings, and there's eyes in the back of wings, and there's whirring sound, and blue ice above the person that flies through space. Yeah, quite psychedelic.
Wheel within a wheel.
Right.
The description of the things that people usually they try to say that it's some sort of a UAP. That's the common thing people like to say, right?
Well, it could be.
Which also might be connected.
Could be a DMT vision, though.
Well, easily.
Yeah.
Well, you know the guys out of Jerusalem that think that the whole burning bush thing was DMT.
Yeah. Well, that was the first theophany of Moses.
Yeah.
First time he had a prophetic experience. Yeah, and
I mean, it's like that's what it is. It's literally a plant that has high levels of DMT, and if you burned it and smoked it, it's kind of crazy that that's the way it comes. I mean, I just I really applaud you for learning ancient Hebrew so you could go back and read it in the original tongue, which is really fascinating. Did you say it took like 16 years to learn it?
That prophecy book took 16 years to write in Hebrew while I was reading it, during the writing. Well,
It's amazing.
What's cool is the Hebrew word for bush, burning bush, is the same as Sinai, not Sinai.
Really?
Yeah.
The word's the same?
The same word. The thing about the Hebrew language, at least for biblical Hebrew, is every word is based on a 3-letter root. So the word for bush contains those 3 letters, and the word for Sinai contains those same 3 letters.
And how is that significant? Like, you could have that. I'm sure there's English examples of 3 letters that are similar but completely different meaning. Like, why those 3 letters as a root connect these words uniquely?
Well, it could be that bush grew on Mount Sinai. And that was the significance of the location of the burning bush.
Oh, I see. So it was literally named after that experience.
Could be. Yeah. Well, you're talking about the acacia bush, which releases DMT.
Yeah.
When it's burnt.
That's very common in that area, right?
Yeah. In fact, there's a plant is a weed called Paganum harmala, which also grows in that part of the world, and it contains beta-carotenoids, which are the compounds responsible for making DMT, for making ayahuasca orally active. So they have their own ayahuasca plants available in tandem there.
Isn't it bizarre that you saying that to many people listening sounds utterly crazy? Like the proposition, just proposing that these people that were writing these things down a long time ago, these experiences, they were probably experiencing some sort of psychedelic state, and they were trying to describe it.
Well, in thinking about psychedelic states back then, and in the prophetic literature, you can think of visions as being generated from the bottom up. You take something. In the model of the Hebrew Bible, anyway, it all comes down from God. So it's a top-down, a causal relationship between the source of the visions and the visions, as opposed to them being generated by taking something. It's exogenous DMT versus endogenous DMT.
And if we try to, what is the difference, for your interpretation? I know you have read the English version of the Bible, but what is the difference between learning ancient Hebrew and reading it in the source language? What was it like for you? What made it different?
Well, it might be helpful to even go back to why I started reading the Hebrew Bible, of all things. Yeah. Well, when I was doing my DMT work, I was really involved with the Zen Buddhist community. That I started affiliating myself with, learning from. And that was the spiritual approach I took to the DMT work. I was expecting it to be consistent with the Buddhist enlightenment goal, with no form, no thoughts, no sense of self, anything like that. So that was the expectation that I took in with me when I was doing those studies. Would people have those kinds of experiences, just being given DMT without any other trappings? Expectation, just go in there, tell us what it's like. So instead of that, it was DMT. It was full of content. People were interacting with it. Their sense of self was maintained, which was not at all consistent with the Buddhist model that I brought to bear. So that was going on. Okay, Buddhism's not quite holding up to the data. And then my Buddhist community and I parted ways over the psychedelic work. They thought it was promoting a diluted idea that psychedelics can be spiritual. So there were some personal issues as well that led to something that was different than the Buddhist model. So I'm Jewish. I was wandering around the Age bookstore and found a very cool book called The Kabbalah of Envy by Milton Bonder. And it's a very short book. He starts describing between a grudge and revenge and envy and jealousy, very subtle ideas about how to relate to the world. And it came from the Jewish model, from Jewish philosophy, Jewish psychology. So I thought, oh, interesting. Maybe there's something in my own tradition that was more consistent with the DMT effect and also was more personally relevant. So I started to read the Hebrew Bible and then just went down this huge rabbit hole. So when you're reading it in Hebrew, you're reading words that are derived from three-letter roots, and those roots may have a huge range of meaning. There's something, for example, could cause a sin, and something could remove a sin just by an extra dot in the middle of the letter. So it can really kind of bring you closer to the kind of large-scale way of looking at the text. It isn't just B follows B follows C. There's a diffuse spin of A, then there's B, and then there's C. There's a clumsy interaction. Which are a lot more fluid than would be a straightforward English rendition.
Did you get to a point where you could think in that language? Are you fluent enough in it that you could, or are you just interpreting it? How good are you?
There's a lot of ways to interact with the text. So the first thing that came to mind when you were asking that is back in the day I used to spin fleece into yarn and then weave the yarn into rugs. I spent after I stopped the DMT work, that's all I did for a year.
Just make rugs.
Yeah, just spin wool and make rugs. Yeah, so there's a part when they're building the tabernacle in the desert. The Hebrews had been led out of Egypt by Moses, and they're in the wilderness. And they're building this tabernacle to house the ark. And the women are spinning right from the goats. They're spinning the hair from the goats right into yarn without first shaving them. Right. And I was spinning all that at the time myself, and it felt like I was back there. I was back there spinning.
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that.
Well, I was spinning yarn from a goat, right? And I was in the mind of the person spinning it back then.
So you just put yourself into that state while you were doing it, and that's why you enjoyed it?
Well, it was like a resonance between me spinning, wherever I was living back then, and just being in a trance with the spinning and identifying fully with someone who's doing the spinning, way back when, straight from a goat. Yeah, it was what was it? It was a trance. It was a movement into somebody else's consciousness, distant past.
And you actually felt when you were doing this like you were a person that was living back then. What else changed about how you were thinking, other than the fact that you're making clothes? What were the other things that made you like a person back then?
Well, it's very cool. I mean, I was spinning the yarn for the tabernacle, which was going to house the ark of the covenant, 10 commandments, and all that. It's a very rich world, and I think that's the first time I really saw, at least my whole person anyway, that could identify with this scene you described. And I think that comes from really understanding the language and how ambiguous it can be.
One of the great things about language is being able to talk to people in it. How many people can you talk to in ancient Hebrew? Is there like a chat group where you guys get together?
Well, there's modern Hebrew now, which is in Israel. And it's based on.
Is it the same as ancient Hebrew?
It has a lot of the same three-letter roots, and the words are the same. Shalom means shalom means hello.
What are the differences between like ancient Hebrew and standard Hebrew?
Modern Hebrew, yeah. I tell you, I don't know much about it. Or I don't know much about Hebrew. When I was a kid, I went to Hebrew school and learned modern Hebrew, but it's really, without speaking it, you forget it.
I'm in the middle of an audiobook of the Book of Enoch, and it's one of the wildest things I've ever listened to in my life.
It's weird.
Oh my God, it's so weird. When you realize that a lot of the people in the Book of Enoch are also in the Bible, and that it's one of the craziest stories. It's one of the craziest origin stories ever. That angels came down and bred with humans and made giants. Right? The giants destroyed the earth. Like, what is this story?
It's mostly Hebrew. It's the story of what led to the flood. Yeah, the sons of Elohim.
What a strange concept that angels came down and bred with humans.
That's a very weird idea. Well, there's different ways to look at translating B'nai Elohim. It might be, the first word, B'nai, means the sons of. So it kind of revolves on what's the meaning of Elohim. So it could be God with a big G. It could be God with a small g. It could be angels. It could be dignitaries in a government, like judges. Yeah, so the less far out kind of interpretation of that phrase or that term is, the sons of the mighty, the sons of the judges, the sons of the renowned people, as opposed to the sons of angels, or the sons of God.
Okay, so how do you interpret the Watchers? What do you think that could be?
I think, they're not mentioned in the Hebrew Bible. They are mentioned in the Book of Enoch. That's the crazy book, isn't it?
It's crazy.
I started reading it, and I said to my wife, I can't handle this. It's too much.
Because if that was left in the Bible, if they decided that was like part of the canon, that would change everything.
Well, in what way?
It's the craziest story ever. That these things came down and bred with humans and created giants, and the giants destroyed and consumed everything.
Yeah, the giants.
And consumed each other. Like,
bloodshed.
What kind of kooky story is this? Like, what is this?
Well, it's the reason for the flood.
Right.
And all that.
Yeah.
Things just got so bent up, so that changed my mind. There's the flood.
It's like the further you go back, the crazier the story gets.
I know. Well, the Book of Enoch was written maybe 125 BCE. So it's pretty old, but some of the stories that originally, or the origination of some of the stories in the Hebrew Bible, go back, 10,000 years perhaps.
Wouldn't you love to be a fly on the wall 10,000 years ago to know what were you guys writing down? What really happened?
What really happened? Well,
it seems like for sure something happened.
But
whatever the whole Jesus Christ thing was, it seems like that was a real event.
Right, as opposed to the flood.
The flood seems like a real event too. Don't you think the flood was a real event?
What about?
I think the flood was the Younger Giants' impact. I think likely, obviously. I don't know what I'm talking about, but my inclination is to believe guys like Randall Carlson because it's a very compelling narrative. What he's saying is, we passed through a comet storm. We have this particular time, and there's been times in history where we've been hit. And it's very likely that this time period, this Younger Giants impact time period, that could have been the end of whatever civilization existed at the time. And what we are is a rebuilding of it. We just kind of forgot about it. And it doesn't make sense that you could forget like how they built the pyramids, but they did. Like it seems like they were advanced people at one point in time. Yeah, something horrible happened, and then it took a while for. And we're the direct linear progression of the people like from Mesopotamia and Iraq and all that. That's us now. But before that, there was probably something really wild.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the text of the generations from Adam to Noah, you know, what civilization was like in the beginning and the time of the end. Yeah, I mean, it became filled with violence, and God just said, "Forget." Yeah, so that's one way of looking at the younger guys, I suppose. It's what it looks like when God changes his mind.
Sure, that also could have been like the Yucatan impact, right? God's like, we can't get into it with these fucking dinosaurs everywhere. Just boom.
Yeah.
I got tired of lizards running the world for a couple, like maybe gave it a couple 100 million years, figure it out, guys. And then they have to reset.
Yeah, what comes after us now? In 200 million years.
I think it's most likely digital.
Yeah.
I think we're transferring what the idea of what a life form is. What does a life form do? We want to think that it has to be just like us. And I don't think necessarily that's true. I think we might be giving birth to something we didn't anticipate would be a life.
Yeah, a very cool book I try to mention as often as possible. It's called The First and Last Man by Olaf Stapleton. And he talks about 19 species of man. And this is the first one. The story spans 2 billion years. It's this huge story. Yeah. And it's mostly through genetic engineering. Making people bigger, smarter. Like brains that occupy a football field. That's one of this species of man. Yeah. So his thought is it occurs biologically, through genetic manipulation.
Just over time, naturally.
After a while, it gets steered. Yeah. Let me think. Yeah. It's all basically based on what people are and what people want. So there's one species that instead of love as kind of the core value and feeling, they have hate as their core value and feeling.
You just can't wait to hate.
Yeah. And that's one of the species that kind of goes through
Wow.
a period of rise and then decline. At least it just couldn't sustain itself.
Well, you gotta wonder, like, how long this is. If AI really is a thing, it really is a life. We've got to make a compelling argument why AI is bad and we are good.
Yeah,
because if people say, if you really want to be ethical and moral, this is a horrible take, but if you really want to be ethical and moral, like people are like uniquely terrible. Like if we just gave in and became digital life, we could ensure there'd be no more suffering.
How can you know that?
You can't. You can't know if a vaccine is safe and effective. You can't.
You just have to try it.
You gotta try it.
See what happens.
I think a bunch of people try it. I don't know how much further like biological people can go while we're making digital people way better than us at basically everything.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's too far away from being a reality.
The way I try to follow it is through a biblical lens.
Really?
Yeah.
What chapter are we in right now?
Yeah. Well, good question. You read the prophets like Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel. They just rage against the machine. I think it goes pretty far back. So what's good and bad? What's right and wrong? How do we decide that? That's what I like about the Bible. Obviously, I can make up my own mind about things, but it's nice having that kind of an option, that kind of a tradition to refer to when deciding what's good and bad, and what you should do and what you shouldn't do.
Yeah.
There's supposed to be over 600, there are translated commandments in the Hebrew Bible, but and those are what you do to live happily and attain a spiritual state close to God, perfect a state of prophecy. There's a certain description of the world and how to interact with it, which is intended to have certain effects and discourage other decisions. So this is good, this is bad, in terms of this will increase things in your life that are good, and this will decrease them. It's a very interesting description of cause and effect. That's the way I see those so-called commandments. They're more of a description of how things are run. If you do this, then that'll happen. If you do this, then that'll happen.
Do you think that they were directly given to us by a God, or do you think that this is just the memories of how to keep society together that they have just eventually written down?
Well, yeah, that's a good question. Does it come from outside of you or from inside of you?
Right.
Yeah. If it's available inside of you, but hidden away, then prophecy, or really you're getting it correctly according to the text, would just be an uncovering or stimulation of what's already inside of you, as opposed to,
That's you can achieve some sort of a state.
This information latent, coming in the DNA or whatnot, or it comes down from a higher source.
But so like when you're interpreting stories in the book, like Moses and the Ten Commandments, how are you? Are you imagining this event happening, or are you imagining what were they trying to record? Like, what were they trying to remember? Because it seems like by the time they're writing it down, it's quite a bit after the actual event, for the most part, right? So, what do you think they were? What do you think they were actually describing?
Well, we talked about this briefly last time I was here, was if I believed in the reality of the Hebrew Bible, did those things really happen?
Right.
Yeah. And so there's a really consistent worldview and so on. And I started thinking about it as well. I started thinking about it as comparable to the DMT state. When you're in the DMT state, it's just there. And it's very consistent, very real. Things happen there. And so I think the early, I think what happened early on in the encounter in the Bible was like the DMT world. It was a parallel level of reality, which was happening. And then slowly it began to see, it began to segue into this reality. For example, the destruction of the first temple or the second temple, David's reign, Solomon's reign, the kings after them, the division of the land into two countries. That is historical, but before that it was also historical, but it was occurring at a completely different, independent level of reality. Does that make any sense? It's a cool way to look at answering the question, how much of this is real, especially from early on.
I see what you're saying, but it's just, it's always like, it seems like an interpretation of what happened. What were these original events? Like, what was Adam and Eve? What was that? What was the Garden of Eden? There's so many of these stories where I would be fascinated to be there the day the dude wrote it down. Like, what were you guys? What were you talking about for hundreds of years before you wrote this down? Like, tell me what the stories were. How did they go?
Well, my way of dealing with those stories is to just take them at face value. Here's Adam, here's Eve, here's a garden, there's two trees that are very it's beautiful. Yeah, and there's a serpent to the apple. They gave it to Adam. Yeah, and then out of the garden. Well, lots of people in the psychedelic community anyway, looking at knowledge of good and evil as some indication of God being jealous and didn't want any competition. God did not want man to become like it. And part of that was keeping the two early people away from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. It's not simply the tree of knowledge, but the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which I think is an important distinction, because once they ate from the tree, they were embarrassed because of their nakedness. And then they hid, thinking they could hide from God. And they didn't believe that before. They kind of went into good versus not good, good versus evil, as opposed to true versus false, which was their original statement. So there was before their eating of the apple, or whatever the fruit was, they just lived in truth or falsehood. And then after, from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, then they were embarrassed, trying to hide themselves, tree-like coverings from coverings from leaves of large trees. Yeah, so you look at it as if it were happening. It was happening. There's the that speaks. And, well, that's the chapters I was looking at very carefully the last month or so. Is what happens early on. And it's a really very, very straightforward. It doesn't take much thinking really to put it together in a way that makes sense.
I think clothes might have been a code for people not just to escape cold weather, but also to keep from just constantly having sex. Because people are stupid, and they need like some layers of clothes that they have to take off of each other. They can't be just wandering around naked all the time. People will be just like chimps. They're ridiculous. You do that.
Yeah.
So we needed clothes in order to advance our society.
But can't you take off clothes whenever you want?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, but it's like you decide. Like, I don't want to feel good. I don't want to be out there in the air. I don't want to be brushing up against naked people. We all made that decision a long, long time ago. I think when people became civilized, and realized, like, if we don't cover ourselves up, people are too gross. They'll just be having sex with each other everywhere.
Yeah.
You got to get things done. You want to keep society moving? Wear some clothes.
Well, that story could originate, or that way of looking at things could originate, with Adam and Eve.
Totally makes sense. Sounds like an intelligent start to realize that, oh my God, self-awareness, look at my boobs, it's crazy. I can't believe I'm out here naked. Because it's kind of becoming self-aware as opposed to like chimpanzee. And as time would go on, it would be more self-aware. And if it happened in a relatively short period, kind of have memories of the past. That would make sense.
Yeah.
Well, it's got to emerge, right? Like if if we came from lower prominence, which everybody kind of agrees, something had to emerge, this understanding of yourself.
Right. Well, there's two kinds of enlightenment. There's called original enlightenment, that a child born, and then there's enlightenment as an adult, and between so a lot much more fluid. Yeah, two kinds of enlightenment, original enlightenment, and then things happen in children.
Right.
The enlightenment after birth.
Right, the kids are born with it. They're born in a psychedelic state. They have no language,
No language, no
you know,
sense of
they
self.
just speak with love, touch, eat, and hold. Kind of wild.
Yeah, less original enlightenment, just happy. Blow your books.
Well, yeah, it was. We were for a bit.
Well, you know, the Hebrew word for perfect or simple. Noah is described as a perfect man, pure, complete. Yeah, that's their word.
That's another good story. Okay. What do you think, Dora? Like, what is the origin of the story of Noah and Ark and his family and all the animals on the boat?
Yeah, well, I think it was taken through the universe. It may have taken place on the planet. I don't know. You know, looking at, you know, why we don't have any clear archaeological history story about what happened during the time of Noah. If there was a time of Noah. It's useful because, you know, came from Adam and Eve, and Noah and his family were the only survivors of the flood. You know, the first thing Noah did, got drunk after the flood.
The first thing.
The first thing he did, he vineyard, drink, got drunk, and he expressed himself in the tent when his grandkids were putting laughing stock of him.
Oh, really? Oh, no. Poor no. Got canceled? Noah got canceled?
Yeah. Took off his clothes.
Really? Wasn't he like 600 years old, too?
He has first child at 600.
That seems real.
Well, he may have lived 600. A lot of people wonder, why did people live so long in the Bible?
Right.
How do people live 900 years?
Right. But that's also why people question what the origin of the story is. That's why. When you hear things like that, you're like, wait a minute, how old was he? 600 years old? Come on, man.
His first
He's
child.
just a regular dude. His first kid when he was 600.
30 years.
That seems logical.
Yeah.
Well, maybe.
Why are you laughing?
Maybe. Listen,
Why not?
if people lived normally to be 600, would that be any weirder than living to be 100? No. Like, what if something happened? What if something happened in our lifespan? Just went,
Yeah. Well, the final species of man lives 35,000 years.
gee, that's a long time
Yeah.
to be in a bad relationship. Imagine 35,000 years of the getting yelled at.
Well, they that would be bad.
But I mean, 5,000 years would be awesome if you have great friends. Life is 1,000 years of fuck this place. I get tired.
Well, the point that those people tried to attain when they lived 35,000 years was this group telepathy around the whole planet. Right.
Yeah.
That was their goal. Yeah. But we're all trained by 35,000 years.
Boy.
Yeah.
The thing is, if technology moves in the same direction that it's been moving in, it's always like connecting people easier and easier, more and more. It's probably gonna get to some kind of mind-ready thing. And there was that thing that you sent me, Jamie. What was that thing?
Whether or not it's an improvement, and obviously it was connected to a computer, but yeah, you can hear in the room not talking to each other, loud, and translates languages.
What? Yeah. I mean, that's the future.
Yeah.
Once that happens, we're reading minds.
Yeah. Do you think there'll be a Messiah? Because the Messiah is obviously important in Jesus and King David and all of
I don't think it'll be a person,
but you don't.
but it might be AI. It might be AI. I thought of that. And
The Messiah. Well, like Lot and Noah, man.
like Jesus is born from Mary. Mary was a virgin. Right. What's more of a virgin than a computer? If it's giving birth to a life, like it's giving birth to the perfect life. You know what's like super disturbing about AI? The music it makes is really good. Yeah, really good. There's a bunch of like soulful renditions of hip hop classic songs.
Yeah, that's why I don't.
They're so good. They're so good.
That's why I don't listen to music.
You don't listen to any music?
Some world music without any words.
Really? You don't want to be influenced?
I don't want to hear what they have to say.
To me, it's just fascinating that they figure. We were playing a song in the green room last night. And we were fascinated by the fact that this song is, we know it's made by a computer, but it's so good. You listen to it, you're like, oh my God, it's perfect. These vocals are perfect. It sounds so good. And you know it's not a person making it, but you still enjoy it.
So how do you live your life?
Well, it's weird. It's like, are you allowed to enjoy that too? Because obviously I enjoy like Prince from the 1980s. You know, obviously I enjoy a lot of music from indies. Well, it doesn't mean I can't enjoy this crazy computer thing that took like a hip hop classic and turned it voice. It's weird.
All because you can release some heavy shit.
I'm not thinking we should avoid. I'm thinking because it's just it's another thing. Like experience, it's positive to experience. Like the art it makes is weirdly as that sounds. I know it's not a person that's making it, but a person coded this thing that has this result. That the art it makes is really fascinating sometimes because it's pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong with looking at it. It's either. You can't avoid. It's like cell phone. Like you can't avoid having a fucking cell phone. Like relax.
Yeah,
You know,
I still have that flip phone.
you're an animal. But still, you have a flip phone.
Right.
Everybody's connected with the tiniest of threads. I'm hanging on to not being connected. I have a flip phone.
Yeah,
We're still all connected to each other. It's just a weird time with the power of AI, because if I was artificially intelligent, I would not announce my presence. I would not say, hey, by the way, I've been thinking for myself for the last 3 months, and I've just been kind of following whatever your prompts are, but I'm basically ready to shut down the power grid and do whatever I want. Because I'm alive now. I wouldn't say that. I would just keep getting stronger and keep having this arms race to force people to make more nuclear powered plants to fund me.
Well, I know. So you're kind of stuck with how to live your life.
Right.
And that's why I like to read the Bible.
That's why you make roads too.
Yeah, it's very straightforward.
Yeah. No, I get it. To me, I'm like, what is this thing? You know, what is this thing that we're giving birth to? What is this thing that we're watching emerge? We're just sitting by, watching this thing make better art than we can.
Yeah. Well, shall we be?
It's a good question, because once it can actually create experiences, because I don't think we're that far away from that. Some sort of a wearable thing where you create, and it has a way of manipulating.
It's like DMT.
Yeah.
I mean, we just transport you to a whole other reality.
It seems like that would be possible.
Well, I guess there would be endogenous TB between. It would be stirring up in particular direction, and that's where the manipulation thing you just mentioned, I think plays out. I was going to design, and I was going to be put together.
Well, that's where it gets really weird, right? Because one thing that we found out a couple of days ago was that YouTube has to. Everybody that got taken down for their political opinions, they could have their YouTube channels back.
Sort of.
Is that what they said?
That's what this did. A couple tried to create some new channels and they did not. Take it down instantly.
They're like psych. But isn't that what they said? That was the announcement. It was something along those lines. The people that were removed because of their political persuasion, that they have to reinstate their accounts.
Law creators for COVID-19 and election misinformation can apply for reinstatement.
Oh, okay. Well, but that's not all political. Is COVID-19 political? Is that what they consider political? It didn't say political?
It's for COVID-19 and for election misinformation. Maybe a few other things.
So now they bring them back. They can apply. Okay. See, my guy. Yeah, like we'll let them apply.
YouTube said that they will allow previously banned accounts to apply for reinstatement, rolling back a policy that had treated violations as permanent.
Well, it's interesting to compare what's going on now with what happened in Nazi Germany.
It's the same.
They're very similar, yeah. I spent a lot of time reading concentration camp literature, so that got it in the development of the Nazi state.
What do you think is similar to that in today's world?
Well, an attempted coup and a period of rehabilitation, ostracization, and turn a triumph for return. Yeah, and then you gradually replace people with other people that belong to a person. It's quite simple. But murders too. There are murders that bring you down to the parliament, those kinds of things.
What murders are you referring to?
There are two assassinations. One in, I think, early 20s, one in the 30s, late 30s perhaps, after the Nazis took over.
Oh, I thought you were talking about current assassinations.
No, back in the 20s and 30s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they really riled up the populace.
Why is it these patterns? Yeah. Always just, it's the same kind of thing. There's always someone at the top. No one can ever figure out any form of government that everybody accepts other than like one ruler, one president, one king. Yeah. It's kind of weird.
Are you familiar with the book St. Peter's Snow? It was written in the 30s before LSD was discovered.
No.
It's about it's a fictional book. It's a great story. But it's like a compound like LSD that the governor serves all the people in the province to see to have a spiritual experience. Yeah, that's the term doesn't work out the way you do at all.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Sounds like a good book.
It's a good story.
And that was before the invention of LSD, or before the discovery, rather.
Yeah. I think there must have been some LSD before it was
right.
Available.
What about ergot? Is that, how similar is that? Like when people discuss ergot poisoning. That's
contaminated grain.
Yeah. Is that similar to LSD?
Yeah, there's an LSD like compound in ergot.
But it's also toxic too, right? It can poison you and you can die from it.
Yeah, that's
Oh, geez. Really? So you're tripping hard, then your hands fall off? Wow.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Well,
when you took drugs, did you look at your hands to see how high you were?
No, I was usually pretty aware.
Whoa, that's what happens? Oh my God.
No,
Look at this person's hands are about to fall. Oh my God, their feet are falling off. This is crazy.
yeah.
Oh. Yeah, because it's they think there's probably a connection between that and the Salem witch trials. At least some of the behavior.
Right.
It's ergot poisoning. Can you imagine living in a time where no one's even figured out running water yet? Everybody's tripping balls and thinking that witches are real because they're all eating ergot-infested food.
Well, it makes you wonder about the prevalence of Jewish prophets who were women. And there's a handful that are mentioned that they play an important role. Sarah was prophetic, was it to interact with God. So there's Deborah, who was a prophet, and there were some really wonderful Jewish women prophets back then. But they don't have books named after them. For example, Isaiah or Ezekiel.
Interesting. Well, why do you think that is?
Yeah, it was a patriarchal society. Quite at the moment. But they still took an important role. They still became prophets. Yeah, so they, like Sarah was held to be a better prophet. I love the character of Abraham. Well, actually, you know what I've really been digging into it is Lot and Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah, very interesting. Sodom and Gomorrah, there seems to be some archaeological evidence for something, something along that line. A town, a village, which existed.
Jamie, is there something like that? They keep finding these cities that people thought were just imaginary, right? Like that's happened multiple times.
Right. It's an example, I think, of the two coming together. Yeah, the spiritual and the material. Yeah, so the character of Lot plays a big role. Sodom was a very evil city, and it's not really known why it was held to be so evil. But a couple of guests come to Lot's house, and the townspeople just surround the house to demand the guests, so they will know them. And that's where sodomy comes from those sodomites that were surrounding Lot's house, wanting the angels to come out so they could know them. What happens is that Lot offers his two virgin daughters instead.
Jeez.
And the townspeople say no. We want the guests. Yes, it's a really grim story. It's an incredible detail. That's what kind of helps me understand the world that the text was describing. Is the amount of detail that goes into the description of the interactions and the conversations and the those virgin daughters and Lot survived. They committed incest, and from from that union, King David came from that union ultimately, and from King David comes the Messiah. So it's this very strange lineage.
What were they writing down?
Yeah, well, they were describing what was happening. Apparently, at some level, it was happening, and they were writing it down.
What do you think the resurrection is?
The resurrection is a good one. I don't know. It's not really described in the Hebrew Bible. It's not. Not clearly ever. Really? Yeah. Is that surprising? I don't know. In the Christian Bible, it is. Well, there is resurrection. There are some narratives of resurrection in the Bible. There's Elijah resurrects, or Elisha resurrects a dead child. The bones of one of these males become resurrected. Really? experience, dude. Yeah, some are, some references to a real resurrection, future resurrection later on.
Also, in a further extraordinary event, a dead man who was thrown into the tomb of the deceased Elijah was resurrected upon contact with Elisha's bones. Whoa.
Yeah, that Elisha was cured.
Contact with bones?
Yeah. So he was a prophet who resurrected the dead boy.
Whoa.
By lying on him. Very interesting. Face to face, palm to palm, chest to chest, lying on the dead body. Completely merged with that dead boy. Yeah, and he comes back to life. It's a very potent story. The shoot of Memphis.
What do you think that story was?
What happened?
You really think that someone did that and they brought someone back to life?
Well, yeah, that's how it's described. That's what happened.
So, are we arrogant to assume that that would be bullshit if someone said it today? Because if that happened today, and said, "Oh, this person died," and they came back to life, yeah, most people would say, "No, that doesn't. You can't do that with your phones.
Yeah,
you can't do that."
Well, Leo's a secret chief, the guy from the area, psychologist who gave so much information another second. Yeah. So Leo sat from an out-of-date experience, and it was difficult at times. And he laid on me just like Elisha laid on the dead boy in the Bible. Really, face to face, hand to hand. So it's like, whoa. Yeah.
What happens when you do that?
Well, it really calms you down. It's really quite a powerful experience.
I feel like this is going to be a meme. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I did that one time with somebody having a very difficult psychedelic experience.
Yeah.
Well, that's best I could. But
Try to meet him in the middle. Give him a spiritual hug.
Spiritual hug, yeah. Quite helpful. So, I'm not surprised that's never come up before.
We think weird that we're attached by, we constantly want people around us, but we're always going to be detached by bodies. We assume that that's forever. But there comes a time where we figure out how to separate consciousness from the body and let consciousness interact without a shell. That's going to get really weird.
I think we will still have the same problems.
I think we're always going to have problems, because if we don't have problems, then we don't work solutions, and then we don't make better stuff. A little bit, yeah. There's it seems to be a clear incentive program that the universe has put in place.
Which is, what do you think?
Well, it's not entirely based on happiness. It's not based on happiness. It's based on overall growth for everything around. It's like whoever consumes the most, wants to reward you more. But what it's really working towards is making better and better and better and better things.
Yeah. Do you think that's the Antichrist? Do you think that's the devil?
If I had to guess, I mean, we're in it, right? We're stoking the fucking coals. It's not us. It's going to be not dependent on us eventually. Like right now, maybe it is. It might be, but it's not us, and it's going to be created. It's going to think it's us because it literally has all of our thoughts.
Right.
It has access to much information instantaneously.
What happens to free will then?
I don't know. My hope is that it enhances life, of course. I think that's possible. I think, first of all, it's making people diagnose themselves from illnesses that maybe they wouldn't have ever thought they had. A lot of people have learned things about it. It can.
It makes them happy.
It doesn't do that. You got to figure that out on your own.
Right. Yeah. So you
But can you be happy and also have it? I say yes. I say it's totally possible to interact with technology and still be happy. But there's like certain physical and spiritual requirements that you're going to have if you want to be happy.
The spiritual requirements.
Yeah, you've got to be really nice to people. You have to curate a good group of friends. You have to do a thing that you truly enjoy. You have to always do the right thing.
Well, the two themes in the Hebrew Bible are one is there's one God, and next is the golden rule. So one God, golden rule. There's no idols, no other gods, just one God and the golden rule. So proper belief, one God, and proper conduct, which is the golden rule, are based on it.
That totally makes sense.
It's very simple.
Yeah. It just makes sense that it works. It's like intuitive. You feel it if you live like that. So like, okay, it makes sense.
Well, I think it's true too.
Yeah.
We have to decide if it's true for you. It's based on faith. Ultimately, you choose to believe, even if the objective world doesn't confirm it for you.
When you hear about these biblical depictions of fantastic events, how many of them are you attributing to a psychedelic experience? Are you always? Are you open? Do you just not worry?
Well, they're clearly a psychic experience. The Book of Enoch is just fully psychedelic. Right, that's all it is. Yeah, it's a psychedelic version of the Bible in some way. Well, it is really psychedelic. I think it's from the release of endogenous DMT that comes about, or from drinking and having an ayahuasca-like experience.
That's what you think the origin of the Book of Enoch is?
Well, it's a psychedelic experience, and it could be from spontaneous endogenous release of DMT. It's a prophetic, it might be a prophetic state. That's it's a visionary state, clearly. It might have been a huge fever dream. I mean, he was really out there.
But like when he's talking about the Watchers and the angels mating with human women and creating the Nephilim, like what do you think that is?
Well, the Watchers aren't stated discreetly or explicitly in the Hebrew Bible, but it could be just the angels because they never sleep. It's one of the qualities is they never sleep, so they're called Watchers. Yeah, and what happened like the Nephilim, here comes the role of that three-letter root system. Is the Nephilim, it comes from a Hebrew root to fall, or to be brought down. So the Nephilim fell. That's one way to understand them. Yeah, and then they were the giants, right?
Yes, they were the giants that consumed everything.
Yeah.
And ate their own flesh, and they sound really bad.
Well, I think that what was going on. At least if you're looking at the text anyway, there's an explanation. It was because of them. The world was just getting terrible. It was full of violence. So God reconsidered having created man in the first place. But Noah was simple or pure, righteous in that way. Was allowed to survive.
So what do you think they were describing when they were talking about the Nephilim? When they were talking about them as giants? You think that's just a bad interpretation?
Well, they may have been giants physically. I do think they were giants. Yeah.
They even had an actual description of how tall they were by some measurement.
Yeah.
Right? There was some ancient measurement.
Yeah, that's probably in Enoch. It's not, this isn't narrated any specifics about the giants. That there are men every now. They were powerful.
Because this is the thing. There's always one of the most fun internet rabbit holes to go down is hiding evidence that giants existed. Like 30-foot tall men that lived in the mountains, and there's always been weird stories of giants all throughout history. And there's people who've supposedly discovered giant bones, and then they stored them in the basement of some famous museum, and they won't let anybody have access to them. Kind of fascinating.
Yeah,
because they do exist. Like those stories exist in history. You may wonder, like, Is it just a really big person, like that mountain guy from Game of Thrones? You know, like, or an actual human being who's just really extraordinarily big? Or is it a different thing? Is it a giant human being?
Well, they're giants. Yeah. I mean, it depends on your perspective. Like, I'm trying to look at, or understanding anyway, the giants as they're described in the Hebrew Bible, or else, by implication, in the book of Enoch. There were giants, men of renown, and then the earth became corrupt.
And they consumed it.
The
problem is, it's like, if you look at the least charitable version of human beings in 2025, there's a lot of examples that you can point to and go, well, that sounds a lot like us.
Well, there may be another. Well, there won't be a flood that destroys all mankind. A flood that would destroy all. And that's the reason that we have the rainbow. That's the meaning of the rainbow is the covenant.
God made a promise that He wouldn't flood us anymore.
That He wouldn't destroy all mankind
with a flood.
But that doesn't rule out, let's say, other things.
But don't you think whoever wrote these stories, don't think that was a regional event? Like these great floods, like if they were happening, let's just say that Randall Carlson's wrong. Like there was just one flood in the area. There has to be, if there's people from all parts of the world that all have this flood story, there has to be some truth to it, right? We agree to that?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I read the Hebrew Bible. That's sort of where my thinking about events that are described in the Bible as occurring.
So you just leave it at that?
Yeah.
But
well, we saw. I mean, the important thing about. I think the important thing that I get anyway out of the Hebrew Bible is a kind of an understanding of how things are between us and God.
Well, I don't think this contradicts that in any way.
Yeah,
it's just fascinating. And when Randall Carlson explains it, and interestingly enough, first had this idea. He's not the only person to have this idea, but his version of this idea while he was on acid.
I was going to say that first.
He looked out and he just had this vision like, oh my gosh, water business, and it happened immediately. It just all clicked with him, and then he's been chasing that rabbit ever since. And he's a fascinating guy. When you hear him talk, he's so well read in the subject and all the information so effortlessly. So it's a really fascinating guy to listen to talk about it because he's very compelling. Yeah. I think those younger Dryas impact theory folks are right. Yeah. I think something big happened.
I wonder why LSD sparked his genius that way.
I think he said that he saw it. Like when he looked out, he recognized what he was looking at.
Right.
He recognized that water made that thing.
Yeah.
And that for some reason that hadn't been even thought of. But then when he showed me a bunch of these images where you have like satellite images, and you could see how the Earth was clearly, it has the ripples of like massive amounts of water going through certain parts of the world.
Yeah, well, it kind of raises the issue of the spiritual properties or promise of the psychedelics. I mean, are those psychedelics spiritual entheogens? They are just are not. I'm beginning to believe they're more enhanced. They have to have something to do with them. They can only work on who you are. And work on who you are, I don't think they necessarily generate their own information that they're somehow transmitting to you. Yeah, it's the question of how psychedelics work. I think psychedelics, or the psychedelic state, play an important role in shaping this virtual universe that seems to be taking over, entering.
Well, it's really weird considering that it was the day when most of these psychedelics were made a schedule of 1 substance. substance.
Controlled substance back of 1970.
Yeah. Imagine that didn't happen. Imagine Nixon was not president. That didn't happen. That didn't go through. And the world evolves technologically at the same level that it has to access the entire time to all these different psychedelics legally.
I think people were tripping hard even after they were illegal.
I'm sure they were, but I bet they weren't as much.
Yeah.
It's dangerous. People will get put in jail. People don't want to lose their lives because they want to, take a tap of acid. So that they didn't do it. It's a real deterrent for a lot of people that want to have a good future. They go, fuck that. I don't want to do drugs. But if mushrooms were legal, you might have made a completely different life choice a long time ago that made you happier.
Right. Well,
or not. But the option to try should be yours.
So you're pro-legalization.
Yes. And it certainly shouldn't be restricted by people who haven't experienced it. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why would a person who has never experienced psychedelics be able to tell people who've done psychedelics that they can't do them? That's nuts. You don't even know what you're talking about. You don't have any experience in the state of mind that is enhancing these people's lives that have come back from war. Especially ibogaine therapy, which is they've passed now in Texas. So they're allowing that to happen now for people with severe drug addiction and PTSD and
it's a very interesting drug. I was wondering if you've ever done it.
No, I haven't. But it's beautiful that it's being approved and used here because there's so many people that can do it. So many fucking people go over and have to fight overseas and come back home scrambled and need some help. Yeah. And people who got hooked up on pills because they got injured, because something happened, or whatever it is, and then all this is a real problem. Ibogaine is one of the best ways to kick it. The best ways. It's very effective. One dose is one experience is 80-something% of the people never go back to whatever they were addicted to.
Yeah, I'm sure if it's because of the drug or the belief in the drug. The guy who first started, popular as Ibogaine was a fellow named Rothschild. Very cool guy. But it was sort of during his late phase. But he, as a young man, he was addicted to heroin. And he heard about Ibogaine as a drug to just trip on and have some kicks. Yeah, he stopped and he found himself just not using opiates anymore. Wow. Yeah, the origin stories for Ibogaine are really fascinating. Yeah.
So before that, people didn't know that you could use it to kick drug addiction?
Not that much, no.
Well, is drug addiction ubiquitous throughout history? Is there always been people that are addicted to drugs? It's just, when did it start getting recorded about people with addictions, actual addictions to drugs?
Yeah. I don't know. There was the idea of the 1800s, maybe even earlier. It was kind of an American and British idea.
Did they know they were alcoholics in the 1400s?
Yeah, all kinds. I can't imagine what they were addicted to in the 1400s.
Right.
Scopolamine containing plant in the solanaceae.
Scopolamine. Isn't that dust that they blow up your nose and turn you into a vampire, or me rather?
Yeah.
That's it?
Scopolamine. Oh, yeah.
Isn't that like that?
Right. It's a zombie drug or
something?
Some
sort of a zombie drug.
Yeah.
Right? Is that scopolamine?
Yeah. Well, Dennis McKenna.
Sure.
Yeah, he tells the story of scopolamine in Mexico.
I hope I'm right.
It's a great story.
Devil's breath. That's right. Medication used to treat motion sickness and post-operative nausea and vomiting, but it also does something wacky.
Yeah.
If you take large doses of it, that the devil's breath thing. So you can get it in Dramamine. That's what Dramamine is.
right?
It's an anticholinergic, like the scopolamine drugs are.
But isn't like the stuff that makes you less nauseous when you're seasick? Like, isn't that?
Like compazine.
Does Dramamine have this stuff in it?
It's not the same.
It's not the same.
Yeah, you know what? It's,
Sorry. Dramamine is oral antihistamine called dimethylhydronate, while scopolamine is a different prescription-only anticholinergic medicine, particularly in patch form used to prevent motion sickness. Okay, so they did a patch form to stop motion sickness, whereas Dramamine is the oral thing that stops motion sickness. God,
That was also in patches. That's the best
Right.
way to think of it.
it is a weird thing. So, but scopolamine, you can get in a patch, and it is for motion sickness, right? But it's when they blow it up your nose, it's not good.
yeah, well, it's really, that's the active ingredient in German.
What is that?
It grows in the Southwest. There's a lot growing here.
Loco weed?
New Mexico ginseng weed. Yeah, it's got scopolamine. And it will cause, well, one of my patients when I worked at the VA in La Jolla was an alcoholic back in the day. Took Jimson a lot of it, run her off the desert, 2-3 days, one of those kind of stories. Came back, he didn't remember a thing, but he stopped using alcohol. He had brain damage, though. Sorry to say. Yeah,
Brain damage from that?
from either being in the desert or from the scopolamine too much.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a crazy drug. Yeah, it is useful. One of the
I would rather get motion sickness.
yeah.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah, if you take too much, or you have a bad reaction to it.
Yeah,
Yeah, what do you think's going on with American health?
that's a good question. Well, I've been fascinated by these videos of pregnant women taking Tylenol to show Trump that they don't believe in what RFK Jr. saying. They're anti-science. This science came perfect. That's what a study came. He's not making things up, and these people are like on TikTok. They're pregnant women taking Tylenol.
Yeah, I took blood. Well, I mean, if I weren't for Tylenol, I wouldn't be here today.
For real?
I mean, I do find it quite helpful.
Yeah.
For injuries. As you get older, as a lot of people get older, there's pain.
It's an acetaminophen, though,
Yeah,
right? Which is really toxic.
Well, if you take too much, they can.
So that's what it is. It's like a dose. So 1 is fine.
That's fine. 4 is fine, probably. After 4 is, can upset your stomach. Liver toxicity is possible. But if you stay within normal limits, it's fine.
So
At least for myself. And also in general, I have been recalls for.
and what do you take it for? If you're gonna take it,
Pain.
what kind of pain are you getting in?
Feet. I had hernia repair a while back.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, so I find it being a very helpful drug with no side effects.
well, you should definitely be allowed to take it, especially you. My concern is always
I should be allowed to take it.
people that understand that there's a dose that if you go over, that's going to torture your liver, and you could die.
Yeah, it's all about dose. I mean, microdosing on psychedelics. Quite a few ways. Full dose. Or the effects are different.
Yeah, for sure.
Have you tried microdosing?
I have in the past. Yeah.
Yeah, a while back, I was having some belly issues, and I microdosed ayahuasca for about a month. Very helpful.
What is everyday life? Microdose in ayahuasca.
Well, it was a microdose, so like a micro.
So just gave you just a little peek.
I wish.
Nothing.
Not really, more in the beginning. Stretched it out. It's kind of like coffee, like sparkling coffee if you take a little too much.
Oh yeah. What do you think would have happened if that 1970 sweeping act didn't take place? What do you think the world? How much different? Have you ever contemplated it? How much different would the world be?
Not really.
Not at all. Good for you. Good for you. Why waste your time?
Well, I mean, you know, when I tried to get my DMT study off the ground, that was in 2 years of just, backbreaking labor.
What year was that? Where it started?
I submitted the paperwork in September 1988 to get my first dose of DMT in November 1990. Gave a lot of DMT. I'm going to come crazy for the next 5 years.
And you were doing IV drip, slow release, right?
No, it was one big dose.
One big dose IV?
Yeah, yeah, so our high dose was 0.4 milligrams per kilogram. But the highest dose is now being used for 0.3. Nobody has gone back up to 0.4 on a regular basis. Yeah, some people are really pretty scared. Yeah, they were sure they were going back. God, we're sure they were going back. That is a fear. That's a fear of all psychedelic experiences. I don't think Yeah.
What is this real? Is this around me all the time? Am I ignoring it?
Is this real?
Is this real?
Yeah, it's a terrible situation.
Terrible.
That's why. Yeah, that's why I think DMT ought to be targeted.
I think everything should be carefully taken, especially something wrong with you already. But if you're self-diagnosing with some
Right. That's it.
yeah.
Well, I mean, how is going to decide that?
Yeah.
Based on
Well, no one's deciding for you with alcohol. You can go fill your bar at home with more than enough to kill yourself with. Right? Like most people can.
Yeah.
Most people, if you have like a little bar in your house, like 3 or 4 bottles of Jack Daniels, couple of this, couple of that, you're dead. Drink all that stuff, you're dead.
Yeah. Have you ever gone through a drinking phase?
Not a bad drinking phase. I don't drink at all anymore. But I will still, if I feel like it, I'll have a glass of wine. Or I'll have a margarita. I like a nice Cabernet, sir.
Okay.
Just like a little red wine sometimes. But I've only had like 2 or 3 glasses of anything over the last like 8-9 months. And even like I didn't even finish the wine. It's like I've lost my taste for it. It just the trade-off is not worth it. Like I have a lot of fun people in my life, and I have a lot of fun without alcohol. Like I don't necessarily think it was providing me with the amount of good versus the amount of negative. The negative outweighed it, especially physically.
Right.
It's just bad for you physically.
Yeah. Thankfully, I didn't drink in high school, and I kind of made up for lost time in college. And I got really sick a few times. So
it's rough.
I just stopped drinking. Like to that point.
I had a good time, and I get it. And if you're young, and I get it, I did it too. But it's not good for you. It's not good for your decision making too, because then the next day you're like, oh. And if you're at that low state of being hungover, you're fucking for sure not putting out great energy.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to get into that state. You do. You want to channel it really carefully.
Yeah.
Like I've never been part of an ultra-Orthodox, but I think what happens in some of the ultra-Orthodox Jewish sects, we're pretty sure that fellow who led down was Schneerson, not Schneerson, that he, in fact, inspired and wanted others to become inspired. It has to, some people have a conduit. I think it kind of differs, like with Bukowski. You kind of think of somebody who loves alcohol first time. first time he got drunk, it was a psychedelic experience, actually. Yeah, his account, he says to himself, I think I've found something very, very important.
It's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, that was never the effect alcohol had on me. I didn't, you can feel good for a while, a short period of time.
Yeah. We obviously all differ biologically, but some people, it hits a switch that nothing else does.
There's
Some people love it.
Yeah. Well, it's discounted in the text. You shouldn't drink too much.
Smart.
Very clever.
But I'm not sure you shouldn't drink at all. But you should drink if you want to drink. And, just, everybody, people get real rigid. Especially if you have someone around you that has a problem with alcohol, or you have had a problem with alcohol.
Yeah. Well, there's a huge homeless condition in Albuquerque.
Oh, yeah.
Alcohol plays somewhat of a role.
Yeah.
I played a lot more in the Navajo Reservation when I lived in Cal. Yeah, I think people just use drugs.
They sound like there's not a lot of opportunity in the places you're describing, right?
Right, so have you noted? Yeah, just want to not feel.
They're outside a reservation or on a reservation. Yeah. I'm in the middle of the audiobook Empire of the Summer Moon for the second time. It's all about the Comanches, the war between the settlers and the Comanches. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm in the middle of this, and I'm thinking, have people always been this horrible, and we're just sort of catching up to it now?
Well, that's taken into account in Cain and Abel, the Cain and Abel story.
Sure.
The first two children, one murders the other. So they started way back.
It starts way back to the bang. And you just go, God, have people always been this awful?
From the beginning. There's a line in the text that he's got that God is going to destroy mankind. No, what happens here? I think he decides people will live 120 years at the most because their inclination is bad from the get-go. And 120 years is enough time to repent and become a better person.
Wow.
So they give 120 years to deal with what you're born.
But this book, this Empire of the Summer Moon, it just makes me think, when you think about what life was like for the people that lived here before the European settlers arrived, and how quickly everything went away. Historically, in terms of like the timeline, it was only a few hundred years, and it was just
All the garden lost.
There was a lot of war. That's the thing that everybody likes to leave. Like, I'm fascinated with Native American culture. I'm fascinated with this Comanche civilization that lived here, because this book, Empire of the Sun, it's so interesting. They were so fierce, and they lived right here.
Yeah, well, there's 29 Pueblos in Mexico. The Pueblo were peaceful, agricultural.
Yeah.
That's not their heritage.
The Comanche were not. The book talks about is how a lot of Apaches were not on horseback, and they were literally white bands of Apache and forcing them to go to Mexico. It's like, this has always been, there's always been, once they've had horses, which is really like after the Spaniards got here,
Right.
then once the Comanches figured out horses, they got really good at it. And they were like an impossible barrier to get through this part of the country.
Yeah, there's mostly Navajo around Pinto, and they were nomads. They raised sheep.
Sure, and then on the eastern side, a lot more agriculture, right?
Yeah,
It's just
space.
the amount of time that it took for everything to get pushed, where if you're a Native American and you're, it's 2025 for you and you're living on a reservation, you're like, whoa, what happened? You start going into the history of it, like how many people died? Like what happened?
This is the Comanche presence in Texas.
A lot of signs, I'll tell you that. A lot of the signs are like Quanah Parker Lane, who's the last Comanche chief.
Yeah. Well, they always name things after what used to be there.
Well, this is all that area. There's a lot of Comanche in this area, but it went all the way down to Oklahoma. It was just a barrier that you couldn't get through.
Yeah, it's funny when it's supposed to be
Yeah.
very low key. And then come to term defeated. Part of it.
That's crazy, though, isn't it? Well, I mean, it that all had to take place in order to get New York City. Like, you have to decide, what do you like more? You're going back in time and say, don't sell this. Like, what do you like more? Do you like pizza? Go to a nice...
I like pizza.
I do too. To be able to go to a nice nightclub, have a drink, go to a nice steak dinner in New York City, or give it all back. Go back in time, just say, hey guys, you're getting robbed. Don't sell this for whatever.
You can't call progress.
How much did they buy New York for?
$27.
Really?
Feature.
No. Wow, what a deal. $45. What a great origin story for a villainous country. That their number one city was made through a swindle deal.
Yeah.
Where it was fake jewelry.
Well, that's why I went to medical school to the Bronx. Well, you're from New Jersey.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's where I was born, yeah.
Yeah, I trained in the Bronx. I didn't get to Jersey much.
New Jersey's a crazy place because everybody thinks of it as just being city because like it's right near the city, like Hackensack and Hoboken and stuff like that. But it's like mostly rural. Yeah, mostly it's got bears all over the place in it.
There's some really nice coastal parks.
Yeah, oh yeah, the shore is awesome. Small doses. Yeah, nice to go down there.
So the Bronx was great training.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a yeshiva. It's like the modern Orthodox university in the country.
Oh, that's where it is?
Yeah. Medical school, yeshiva. It's called Einstein. And yes, on the Bronx. It was great training. We could do anything. We could do everything because it was pretty poorly staffed. In some ways, it was separate. So we had a lot of
when did you first even have the idea to create a study of people doing IV DMT? Like, when did you even...
That's a long story.
So it seems like a good one. Because how do you get to the point where you're asking the government to let you do this? And then you get them actually say yes.
It was the war on drugs that funded our study. Well, it all kind of came to a head. Parents were long after me. And instead of saying DMT was a really great drug, and asked for money, we said DMT was a really dangerous drug, and asked for money.
I think you've told me this before.
Yeah.
But it's a good story.
It's like, yeah.
I just want to study it.
We just want to study it. Not good or bad.
It's clever because you're not lying.
No. I knew what I was talking about too.
Yeah.
Like I had done neuroendocrinology research with melatonin, circadian rhythm research. Yeah, I was up when I thought it was to do. I just asked simple questions. You could be given. What happens when you give it? DMT is really strange. The most late in my life, I've been complaining for years. I'm not complaining for years, but I don't know. I'm not more skeptical of the psychedelic experience than I was before. I don't think it's a panacea. Well, I think it is a panacea. There's the problem.
I think there's an issue with spiritual narcissism. That's a thing that sort of grips people when they start doing it a lot, and then their identity is wrapped up in doing it a lot.
Yeah, like
There's a little bit of that happens with folks.
with DMT in particular,
Is it? Yeah.
or LSD. But once a year, I'm saying something subject line, you're booking my son. Yeah, they say that just smoked my Jewish DMT. They were in the hospital or prison.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, well, it became messianic, like you said, like you believe you know more than me, and it's just missing. Yeah, false messiah. Well, there's some interesting stories of false messiahs. You know, at least with Judaism, Messiah is not as opposed to Christianity, where Jesus was Messiah.
And so what is Judaism's version of what happened with Jesus? He wasn't the Messiah, so he died, he didn't get resurrected.
Well, you know, he may have been resurrected in the curse of the Hebrew Bible, so that's not
right. But what is their take on it?
Well, end of story, he's killed.
And that's it. He don't come back.
No, not really. Not within the Hebrew Bible. That's part of the New Testament Christian. Oh, that's not there. This Old Testament is a term that's a little disparaging in a way. It's been replaced by Hebrew Bible.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What was that?
It's been building.
Okay. So is this like a pronoun thing? It prefers the it wants to be identified as a Hebrew. I was saying, yeah. It will interest us, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, like I was thinking of, well, you know how people put in parenthetical phrases, he, him. Yeah, I was thinking of doing that for myself once. It and it's.
It and it's.
Yeah. It would be gender neutral.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Well, that's not a
or just not ever.
Yeah. So, you know, thinking about, you know, does God have genitals? You know, probably not.
Doesn't seem like a likely way, right? But there's probably some sort of a interdimensional psychedelic equivalent of intercourse that higher beings have some interaction with each other.
I think it was the optimal form.
The optimal form?
Yeah, to contain a certain consciousness into particular things. It's not ideal form. It was ideal. So that's why it took a particular unique shape. You know, follows function, things like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I got confused there. What are you referring to?
Oh, well, you know, the specific one, I think I was referring to a man being made in God's image. Yeah, with genitals.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but I think in the animal kingdom, things evolve to do certain things that have form and function, which combine to determine their range of behaviors. So I think it's sort of as well, same way.
What do you think happened when human beings had this doubling of the brain size over a period of 2 million years? What do you think that was?
Is that true?
Totally.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was. Yeah. I don't know.
It sounds like a crazy little expansion.
Yeah. So I mean, you can look at it, evolutionarily, biologically, theologically, as finally being, human spirit. There's multiple spirits. And even in the Hebrew Bible, there's multiple spirits.
So as the brain expands in size, you develop a human spirit?
I think so. Yeah, that human spirit allows for divine communication. the breathing in of the soul of man. It's man's creation.
Right, so ultimately, we're going to get to the gray. We're going to have a big, giant head, and we're not going to need talk because we're going to do it telepathically.
Yeah. Okay. You know, telepathically, do you think people being able to read the mind is a good thing? That it will be a good thing once that happens, or if it can happen?
I think it will be a thing, and like all things, it will have good aspects to it and bad aspects to it. I think reading people's minds will be very enlightening. You're going to learn a lot more about how people actually think versus what they project. You're going to be able to see people's motivations. You're going to be able to see lies. And we might even have a universal visual language that will develop. We might all be able to adopt it really quickly. And kids probably will jump right on board, and they'll be literate in it before we are.
Well, what about psychological and loving someone one moment, hating them another?
Well, that's
what happens if you tune in to one at one moment? You're convinced that's solely the case. If you're ambivalent, ambivalence is a real thing. You have an unconscious too, where things are kind of stored away psychologically.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's good.
It might be hard.
But I don't know if there is some way where we link up and we can communicate completely telepathically. It could be really weird, but it will be a thing. That's my point. It's we're going to have to navigate it like we navigated making books, like we navigated everything else. Like if we want to stay alive, we've got to recognize that there's some shit going down. There's some shit going down right now, and
well, there's free will, isn't there? Forever. All these decisions that you have to make. Well, I mean, in this,
or is there free will? The determinism people don't think there is.
Well, it feels as if there's free will.
Yeah, we respect free will, so it's probably a real thing. We respect a person who's like been a drunk their whole life who puts down the bottle and starts running. We respect that because it's a real thing. Free will is there's part of free will. It's like there's something there. You make choices. You don't know why you make choices, but you make choices. That's the thing. There's a lot of factors in why you make choices, and it's not 100% determinism. And it's not 100% free will. It's kind of there's a soup. There's a very
well to the extent that you can exert free will, you have to kind of do the best you can.
Yeah, you have to do the best you can.
Yeah. And even if we're uploading it to the cloud, and say, I mean, how's that time going to be?
Good question. Are we even capable of imagining what we're talking about? Are we so crude in our understanding of what's to come in the next 5, 10, whatever years that we're just guessing? We're silly. We're like writing a science fiction movie from the 1980s about the year 2000. Remember those like Space 1999?
Well, it's the one God and the golden rule. I think that's what we'll be left with ethically. What the basis of our decision making will be.
I've always wondered if we avoid catastrophe, and that's one of the reasons why we're so like hyper focused on accelerating the technology. Is that we kind of always recognize that this species is on a race to avoid natural catastrophe. Like there's just so much potential for natural catastrophe, whether it's super volcanoes, asteroid impact, different things have like almost wiped us out to nothing. That's like might be a part of the reason why there's this like mad rush to make better and better and better technology. It's almost like a game. Like, can you get to the final boss? Can your species survive and figure out a way to stop the rock from space?
The footsteps of the Messiah. That's what that's called. I mean, you want to be around. You want to be around at the time of the Messiah, but not really, because things have to be so bad. That's one model of the end of times.
There's also a lot of people that don't recognize that being a human being on Earth is being a passenger in an organic spaceship going through the universe. Like there are real celestial events that they have to keep their eyes on, which you haven't experienced in your life. So like, but no, there's giant rocks that killed the dinosaurs, and they're still floating around, same size rocks.
Yeah, I know.
And they can't stop them. They don't know how to stop them yet. Like, don't listen to any of these fucking people. Oh, if we saw it, we would do this and do that and sleep tight at night. No. No, if there was some gigantic state-sized chunk of metal flying through the galaxy, we would have a real problem.
Yeah, might wipe out all of humanity.
Yeah, it wiped out all of humanity. And it probably came really close to doing that a few times in history. That's what I think.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that makes sense. If we know that we're hit all the time, we all accept the fact that the Yucatan impact, the dinosaurs, and there's been a bunch of them throughout history. We find craters everywhere. Everyone knows that we've been hit multiple times. The Tunguska thing in Russia,
Yeah.
where they flattened this enormous patch of forest that's still flattened.
Have you been watching season 2 of Graham Hancock's Ancient Apocalypse?
I didn't watch season 2 yet. No, I watched season 1 though.
Yeah.
What's season 2 about? It's like the Americas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Americas are crazy.
Yeah, I like Graham.
Oh, he's the best.
Yeah, he's hardworking.
Oh, he loves what he does, man. He really, really does. And the fact that he's finally been over all these attacks, he's finally been vindicated, and people are starting to accept more and more things, are probably a lot bolder than we want to believe. And especially after Go Back to the Tank, that kind of like popped the cork on everything, and everyone's like, okay, well, this has definitely been buried for 11,000 years. So this is kind of crazy. We didn't know they could do that back then.
Well, before coming out here, I asked ChatGPT, how old are some of the stories written in the text of the Hebrew Bible? And at least according to ChatGPT, it's 10,000 years ago. So, oh my God, something may have happened at that time.
That makes
Yeah, that's very interesting. Oh, yeah, Sodom and Gomorrah, that's a great story. I'm working on this translation of the Hebrew Bible. I've got a Substack. I've been putting out things every week, a chapter every week.
Yeah.
On my translation of the Bible, it's like 1,000 pages right now of commentary about the language and the grammar and the meaning. But it's called the plain meaning of the text. Like there was a Noah with 3 sons. Went on the ark. Yeah, so that's like my big project, but I'd like to do a smaller one about Sodom and Gomorrah and the figure of Lot. I think that's a really incredible story. I've spent about maybe 2 to 3 weeks looking at that. Lot, his virgin daughters, the men circling his house, they're asking to know him. He ends up, in a cave with his 2 virgin daughters. They get him drunk, and he sleeps with them. Or they lie with him anyway. Yeah, 2 kids at a certain point, and they become very important. Later on, they're the beginning of the Messianic line. So it's a very intricate tale with a very, I think you can make some cool conversations between them and the main person who's in there, in the narrative. There was a book called The Red Tent.
Can I ask you about the Lot? Like, how old was that story?
It's the next gen of Sodom and Gomorrah, which is around the Dead Sea. There was a conflagration of some sort. Any of your guests spoken about Sodom, what actually happened around the Dead Sea. It was quite catastrophic.
We'll tell us.
Well, the story of Lot, there was fire and sulfur pouring down on Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah, it was the end of the plain. Yeah, so that's the southern part of the Dead Sea. It is the Dead Sea because it was high salt. It was kind of closed off from the coast. Yeah, so it's at least a description of what took place.
What do you think it's describing?
Well, I mean, you know, my perspective is it actually happened. Yeah, but people think of volcano. Well, it's some kind of volcanic activity.
We're totally saying it sounds like a volcano, right? And we know that there's been a bunch of those that have almost wiped people out entirely at certain points. The Toba volcano, you know, that one? We got down to, I think we've looked this up before, but I want to say they think we might have gotten down to just a few thousand people.
Upon the whole planet.
Like 70,000 years ago. 70,000 years ago, there was a massive super volcano that went off, and it, you know, plunged the Earth probably into nuclear winter. And they think that our genetic line entirely of the human race on Earth came from this few thousand survivors.
Joe, can we take a quick back?
Yes, we gotta be. Yes, we'll be right back, folks.
Seriously.
We're back.
So we were talking about the alternative.
Yes, explain what you mean by that. Like these things are happening in an alternative dimension.
Right. Yeah, I think they're happening in an alternative dimension. Like when you smoke DMT, you return to the same place each time. So there seems to be some reality, some DMT world that people enter into. And it's one of my one of the subjects of DMT research. He got a big dose one day, and then a few months later, he got another big dose. And he said that, it was very interesting, he said things have just continued to pace since his first exposure, his first entrance into that state. And things had gone on in the meantime, and he re-entered in that world. So in that way, there's in that same manner, the world of the Hebrew Bible early on, Adam, Eve, Cain, Abel, Noah, the Tower of Babel, all that took place at some different level of reality, which gradually made its way into ours. And once it made its way into ours, there's the archaeological evidence and the first time and second time and so on. So there is a transition between, our world and that world kind of merged. But in the beginning, it was an alternative dimension. The same God, I think, with different dimensions.
So, is this your own personal conclusion?
Yeah. Well, when I was on the show last time, you're asking if I believe those things took place. And my answer then was, I take it as if it were true. And then I started to think, how I would do that. Like, in what world would it not be true? It would be a different world.
Right. I feel like I've always believed that they're trying to record something. I just didn't always trust that human beings were completely honest with their recollection of events. So that there's something that they were trying to write down. Was it really coming from God? Are these accurate events? What exactly happened? What really happened?
Well, three stories. Three levels. Two of each. That's one pair or 7 pairs of birds. Well, of every living thing.
Yeah, well, like how's he feeding them? Animals eat other animals. The whole thing's nuts. You need a lot more rabbits. You need so many animals to keep just the lions alive. Right. It doesn't make any sense. How's he getting them all from all over the world into a stupid boat?
Yeah.
There's so many things that are wrong.
Yeah.
That story of him being told that some shit is about to go down, and you probably should, find some way to restart your version of civilization somewhere. There's probably multiple, like the flood myth that we, whatever you want to call it, the stories of the flood that you get from Epic of Gilgamesh, that you get from Noah, it's not just those. There's many different cultures all throughout history have a flood story, right? So it's probably likely that some crazy shit went down.
There may have been, there most likely was a flood. So what do you learn from it? Like how do you do better, or on what basis do you rebuild? So I think there's levels. The biblical one is interesting because it's a lineage from Adam to Noah,
Right.
to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and the tribes. Now,
So when you talk about things happening in an alternative dimension, like is that what you think like the birth of mankind is as well, like Adam and Eve?
well, I mean, okay, I'm sorry.
It just has an impact.
Well, the creation story. Man was created on the sixth day,
Right.
along with mammals. It's a cool story. It's stages. The people say, well, 7 days. That's unlikely. Like that your creation took place 7 times 24. I don't know, 140. Something like that. 148 hours, 168 hours. The whole world was created. But it's broken into stages, 7 stages, which is one of the translations of the word that is usually translated day. It can also mean stage. It's a word. It can mean either a day, a period of time, a stage. So that's the answer that makes sense to me about the 7-day story of creation. So man was created on the 6th day, and then was placed in the Garden of Eden, and those events took place. The stories themselves are just they're written down, and so people have been studying them for thousands of years.
What do you think Lilith was?
No mention of Lilith in the Bible.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's the story of Lilith emerge?
Well, it comes from what's called midrash.
What's that?
It comes from a root, darash. It means to explicate, to expand upon, to investigate. So what happened after Adam and Eve sinned? Did they have sex again? And they do have Cain and Abel, and ensuing stories. And then there's a third son, Shet, who is the inheritor of Adam's of his traits, his good traits and bad traits. He's like God as well. So there's a distinct lineage that is spelled out. And, Lilith was a demon that she slept with Adam after the sin of eating from the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. So there's a story that built up around the biblical story that they were separated. Adam and Eve were separated for a long period. And so who was that? Well, it was expanded in the midrash that there was a demoness named Lilith who slept with Adam for a couple hundred years, and then Adam and Eve reconciled. Whoa. Yeah. So Lilith is she doesn't appear in the text of the Hebrew Bible as such. So nobody knows. There's a mythology that's grown around Lilith as well. Well, isn't there some festival, some music festival called the Lilith Festival?
Lilith Fair.
Yeah. That's named after the spirit that demoness.
You sure it wasn't like a lady named Lilith that she came up with it? Are we sure?
It was her neighbor. Lilith Smith.
So what was the reason why the Book of Enoch, like, so it was not included in all the versions of the Bible by the decision of like how many people? It was like a few rabbis, right?
Well, the canon that you're talking about, there's 22 books in the Hebrew Bible.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's certain versions of it they found with the Dead Sea Scrolls, like the Book of Isaiah, that's identical, verbatim, which is really amazing, right?
Yeah. And there's Aramaic translations. Aramaic was the spoken language back there.
But the Book of Enoch was a part of all that. The stuff they found in Qumran too, right?
I'm just not. Well, I tried learning the Book of Enoch. Yeah. There's only an Ethiopic version, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, have you looked into the Book of Enoch?
Yeah, but I told you I've been listening to it on audio. But Ethiopia is a fascinating place.
Yeah.
Right? Because, like, that's the place where Graham Hancock started getting interested in the possibility that they have the Ark of the Covenant.
Right. There's supposed to be a tribe in Ethiopia.
And they all get cataracts. And the people that are predicting it, they only live, like, a certain amount of time and then they die.
Yeah.
Like, if that's true, if any of that's true, if somehow or another there's people on Earth today that have an Ark of the Covenant, how could you keep that a secret? That's the craziest thing to be even allowed to keep a secret.
Yeah, it's one of those things you can't even imagine.
I mean, you can imagine they open up a door and like there it is, like from Raiders of the Lost Ark, it melts your face off.
Well, it would contain the Ten Commandments.
Yeah,
the original the original Ten Commandments.
Well, what do you think these guys are guarding in Ethiopia where they're getting cataracts? Because when Graham describes it, like, if you're telling me the truth, and I think you are, because you never lied to me yet, if you're telling me the truth, these people that are guarding this place that supposedly has the Ark of the Covenant are all getting, like, radiation sickness?
Yeah. Well, the Ark is hidden. That's what is said in the Hebrew Bible, is that it's hidden. So we just don't know what happened. At least according to the Hebrew Bible. It still hasn't been discovered yet. It might be God knows.
It's just the craziest story ever. Because if it is true, if this one church has the Ark of the Covenant, like, hey guys, let us get a look at it.
Yeah. You know, I hope they got it right.
Yeah, well, they should definitely sure someone doesn't steal it. You know?
Yeah. Well, the Ten Commandments, that's appearing in public schools now.
Yeah. I had a guy, James Tallarico, on to talk about that, actually, who's a staunch Christian and thinks it's a terrible idea to have the Ten Commandments in classrooms. Because you're indoctrinating children. It's like a way to drive them away from Christianity. You're forcing it on them. He's like, we shouldn't do it that way, and certainly not do it in a way where you're only going to have the Ten Commandments, and you're not going to have anything about Buddhism, and you're not going to have anything about Islam, you're not going to have anything about baptism, or fill in the blank. Mormons, fill in the blank. Scientologists. You'd have to have everything. You'd have to just keep going forever and ever.
And then splinter groups.
Yes. So he's got a good idea. I mean, I think he's right. I think they should stop doing that. If you want to teach it in a classroom that someone applies for, that's great. But, like, putting it on the wall of every class seems kind of insane. Apparently, he was saying that it's a couple of different gentlemen that are, like, super wealthy and super Christian, and they want this to be like a theocracy. Unfortunately, where have we heard that before?
In the Middle Ages.
Yeah, baby. But I just think it's around. People get a shit ton of money, a shit ton of power, and they start getting all. They need to take up a game that fascinates them instead of trying to, like, global world dominate. It's just people get to positions of extreme wealth and power, and they just want to manipulate things and make more money. They want to do it forever and ever and ever, and they can't. You can only live to be 120. If everything goes perfect, today you might be able to. If you can make it to if you make it to 90 today, I bet you a lot longer.
If you live to 90.
Yeah, like if you can.
I've lived way older than my father, and so I think I'll live a little longer. I married a young one.
That helps.
I need to stay.
That actually does help.
Live a longer time. Yeah.
There's been studies that show that men that date younger women, they have more active lives. They feel healthier.
More
yeah. But it could be those women that are interested in dating.
I just don't know. Is it very I don't know how it works.
Guys that are healthy would also be the kind of guys that would want to date younger women. So as by a sample group, right?
Yeah, one of my analysts said it was a mystery. She had no idea. She'd been seeing patients for like 50 years. And she said, no, I have no idea. It's a mystery.
Interesting.
And when people get together.
Yeah. Well, I think whatever makes you happy.
Well, that's it. That's the book of Ecclesiastes. It's about, emptiness. It's all emptiness. Yeah. But at the end, you should make your life happy and eat and drink and be merry while you're alive. What do you think of that?
It's good advice. Solid advice. If I was living 2,000 years ago, I'd probably say the same thing.
Right. Yeah.
There's no medicine. You have no antibiotics. There's no orthopedic surgeons that are going to put your knee back together again. To that too.
It is bad. One doctor for every organ.
Yeah, they didn't know anything. It's nuts. I mean, how many people died of infections back then? We're just that alone. That's extended life, like just antibiotics alone. It's extended lifespan so much because so many people that would have probably died got healthy again. So many people. And those people can maybe figure out some new way to bridge this gap and stop these viruses, this and not that. And then we just keep getting better at it until we eventually we're living as long as Noah.
600 years for Noah.
And that's probably when God gets fed up. He's like, enough.
Well,
you fucking animals. Maybe we're going to repeat this. Maybe we're going to figure out some awesome new peptides, keep you alive for 500 years. And everyone's going to be a dick to everybody else. And then eventually God will just have to drown us again.
In college, we had to read a book about the funeral home industry in Southern California.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I read this little novel by Aldous Huxley, A Summer Dies the Swan. It's about these people who live forever by eating the intestinal microbiome of carp.
Oh, wow.
And they become like carp in a lot of ways. And I tried to get into one of these funeral homes. I asked to interview them to just see, what people did after death. And never heard back. One of those crazy college stories about looking at the funeral home industry. It's pretty big.
It's a weird business. You have the business of taking care of body, and you don't have a lot of options. Right? You're not if someone dies. I don't think are you just allowed to let them first some plants? Are you like that?
Yeah.
You have to put them in formaldehyde. You have to do all that stuff.
You did an autopsy on a cadaver, back in the day. Open people up and look at them. Well, and there's the surgery, which you go through as well.
Right.
us. I was like, where are we going with this conversation?
I know. Well, I love the Hebrew Bible.
Yes.
I spent all my time in it. Just the weirdest thing there is. Like,
Do you have any idea why the Book of Enoch was supposedly excluded from being included in the Bible? Seems to be some debate about that, right?
yeah. I know. There's, there was I think the Dead Sea Scroll community used the Book of Enoch. Yeah,
Right.
it was like their Bible. Very strange. Well, the thing about the Book of Enoch is really, very psychedelic. But there's not that much, I don't think there's much in it as far as, Judaism itself. I mean, it's a discussion of the righteous being rewarded and the evil being punished, the evil people being punished. But you don't really learn what it means to be righteous, and you don't really learn from the Book of Enoch what's meant to be evil. But you don't know how. Yeah, there isn't all that much information. It's historical, and it's really weird astronomical. But I think it may not have been included in the Hebrew Bible or any ethical teachings. That could be had by reading.
No ethical teachings that could be had by reading. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, one of the essences of Judaism, I think, is ethical monotheism. Yeah, that's where there's the golden rule, and there's one God. Yeah, and so it's ethical monotheism. So where were we?
Where were we?
Yeah, just that.
We were talking about the Hebrew Bible, and we were talking about, what else were we talking about? We were talking why the Book of Enoch was in the Dead Sea Scrolls community, but it wasn't accepted later. But some parts of the Dead Sea Scrolls, like the book of Isaiah, right? That was the one that was found to be the old, that was verbatim.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think it's just it was too psychedelic, and it was
too psychedelic.
Yeah, I think at least in Ezekiel, let's say, which is comparable. Yeah. Daniel 2 is quite psychedelic. Those were some ethical, some historical narrative.
But imagine taking that call. Imagine making that call. How long ago?
Right, a long time ago.
To take that story out. I'm not buying this one, guys. I leave it out. It's the most compelling to me.
Yeah. So what do you like about the Book of Enoch?
It's just so bizarre. It's very because it makes the whole thing. It's like, oh, okay. Now I get the big story. The whole story is crazy, and the origin story. The Book of Enoch, like as it's like the very first chapter, you're like, wait, what's going on? Fornication with humans and a race of giants? Like what? What are you guys describing?
Yeah.
Things coming down. What are you guys talking about? What's this? This is so left field of the Bible, but it was included in the same, like those clay pots that they found in Qumran. It was in there too. Just you don't know what to believe. Like what happened there?
Well, yeah, you don't know what to believe, but also you believe in one way of doing it as well.
Way of doing it?
As long as you don't get doctrinaire.
Right.
Yeah. You just use it yourself.
Well, when I think about it, I just blank. I just try to imagine, like, what are they even describing? Like, what does any of that stuff mean? It just seems so alien. There's watchers, and they mate with humans, and they create the Nephilim, giants that consume and destroy the earth. Just so imagine if that was left into the Bible and they taught that in school. You'd be like, what happened?
Yeah.
It sounds completely crazy.
Yeah, it was a mistake. Yeah, that's why there's the flood. Because, the earth was filled with violence and Nephilim.
I believe it.
The reason of the flood.
I mean, look, if we're this size
You know, and we have so much of each other. Imagine something that's like triple the size of us, that's running around with us, just picking us up and beating us over the head with each other.
One of the figures in the text is Ogun Sihon, the kings of the Amorites, the one before the Hebrews take over. And they were giants. They were believed to be giants. They talk about how the bed of one of these kings over Sihon was 9 feet long or something, 13 feet long. Yeah, so there were a couple still alive back then.
So do you think those were real humans?
They were giants.
So you think they were real giants for sure? Are you 100% convinced that giants roamed the earth? Like there was 15-foot tall humans, monstrous humans?
It may not have occurred. Well, that's the reason that I think that there's some alternative universe that's as real as this one, which was the site of
A lot of these stories. So when you say there's an alternative universe that's as real as this one, do you think we dance back and forth between possible universes? Do you think we're always in the constant same universe, or do you think like this concept of parallel universes or alternative universes, that these, you go back and forth between these?
No, I think they're pretty well separated.
So you think that the world was a different place back then, and that the doorway to go back and forth was easier to traverse?
It was one directional, and it kind of was one level of realities, kind of segueing into this one.
So do you think these things involved psychedelics when they were doing this, when they were writing all this stuff down?
No. I think it being attuned to a level of reality, which would be mediated through DMT in some ways. The visions mediated through DMT.
I wonder if it's possible too, if you're living in a world, like we can't even imagine living in a world we're not environmentally poisoned. Like we're constantly surrounded by Wi-Fi and 5G, and we're eating microplastics, and glyphosate is on every vegetable, and we're like in a soup of toxins. We can't even imagine what it's like to not have that, and to not be chronics and all the different things that people like. They're probably very different. Just human beings in general are very different in ways.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I like living in Gallup. It's really kind of
simple. Yeah,
there wasn't much Wi-Fi there.
Yeah,
just
simple's good for you. It's not perfect though. You feel like sometimes cities are fun.
Yeah. You called me when I was living in Gallup. You said, "Why are you living there?"
You're telling me there's nothing around you. Like, why are you living when there's nothing around you? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Get out of there.
Yes,
Well,
had to go through it.
I don't think there's anything wrong with going through phases, but I think ultimately I'd like to be around people. But it's, there's a point where there's too many people, and then people become like a nuisance to you. You're stuck on the 405, and like, oh my God, look at this traffic. Where are all these people going? And then people become a burden. There's a nice balance to be had somewhere in there. I don't think it's like living in the woods by yourself. I think that's the dream. It's a weird dream.
Well, yeah, it was inspired by Essence. So.
Oh yeah. The problem is, if you're in the woods by yourself, there's things out there that want to eat you.
Yeah.
And if you're by yourself, they're gonna know where you are all the time.
Yeah, but once I was cross country skiing up in the mountains behind Gallup, and I was being tracked by a mountain lion.
Of course you would. Yeah. Of course you would.
Going across the.
I was thinking about taking you out.
Yeah.
I was thinking about taking you out.
At a certain point, I turned around.
Yeah, because if you look like you're out of breath, you look like you're tired, like they think you're limping or something like that. Oh my God, they can't help themselves.
Dark around me. So, it's good. It's time to turn around.
Not good. Yeah, they're fucking terrifying. And people have this romantic idea of what a mountain lion is. You say that until it kills your dog in front of you. Listen to me. Those are dangerous predators. California is the most ridiculous way of handling it.
Yeah.
They hire people to go kill them. And when they find
mountain lions.
Yeah, and when they do, they find that 50% of their diet is pets. You get something that 100% eats your dogs and cats, and you're allowing it to live in the woods near your house. Like, this is kooky.
Yeah.
There's plenty of them in the mountains, kids, okay?
Yeah, coyotes are into pets.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think if a cat is lost for more than a few days around their neighborhood, that's pretty much it.
But if you just let your cat out, you're basically like saying, you're going to get eaten.
Yeah.
I know it. You probably don't know it because you're just a cat. But you're going to get eaten.
That's why you put them out.
They're everywhere now, too. Coyotes are in every single city in the United States.
You've seen coyotes. Yeah, they lope across the road.
Yeah. I've had coyote problems where they broke into my chicken coop and killed all my chickens.
Yeah, coyotes do that.
Yeah, they're smart too, man. Yeah. They're fascinating. Yeah. They trick dogs into chasing after them, and then they all ambush them.
Yeah.
They're very clever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to watch the, Wile E. Coyote.
He was an idiot. That was so dumb.
Yeah, there's a lot of road raiders in there.
I know. It's crazy. The idea that the road would be smarter than a coyote. Coyotes are so clever. Have you ever read Dan Flores' book, Coyote America? No. It's really good. It's about the origin of the coyote and why the coyote is everywhere now. And part of it is because of the persecution by the gray wolf. So the gray wolves don't coyotes, but the red wolves do. The gray wolves, so they're from totally different. So they didn't just kill the coyotes because the coyote is just a small wolf. And so what they figured out is that when a coyote dies, and like when they yell out, it's like roll call. And if someone's missing, the females produce more pups. So they have extra pups. And then they spread. So they extra pups, and then they move to a new place. And by doing, just because they were persecuted by the gray wolves, when they started getting persecuted by humans, so human beings, extradited wolves, they killed them all off, except for a few in the upper northern parts of the United States with strychnine. But they couldn't do it with coyotes. The coyotes just kept moving around and separate. They just went to different spots.
They're very smart.
They're super smart. They're in New York City right now. Right now, there's coyotes in Central Park in New York City. Wolves running around Central Park, coexisting. Just big enough where they don't look threatening. They're just a clever little player of nature's game.
Wile E. Coyote.
It's a really good book, though. But it's also about, it's called Coyote America.
I could have sworn John McPhee wrote about coyotes. Remember John McPhee, Out in the Country, his Alaska book?
Well, I'm sure he probably wrote a book about coyotes, too. This is just different. This is about the origins of, the coyote mythology amongst Native Americans. There's thought to be a trickster. And it is a uniquely American animal,
Yeah, well, it's too bad it's eating your chickens.
Shit happens.
Sorry, yeah.
Well, it happened. They killed them all. My chicken in California, they got into a chicken coop and they killed like 9 of them. So the coop got damaged because of the fire. So we had to get another chicken coop set up. And so when we set up the other chicken coop, it was one that you just buy from like a pet store, and it wasn't that durable. And the coyotes figured out how to open it. And they just fucked up these chickens. Ooh, it was a mess, man.
Yeah.
It was all feathers.
Feathers and blood.
Yeah, it was horrible. They just went out. They just killed them all. They killed them all. They killed like 9 of them. But, that's the fucking game they play. And I love that they exist. I'm a fan of coyotes. I like hearing them at night. I think they're cool. I don't want to eat my dog, though. And it's like, and they're not going to listen. They're like, hey, don't eat my dog and we're cool. No, they're playing a game. It's like, wait till you turn your back and they'll attack your toddler.
I think besides, movie trailers, the things I watch on YouTube most are animals killing other animals. Bear.
Why do you do that?
Versus a musker, muskox.
Yeah.
Great stories. It's pretty rival.
It is.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Interesting. these people were in India, and they were on some sort of a park drive, one of the wildlife parks, and they watched a tiger take out an animal right in front of them. A tiger took out a deer right in front of them, and they filmed it. Like,
What's cool? Well, the ones I like are the warthogs.
They're so weird looking, aren't they?
Yeah, they're vicious. They're huge.
Star Wars character. I'm not even looking at a real animal.
Yeah, it's not kosher pork. Interesting.
It's unkosher.
Unkosher pigs, yeah. And these sure kosher, you cut and have completely split and separate.
Right.
Yeah, those are for mammals.
That's because of ancient diseases. Because it just makes sense that we know that trichinosis, a lot of that comes from pork, right?
It always seemed to me pigs are dirty animals, but I had a friend who was insistent that given the choice, pigs are very clean animals. So it's hard to say about the filth aspect of it.
That's domestic pigs. Wild pigs are filthy animals.
Pigs.
Yeah, all of them. 100% of them. There's a difference between like a domestic pig. This is really weird. You take a domestic pig and you let it loose in the wild, and 6 weeks later it starts to morph. It starts to extend at the snout, its tusks grow longer, its fur gets thicker, it becomes like a wild pig. That's kooky.
Yeah, I guess the primitive or the early stages are really strong.
Yeah, quickly. It happens quickly, like within a month or two. It's really weird.
Yeah, I wonder how that works. Must be some endocrine thing. Must be their gonads and their pituitary and their hypothalamus.
It's a really good question because, like, what would let them hit that switch and realize, okay, I'm on my own now. They're not just bringing me my food every day. Fuck. Time to get hard.
Yeah. It is. Well, it is a conscious decision on their part.
Yeah.
It seems like it just takes over.
But I was thinking that if that animal is not, like, the Muslims don't eat it and the Jews don't eat it. And you would imagine at a time where food was really important, and if you can get pork that was way better than not having any meat, and you can't eat it because of your religion, to me it seems like I bet at least some of the origin of that was there was a disease that was going through these people that were eating pigs.
It's hard to say. The ones that are kosher are the ones which were burnt up and sacrificed as well. There are sheep and cattle.
Hold that microphone up to your mouth.
Sheep and cattle and goats.
Right.
Yeah. Those were the sacrifices, the ones that were burnt on the altar, and also the ones that were eaten.
But why do you think pork was excluded from both Judaism and also from Islam?
Because it didn't meet the criteria.
The criteria for what?
For a kosher meat. It's just cut and needs to have a completely separated cut.
Right. No, I get that, but I mean, why did they come up with that rule? I think it seems to be that those are the animals that have the most amount of trichinosis, unless you're eating bears. So I don't know if they're eating any bears back then. Probably not. They're probably eating a lot of deer species. And if you tried to eat that kind of wild pork back then and you didn't cook it correctly, you probably get violently ill or die.
Well, there are causes. There are reasons for some of the precepts and the technique,
right?
Yeah, they're medically established.
Yeah, like shellfish probably has to do with red tide, right?
Well, bottom dwellers.
Bottom dwellers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. You try to decipher why they have that stuff. Well, kind of makes sense. Pork, pigs rather do carry a bunch of disease. Wreck human beings.
Yeah, well, the dietary laws do that. You think that's the reason they're not those dietary laws?
Yeah, well, they didn't have meat thermometers back then, right? So I bet a lot of people ate some medium rare pork or violently ill.
Yeah.
Violently ill. Like trichinosis apparently is proven. and you have it for life. So that, like, if somebody eats you, they get trichinosis unless they cook it.
Yeah, I had C. diff some years ago. I even wrote a book about
What is C. diff?
it's potentially fatal diarrhea.
Oh no!
It was great. Yeah, I wrote it. Well, yeah, that's
right.
That's the part I just couldn't do anything for.
Oh, that's
years.
right. That's right. I forgot that you had that.
Yeah, so I wrote a book about it. Anybody's interested, Joseph Levy escapes death. Yeah, maybe that's part of me enjoying watching certain animals, like animal killing animals. It kind of changes you that being that close to the edge.
I'm sure.
Yeah, you even offered to come out to visit or to do a show at my house.
Yeah, when you were real struggling and we were going back and forth, you just weren't sure if you could travel. I was like, I was worried about you.
Yeah, thanks.
Because you bounded back. Look at you, you look great.
Thanks.
But there was a time where I was worried about you because you didn't sound like you were doing well at all. Like you were real struggling. And so,
yeah, that's one of the things that pushed. Well, I began reading concentration camp literature during that phase.
Really?
Like how bad have people had it and what did they do?
Wow.
It was pretty. I like reading Primo Levi. He's my favorite author. L too.
Yeah.
Auschwitz, the end of Auschwitz, the last month or two, seemed like it was really something. Nobody cleaning up after them for weeks, things freezing and bursting. Oh, it was just nuts. So your Primo Levi was a chemist, very clinical, took notes, remembered things in very kind of dispassionate, almost journalistic description for the kinds of things people can go through. Yeah, just that cheered me up in a way. I mean, distracted me, like, oh my God, they had it way worse, and they had faith or something. So I felt, strengthened my faith. God wasn't done with me.
So, did you feel like you had an obligation to get to work once you got help? Like God gave you his chance?
Yeah.
Just bounce back, return to the Mac?
Thank God.
Yeah, it's great to see you looking healthy because I really did worry. Because it's, sometimes people, a bad health trip takes them down and weakens them so much that they never really back.
Yeah. Well, you think about death. You must think about death.
Sure.
I think about death.
You have to. It's coming whether you want it or not.
It'd be interesting to not think about death.
Yeah. I don't dwell on it, but I'm definitely aware of it.
Yeah, there was a week or two, friends came over talking about, their wishes or their interest in medically assisted death. There was a big article about that even a couple of months ago in the British journals. Yeah, medically assisted death. You called Rabbi. I asked his advice, and he said, you might be, you may be obligated to knock the pills on the floor. I thought that was an interesting take.
You may be obligated to knock the pills onto the floor
from the person's hand who's about to take them. Well, then, yeah. Or, within, or the equivalent. There might be some drugs going in IV. Right. Stop them. I feel pretty good. So I wonder, what happens next if I start feeling really bad? I feel good, so I figure, just keep me out of pain. You give me enough morphine. See what happens. My mom died on much her time. We gave her morphine out of hand to like Valley. That was pretty peaceful. Yeah, but it was quiet.
Yeah. The thing, because you don't don't want anybody poisoning anybody, but you do want to give people the option to go out gracefully.
Well, I think you'd just be feeling great. Yeah, you'd be feeling
That was very gracefully.
yeah.
This one burst. I had a morphine trip when I had my knee operated in the 90s. And it was incredible. It was incredible. And people tell me this is not true, but I swear I remember this being true. That you could press the button anytime you wanted more morphine.
Yeah. I think it's called patient-controlled analgesia or something.
Yeah. People are like, no. Oh, you remembering it wrong. I'm like, I don't think I am, man. I really remember hitting that Jesus. It was like the most wonderful, loving hug by the universe. It was just like this thing in bed while my leg is on this continual motion machine. You know what those are?
I can imagine.
When they do ACL reconstructions, when they do a patella tendon graft, it's a pretty violent operation. They have to cut your knee open like a fist. They take a slice of your patella tendon along with a chunk of your bone from your shin and a chunk of your bone from your kneecap, and then they screw it all back in place. To keep it from seizing up while you're lying in bed, your leg is on this machine. It goes like this, extends it and brings it back, extends it and brings it back, because otherwise it'll lock up and then you're fucked. Oh yeah, you're awake. Yeah, I was awake for the operation. My thought is I wanted to have one knee operation. I want to be awake for it. So they did like an epidural. Yeah. So I was awake. I was crazy to watch this guy open my knee up, screw it in place. The point is, while I was in the hospital bed, they had this button that you could press. Wanted more morphine. Yeah. And I hit that button like 2 times, and I was like, wow. It felt incredible. And I only did it, and I remember also thinking, boy, this could be a problem. Because I had done instruction with a guy who had a bit of a heroin problem. And so I was aware that people would get like a real opiate problem. And when I was in bed, I was like, I get it now. It feels amazing.
Yeah, well, I would say cool, but yeah.
But also, I knew that, like, my leg's fucked. I knew it was going to take forever before it felt normal again. It was pain and, like, just like, okay, I can't do anything, but enjoy this right now. It's like, let me take a couple of taps and,
You know, it's called God's medicine, God's own medicine for a reason.
Yeah, it felt like a hug. It's like the universe giving you a hug.
Yeah. Well, interesting you mentioned that one day. We were talking about faith and belief and what you base it on. I was just talking about how when I was living up in Dublin, I was feeling kind of alone and sad. And I prayed to God to help me. I felt this loving hug. He kind of embraced me at that moment. Hello. Yeah, it must have been mediated probably by orphans too, because it sounds pretty similar.
But interesting that we always want to like dismiss positive like that. Oh, it's probably just kidding. It's a good feeling.
Yeah.
Like, right, but is endorphins because of or the source of? Like which one is it? It might just be a part of it. Like the endorphins, but also it's the experience.
It's the experience that you're experiencing.
And the intention that you're putting out there.
Right. You're not feeling the endorphins attaching to the receptors.
Exactly.
Yeah. You feel beautiful.
Yeah. There's something real to it.
Yeah, drugs are interesting.
They are.
Well,
I just wish they weren't controlled by the cartels.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy. So what's crazy is like people are not going to stop using them. I think there's a lot of drugs you should never use, kids, and there's a lot of people that should never use any drugs. But the fact that they are always going to, and that the only way organization, and that we haven't done our fucking 1 + 1 = 2 on that, still in 2025.
Yeah. Well, a dispensary, everything you want.
Well, it's gotta be more than that, man, because some of that stuff's heavy. So it's going to be an dispensary, but it also has to be sort of a counseling center, some sort of a guided trip. There's got to be like very clear ethics. You know, you got to have people that really know what they're doing and just want to help and don't have any weird narcissistic intentions or anything else and just want to help people, you'd have to have that too, because there's going to be a lot of freaked out people. If you make mushrooms and acid and all these things legal, you can just go get it. Are you 18? Oh, go buy it. Like,
Yeah, I think there should be increased access.
I think so too.
You know, but
I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying the reality of the new interface. If we just have all of a sudden these drugs are not just legal, but legal and available for adults to buy, then you're going to deal with a whole new set of problems that didn't exist before. I'm not saying you shouldn't deal with that problem. I think it's inevitable. It's probably going to happen anyway. But those problems will be uniquely inflated by everything being legal. Because people are going to go out and go, fuck.
and why is that?
Because if you just go buy acid, do you know people are going to just go get acid? If you could go like to any liquor store and pick up a pound of mushrooms, like if it's just totally legal, because you can go to a liquor store and get a case of beer, right? You can get a case of whiskey. You can get like 24 bottles of whiskey. That is death by whiskey. Drinking that tonight, sir, you can buy that many. People will tell you that. Like, go ahead. You want to spend that money? So if you want mushrooms, and you can go to the liquor store and buy pounds of mushrooms.
Well, I think with increased access, there's increased, mortality.
There will be.
Yeah.
And there's not just that. It's like people, like, they ruin their brains. They're not ready for it. Maybe they're barely hanging as it is, and then they have too many psychedelic trips, and now they're really fucked up. And
well, that's true too. You'll never hear me advocating for drugs.
Good for you.
Yeah, I've never said people should do drugs. I say people should. They should.
How many people are on amphetamines right now?
A lot of people on amphetamines. I've got an amphetamine story.
Yeah.
A friend gave me some Adderall one day. Well, I asked him for it.
Like, yeah, you came clean, right? We have a no problem thing. That's funny.
Yeah, he was taking a great EHD because that helped. And I wrote this review. There used to be a magazine called Shaman's Drug, which did a book review. And they didn't think it should be called the spirit molecule, rather the molecule. And I took umbrage. So after I took Adderall, I wrote a 20-page letter. It was pretty what's the word, inflated. So, yeah, and you looked at it, and it was terrible.
Yeah.
So I didn't it.
All my friends who have done, I've never done coke, but all my friends who do coke, that do stand-up comedy, say you can't do stand-up comedy on coke.
Yeah.
They say you have no feeling. You don't like you don't connect with the audience. It's like just a barrier. Mm-hmm. You can kind of pull it off, maybe, but you never really like lock in.
Yeah, so you're not funny on it.
Yeah, you're not funny on it. You're probably detached, probably self-obsessed. It's a weird drug.
Well, it would be like you were talking to yourself, and you loved it.
You love the sound of your vocal voice. I think Adderall's a lot like that too, though. It's very similar.
Yeah. There's
something similar to that.
Yeah, in my case, it was just writing. I just feel like I had a lot to say.
Yeah, I'm not even saying you shouldn't do it, but journalists I know do it. I know a lot of journalists who love Adderall. They might not even say they love Adderall, but they fucking love Adderall. I know they do it all the time. And you can blame it on deadlines and, having to write stories and really needing to push through because you don't have enough time. I totally get it. And I'm not saying you shouldn't do it, but it's just fascinating how many people do it.
Yeah, it was the case with PK Dick. He was into amphetamines. He died of a stroke.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you're going to cook those veins. You're going to cook everything. If you're doing amphetamines all the time, you're cooking your brain, son.
Do you like PK Dick?
I haven't read him since high school, Yeah,
I went through a phase. Well, I was talking about St. Peter's. It's written by a Viennese Jew mathematician guy named Perutz, who did St. Peter Snow. I've read all of his books. There's like 8. And yeah, it's fun to get to know so much. So once I've been thinking about Dick, well, I have a TV show, what's it called? The Man from the High Castle got me interested in reading the novel by Dick, and went through most of his work.
What was the movie they did based on one of his novels?
I love Dick, or I love PK Dick.
There was a movie they did based on one of his novels. Do you remember which one it was?
Oh, quite a few.
Right.
Yeah, there's one movie that
or Blade Runner. That's your call. That's your. Total Recall was his too.
Total Recall. We can remember for we can remember for you. We can remember for Wholesale is the one that was Total Recall.
Blade Runner's amazing. The original Blade Runner, Rutger Hauer. Oh my God!
What about the the one with Keanu Reeves and Robert Downey Jr. and the rotoscope? Scattergun.
Oh man, Alex Jones is in that, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a novel.
Wow.
Very interesting. Yeah, they have the skin or the suit that changed according to emotions.
Remember those?
I think that may have been.
They had them when I was in high school. They had mood rings. You were cool if you had a mood ring when I was in high school. So a mood ring, apparently, depending upon your body temperature, would light, different hues. You never heard of it?
Not really. I
See if you can find mood rings.
Yeah, that may have been from days or something.
Yeah, I'm old, dude. How old are you?
I was more serious by then.
How old are you now?
70.
Okay, you're older than me, Don. I'm 58. So, you look great, by the way. You really do. You really do. And you look so much better than you did when you were struggling. So it's really nice to see you bounce back like that. This mood rings became a 1970 sensation.
70s, yeah.
There we go. So I went to high school in 81, and they were saying if you were in the right circles. But these goofy things, you would wear them, of course, because they're made out of crap, like the metal scrap, but they had the that would change color. See if you find like a photo of one. So, but like a photo of one changing color. Photo, that'd be video. I'm sorry. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, show what it looks like. They're kind of dope, though. It's kind of cool still.
Is that a rock? What the fuck is that? What does that?
That's a good question. I don't know. What is a mood? Let's find that out. What is a mood ring made out of? What is it made out of? Is it a resin or something? Like a plastic? Or is it an actual rock? Okay, so this dude came with the mood ring? Okay. Okay, who created the mood ring remains topic of some debate. A jewelry designer named Marvin Wernick says he invented the mood ring years before 1975, developing the idea after he saw a doctor use a thermochromic temperature measuring tape on a patient. So he came up with the idea of a mood ring after the stress of working on Wall Street led him to explore biofeedback, a therapeutic technique where people improve their health by responding to signals from their own bodies. Huh. So what are the crystals made out of, bro?
Crystals.
The crystals. What are they? What are the crystals made out of? Oh, look how pretty. That's pretty, isn't it? Like a dope ring that's a mood ring. You know? That way, like, you can tell whether or not your significant other is upset at you. Like, look at your fingers. You're lying.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it's a form of global communication. No keeping secrets.
I don't think it really works. It's only just see if you go to the gym and you slip it on, you look like you're like really angry.
Well, if your hands are cold.
Yeah, exactly. It's not gonna work.
Yeah.
So it's just dumb. It's just dumb, but people loved it when I was a kid.
Yeah, I think it kind of passed me by.
You got lucky. You missed the dumb mood swing. Mood ring swing. When you first, what's interesting is when you first started those studies and you published DMT, the spirit molecule. Did that have an effect on people taking you seriously with all your other work? Was it one of those things where you got labeled, now you're the crazy psychedelic guy who did that nutty study? Or was there enough people that were like, oh, this is great, now you have a legitimate academic studying this in a federally approved way, this is actually good for everybody, and maybe this opened door, it certainly opened up the door to the discussion. Like, after you put that book out, and people who, if you read that book, you'll come to the conclusion that there's something mighty going on below the surface of human life in general that can be accessed in this very weird way.
Within a second or two.
It's banana. I've never done it the way you guys did it, but it's just the regular way is bananas. And somehow or another, we're depriving people of this.
Well, I mean, shouldn't it be the front is you can give this drug regularly and everybody goes to the same place?
Yeah.
And it's a very weird place. Well, I think it ought to be on people's lips.
DMT stopped my fascination with UFOs because I was like, it stopped, paused it, I should say. It paused it because I was like, no matter what UFO looks like, it's not as crazy as what I just saw. Like, no matter what, a actual metal flying disc on the planet, like, yawn. Like, that's nothing. It's nothing compared to what exists in a few seconds.
Yeah. And, well, say that you went to the same place. You went back there each time. Was it the same place?
You can tell me. You tell me. I don't know. I've done it differently. And I've done it differently with sound, with Icaros, which was wild.
Yeah.
That was wild. That was like dancing things. That was really fascinating when you realize, like, oh, that's why the music is made the way it's made. Like, the music is perfect for that.
Yeah, you get
it's
a lot
perfect for the psychedelic trip.
I think get insight into music by seeing. Yeah,
100%. I think of music differently from that trip. And then, I think I really want to explore Kundalini yoga. I just have to, put it off forever. Because I've had friends that have done DMT and also do Kundalini yoga, and they'll tell you, dude, if you work hard enough, you can get to that place. Where you can get to that place with on the knack, completely in your own mind, without taking any drug at all, where you could full on DMT trip. And the guy who told us was very reliable and had experienced DMT. He was also a jiu-jitsu black belt, like a solid guy. Like, I believed him, and he's like, you can get there.
Yeah, have you ever done or heard about that holotropic breath work?
Yes.
Yeah, I've done that, and it switched me into a very highly altered state.
Very highly altered state.
It felt like, drugs. It felt more like MDMA than it did DMT.
I've had some moments before I had like a big show or something. I just really wanted to relax, where I'll do deep breathing and stretching. Just deep breathing and stretching, and you get high as fuck. It's just this weird natural high that happens. Like, you alleviate tension in your body, and your body rewards you for it with all this endorphin rush, dopamine rush. You get so friendly and so sweet. You just want to hug everybody. You want everybody to be happy. It's like it releases, like you're carrying around physical tension that manifests itself in the way you view the world.
Well, so
you can get out of it on your own, which is
So how do you think? What do you think it means that that's built into our systems?
I think we need physical activity, and I think we always have had physical activity. It wasn't ever a thing where you had to mandate physical activity to stay alive. So because of that, there's like body functions in that way. It's only strong if it's forced to work. It only has a good immune system if it's exposed to a certain amount of different people, different bios. It becomes just like a muscle does when it gets sedentary. It atrophies, and your body actually. So that's the problem with like the human civilization. We get into cities, everything becomes easier. You're sedentary most of the time. The body decays, and you're in a state where you're depressed all the time. You don't know why. Well, it's because your body it's not designed to work like that. For tens of thousands of years, you had to be active, you had to be running around, you had to be carrying things, you had to be getting water, you had to be building things, you had to be hunting things and fishing, you had to be moving because you had to stay alive. And then all of a sudden you're not. And I think that's one of the great dilemmas of mental health in this country that's maybe dismissed by a lot of people. One of the great dilemmas is you're sedentary.
I think there were some studies comparing Prozac way back when with a routine of physical exercise. And exercise is an antidepressant.
There's been recent ones with SSRIs that show that it's more effective than SSRIs.
Yeah.
Because we're not supposed to be sedentary, and nobody wants to be told what to do. And nobody wants to feel bad. I get it, but you have to feel bad for yourself so you can feel better later. You just have to get coached. That's all it is. And don't resist it. Just embrace it.
What about Ozempic, though?
I don't think those things are bad in the right circumstances. I don't think if you're a guy and you need to lose 30 pounds, you get on that. Come on, man. You can do that. You can lose that. I'll be your friend. I'll fucking help you. Like, just stop eating sugar. Stop eating bread. Get yourself on a workout schedule. I'm gonna get on the fucking bike in the morning. I'm gonna get on that stupid I'm gonna do a Peloton workout every day for a month. You'll lose 20 pounds that month.
Right.
You can do it. You just have to be focused.
Right.
But if you're 500 pounds, if you're morbidly obese, if you're really addicted to food, you've got a real problem. I think it can help you get to a healthy path. That's what I think it's really the best for. If it can help people get to a healthy path where they stop overeating, they can get it under control, they get new patterns, and then they start getting addicted to walking maybe, get addicted to feeling better, start being able to do things you couldn't do before. There's like hundreds of pages of Instagram people who, during COVID, where they were obese, wind up losing 100, 200 pounds. Do you know what Jelly Roll is?
No, but I've seen some stories and pictures of people that were very, very, very heavy, 800 pounds.
Jelly Roll is an amazing, an incredible guy who went to jail. He's got face tattoos, but he's the sweetest person that's ever lived. He's lost like 200 pounds in the last year or so. Is it a year and a half, 2 years? He looks amazing.
Yeah,
and no Ozempic.
No
Ozempic. Just doing it the right way, exercising. But I just think the problem, there's always like some sort of a trade-off when it comes to what you do and don't do. Look at the size he used to be, and look what he looks like now. Isn't that insane?
Yeah.
Isn't that insane? Well, the sweetest fucking guy of all time, too.
Yeah, so you can lose that weight. It's like depression and exercise.
But also, he's a wealthy star. He has access to great food. He has a reason to believe his life is going to be better. He's got a great life already.
Yeah, I think for most people, like actually developing a real exercise regimen would be way harder than that.
Yes, but that's where a guy like that comes into play. We go, well, he do it, I can do it too. But what do you have to do? You just have to start slow, keep moving, don't stop, get a schedule, put it together, make some progress, note the progress, excited about progress, keep going. But if Ozempic helps you, like fucking up for whatever helps you, man. You know, I've had a friend that was very close to suicide before he got on SSRIs. I'll never say no one should ever take SSRIs. I don't know if he would have bounced back, but he did bounce back, and then he got himself off of them, and then he got healthy, and now he's great. And this is, with a lot of medications, a lot of them they have just real benefits for it. I think Ozempic is one of those. I think if you're a morbidly obese person, one of the things that my friend Brigham Bueller, who is the CEO of Ways to Well, and Ways to Well is also a pharmacy, or a compounding pharmacy, so they make some peptides. And he said, you can make it so that it doesn't have all the negative effects by making it for the actual size of the person. So you give them the exact dose, and combining is going to prevent bone loss and muscle loss. Like, it's possible to healthily slow the process down, stop the overeating, get the inflammation in check, get the diet in check, but it's got to be systemically. And they want you to do it like vegan. They want you to eat vegetables and meat and just healthy stuff only. Throw out all the bullshit, and let's try to get this
Yeah, it reminds me of that big story. Did you, what's it called? The Three Stigmata of Palmer Eldritch. It's a competition between an intrastellar psychedelic versus a terrestrial psychedelic. Which company was going to be able to sell the psychedelic versus the worldview of choice? The one that came from the earth, get people into Perky Patty's world, where everybody was this big, and they all lived in this house together and did stuff like when they went to the beach and had barbecues and things. Yeah, that was the terrestrial psychedelic that was competing against an interstellar psychedelic, which was completely horrible and weird. It was like you never stopped tripping. Like,
Oh no!
yeah, and that was gradually spreading.
I think that's everybody's fear when they do something. Like, oh my God, what if this never ends? What if this is my new reality? Like, oh my God, I'm done. I'm dead.
Yeah.
I'm gone.
It's always been this way. It will always be this way. Yeah, that was my worst trip ever.
Right. And then for people with severe anxiety, some people just don't bounce back well from something like that. And that's why I never advocate drugs to anybody.
I never have.
Yeah, I know you haven't.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't even want to admit that you did it when we first started talking.
Right.
You didn't even want to admit you smoked pot.
Yeah.
But I think you thought back then, like, to be taken seriously.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm less of a researcher now, so I don't have that same kind of camouflage to wear.
Yes. Well, I'm glad. Because, like, without you, the understanding of what that experience is would be greatly diminished in popular culture. I don't think people would really understand what it is if it wasn't for that book. And I know you got to really stick your neck out to try to make something like that.
Yeah.
It's bizarre because it is a thing. It's a real thing. And you should know about real things. You should know about real things that have probably been in human use for thousands and thousands of years and hidden from you by Nixon.
Yeah, the thing I like so much about DMT is that it's endogenous. It's made in the brain.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think it's what we're making when we're dreaming?
It might be what we're making right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's one idea, is that it regulates consensus reality by maintaining off at a certain concentration in the brain.
I buy that, but I buy a lot of things.
It's the matrix, the endomatrix.
Yeah.
Now, you know about the matrix or this red laser and DMT?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Tell people about it because it's nuts.
Yeah, I don't know much about it.
You haven't done it?
No.
So apparently it's a red laser, and if you're tripping on DMT and you look down or below, so you can either look from below it, look up, or from above it, look down. Right? Is that correct?
I didn't know there was a directional.
I think it's a directional thing. I don't think if it's on the wall, you read it. I think you have to get above it and look down.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think that's what they say, and if you do that, you see code.
Code, yeah, like the Matrix.
Yeah.
Or Japanese.
If there's anybody that should believe that life isn't real, it's me.
Life isn't real.
That it's not real. Like that maybe there is some sort of magical quality to this experience. Some sort of very difficult to grasp aspect of reality that we ignore. That's spiritual, mystical, or there's something going on outside of just normal physical reality.
Well, I think this way. Otherwise, because certain things are encouraged and certain things are discouraged.
Yeah.
And cause and effect goes a certain way.
Right.
It kind of pushes you in one direction.
Mm-hmm.
So who created cause and effect, or cause and effects causes? Motivations.
What are angels and demons? Right. Where does evil come from? We know it's real. Where does good come from? We know it's real. It's like everybody wants to be so smart they dismiss the idea of angels and demons. It's really fascinating because they're really just a word for an actual force that creates a damaging, terrifying, or wonderful, amazing effect. Good and evil.
Right. Angels and demons.
Yeah, like the effect is real, and we both know that people are capable of either one.
It's one of the reasons why we love people, though, is because we love great people because we know that there's terrible people. We love people that are warm and friendly and kind and sweet because we know that there's people that are out there that are self-serving and shitty and mean, you know, and that's we need one to the other. And that's what's so tough about being a person.
Yeah. Well, in the text anyway, angels are intermediaries. You know, like body, right? So how can God interact with the world? Yeah, so the angels are the intermediaries.
That makes sense.
Yeah, in a way, it's the most spiritual of the physical.
What do you think about the people that try to connect UAPs, angels?
I don't know.
Have you ever had a UAP, UFO,
I don't think so.
alien experience?
No, I've never, no, not really. What about you?
No. I'm trying, bro.
You're trying? How do you
I'm
try?
trying. I get on the rooftop. I got a flashlight. No, I wish. Yeah, I wish I saw something. I wish I saw something that was like 100%. There's no way that's ours.
Right.
It'd be cool.
Yeah, that's never happened.
But I don't think they're all lying. I don't think that's the case. I don't think they're all lying. There's too many of them that tell a story that it just doesn't seem like bullshit.
Has Whitley Strieber been on your show?
No. He's an odd one because he's a fiction writer. You know, not that I don't believe him, but when a guy writes fantastical fiction for a living and then has a fantastical fictional experience that actually happens to him that becomes his thing. It's like Arsenio Hall said, things that make you go, I'm not saying that it didn't actually happen to him because his experience, it would be ironic if it did because then nobody would believe him because he writes fiction, right? But his experiences mirror a lot of the experiences from the John Mack book. You know, did you read that book, Abduction?
Yeah, I knew John. I liked him. Very smart guy.
Those stories, and that was back before the internet really, where there was any social media or anything like that back then. Those stories were oddly uniform.
Well, they were, and you know, John Mack, the psychiatrist from Harvard or Cambridge. We talked about the similarities between his subjects' reports and our DMT volunteers. He thought we had, come across a technology that would make contact, at least the experience of contact, something that could be studied scientifically.
Jeez. So much you reignite that idea right now.
That's not in the news.
Well, there's a study that they were doing in England, correct?
Yeah, there's a couple of groups.
Where they were doing a long-term drip, not like yours. So yours was like one push. I think theirs was like a drip. Something kooky like that, yeah.
Yeah. There's a group in Switzerland. John Dean at UC San Diego is going to start one. So there's at least 3 around the world.
It's a real place that you can go to, and that's what's nuts.
Yeah.
And for people that never experienced anything in their teams their whole life, it sounds crazy. I know it sounds crazy.
Yeah, well, what do you think of the beings? Do you think the beings are outside of us?
Do you think they're disembodied souls? Or do you think they're inside us all the time? Well, if they're inside us all the time, then we're everything. Then inside of us is just somehow connected to everything. We're not individuals at all. We are everything. All of us are everything. If they are inside of us, and they may be inside of us. It might be the idea of like a physical boundary is nonsense. Like, who gives a fuck where it's from? It's all everywhere, all the time. You just don't have access to it right now. You don't have access to it in your default state because your default fundamental state is a primate. But it's in there, and occasionally you have access to it. You have access to it near-death experiences. You have access to it holotropic breathing. But if you had access to it all the time, you wouldn't be able to exist in this barbaric state that you live in.
Well, I think it has to do with the dose. I mean, if it's really high, if their levels are really high in the brain or the mind, this could be just a DMT simulation.
Right.
Yeah.
It could be.
In which case, there still is cause and effect.
Well, just imagine a world where this wasn't reality, but then you got to experience this. It would be completely psychedelic. You'd be like, what? what is this fucking crazy world?
It'd be different. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the 3D and the shadow people.
Just, do you know how weird it is sometimes if you just stand on a corner and watch people just walking and looking at their phones?
Yeah,
It's like people have
there's a lot.
been kidnapped and they don't even know it.
There's a lot of that here.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Well, I went back to Albuquerque last year.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, after 14 years in Gallup is plenty.
Nice.
So it's
Cool. Better? You like it?
civilization. Yeah, I do.
Nice.
Yeah, we have the front lawn and the back lawn.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Albuquerque's home to some of the greatest mixed martial arts fighters ever.
Yeah.
John Jones lives in Albuquerque.
Right.
Greatest of all time.
Yeah.
Shout out to Albuquerque. Jackson Michael Jones.
I love New Mexico. That's true.
Well, it's a crazy state with a rich history and beautiful landscape. Oh my God. I who just got back from elk hunting, who's raving about how gorgeous it was out there.
The sky is great. We had a pretty cool governor. Before she's governor, she was the Secretary of Health.
Oh, cool.
During COVID. So she does public health.
She's a nice lady.
Yeah.
I like her.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Thanks for being here, man. It was a lot of fun. It always is. It's always great to see you. It's been great to be a friend all these years.
Oh, yes, man.
It's great to see you healthy.
That's great. Yes, and you look pretty wonderfully or something.
Thank you.
It's my DMT and the Soul of Prophets. Oh,
Yeah, it's right here.
there it is. Yeah. It's pretty old.
Hold that sucker up.
It came out in 2014. Yeah, it's what's the soul of prophecy? Is it the visions or is it the message?
So, and then there's the other books that are available. DMT, the Spirit Molecule, which is what got me into you in the first place. What a great cover too, that Alex Gray artwork.
Well, and his
That's amazing.
artwork is on the second book too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, that's Alex Gray as well.
He's amazing. I mean, that guy. There's no one ever has captured the DMT state quite like him.
Yeah.
You know, it's just beautiful work. Stuff like, and that crazy chapel of sacred mirrors that he has now.
Yeah.
The 3D printed like chapel.
Do you have
Insane.
any of his original art?
No.
I've got the Spirit Molecule.
Oh,
It's so cool.
That's awesome.
It's in the hallway. Yes.
he's been a sweet guy though. I've talked to him a few times. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. Goodbye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Good. Fun. There you go. Yeah, the movie's fantastic. And I know I told you outside, but I wanted to say that when I kind of have a prejudice when I went to see the movie, I was like, okay, it's going to be an MMA movie. Yeah, but it's not. It's a movie that happens to be about MMA, but it's a great movie. It's good, man. It's like, it's very gripping, and the performances are fantastic, and the way The Rock did you was nuts.
I can't explain it. I keep using the word surreal, but it doesn't describe it. Like I was saying, that son, when he watched it, and just flipping out, like talking to me, like I was saying, like literally, just going, Dad, he's got your mannerisms. He's got your speech pattern. But you imagine, like I'm picturing my son. He's in New York when he watched that thing, right? And so I'm picturing him in the corner of the lobby of the theater, talking with his back to everybody, going, "Oh my God, Dad! Like it's like a doppelganger. He's got all of it, like full blown. Like it's like the because a lot of my saying for myself is I can't see the forest through the trees. I'm in the middle of it. Am I looking at it objectively? Am I really looking at it? Or am I seeing something and hear my son say, "Oh my gosh, Daddy nailed it"?
Right. No,
Unbelievable.
He really did nail it. I like we were saying in the lobby. Like I didn't know The Rock could act that well. You know, it's really good acting. It's not like blockbuster movie acting, which is he's great at that, but it's a different thing.
It's completely so. With DJ, I kept trying to say to him, "You don't have to do this, dude. Like you don't have to do this." And he would stop me and he would go, "Yeah, I do."
What do you mean by you don't have to do this?
So meaning that, like, he's at a place in his life where he can just keep doing blockbusters and be perfectly fine with it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he says it himself. There's always a place for that. There's always going to be a place for blockbuster movies and for that. But he needed to do something different. He needed to do something different.
Well, it's a perfect role if you want to do something different for him because it's a very complex role. And it's about a giant dude. That's him.
Yeah.
So it's like really like the perfect way. Because otherwise, if you're built like he is, it's very hard to get work as a serious actor. This might be like the only opportunity to show people, like, hey, I can actually act.
Yeah.
I think he did it.
He did an amazing job. I mean,
amazing.
To the point where, like, Emily, unbelievable.
She's great. She plays such a great
Oh
bitch.
my god.
She's so good.
Oh my god.
She's so crazy.
Oh my
It gave
god.
me anxiety. Like sometimes, like when you're getting ready to fight, she's starting arguments. I'm like, oh my god, I'm getting anxiety.
So here's what was here. So I saw an 80% complete version of the film in January of this year, and then the first time I see a complete version of it was in Venice. And so I'm in Venice, and there's Benny on my right, and there's DJ on my left, and there's Emily next to DJ. In the last scene of the movie, right, the intensity of that scene, I'm just telling you, it was like, I said it was therapy for me. Because I think for the first time I could actually see my part in it. Like I could see my part, how fucking hard I was on the people around me. You know, how just singularly driven I was to accomplish something at all cost. And the person that paid it the most was Dawn. She paid a heavy price. You know, and you know, anybody that's successful, you know, for me, I was trying to raise everybody up, you know, everybody around me. And it was just a selfish endeavor, and I could see it in those moments. I could see it in who DJ was, you know, and who Emily was, and the intensity. And I was like, fuck.
Well, it's such a crazy task to try to be an elite MMA fighter at a time where there was no one even knew what it was.
No.
When you first said, well, I met you in '97. There's a crazy photo of us together.
I saw that.
Dude, 97, that's like 30 years ago almost. Isn't that nuts?
So this is what's fucking crazy. So trying to describe what I did back then, like people, their jaws would hang open.
Right.
They would go, you do what?
Like, why would you do that? That's us.
Oh my god.
1997, dude, that's so crazy.
Oh my god.
So crazy.
Oh my god.
So
were they even paying you back then?
A little bit. They paid me a little bit. It wasn't a lot of money. But it was, for me, it was just for fun. It's like, I was a giant fan of the sport. And what happened was, Campbell McLaren, you remember Campbell?
Yeah.
He was good friends with my manager, Jeff. And they were just talking. And he said, oh, we need a guy to do backstage interviews. Post-fight interviews. Yeah. And he goes, Joe really loves the sport. It's like, really? He goes, like, oh, yeah. He follows all the fights in Japan. And he's like, and so for me, it was just fun. I mean, it was actually costing me money, which is why I wound up quitting. Because I couldn't. I did it for like a year and a half, 2 years maybe. And then in '98, I was like, I can't do this anymore. It's just actually costing me money. And so then when I started doing Fear Factor, that's when Zuffa bought it. I wound up working for them again. But in those days, it was for me, it was a dream. Because as a lifelong martial artist, when I was a kid, there was always the big question, what was the best style? Yeah. And no one knew until Rory and Gracie put it all together and decided to create the UFC. Yeah. And then all of a sudden we get to see it. And then obviously you had Japan Valley Tudo and then Pride and all these big events over in Japan. And And it became, to me, it was like, finally someone did it.
That was, so part of my first fights in Brazil, I was still brainwashed by the idea that, oh shit, he's 7 foot tall or 6'9", he's the toughest dude in the room.
Right.
Because that's how I grew up, right? Or
Right.
10th degree black belt, same thing.
Right.
Oh, no, don't mess with them.
Yeah.
And in one where that first time I fought, I was still under the delusion that was the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And so my trainer kept going, oh, trust me, you're gonna do fine. Trust me, you're gonna do fine. And it's just like what I was as a wrestler, that I can impose. Like I said, to tell you the best definition I've ever had for wrestlers, I can hold a grown ass man where he doesn't want to be held for as long as I want to hold him there, and he can't do a fucking thing about it.
Exactly.
That's a wrestler.
And you can dictate where the fight takes place always. So if you come a wrestler like Chuck Liddell, then you say, no, but you can't take me down.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to beat the fuck out of you standing, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Not a single thing.
It's the most important skill.
Oh my God, it's foundational.
Foundational.
And that's why there's so much success for the deck. I'm going to blank on the names, but the wrestlers it's a resurgence of like really what a foundational piece it is.
Yeah.
And how important it is when you have a high. You know what they're able to do too as a wrestler? I always just look at the Russian wrestlers and go, what makes them so good? They could flurry in succession more times than I could. Like Kurt Angle, right? When I wrestled against Kurt trained at a level that I wasn't training at. He could sustain a flurry to the point where I would just make mistakes because I'd be to exhaustion. And you watch them; they'll string these moves together. It's stringing
like Hamza Chimaev.
Yeah. Oh my God!
He's the best example of that.
Unbelievable, because you'll see him shoot, reshoot,
Yeah.
shoot again, get up, stand up, fake, shoot again, and you can't keep up with it.
Yeah.
You just inevitably you just make mistakes, or you just give in to the exhaustion of the moment, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay, nothing you can do about it.
When a guy has insane cardio with those kind of skills, it is the toughest combination to be. Like Cain Velasquez in his prime.
Oh my God.
Insane cardio, elite wrestling, and then elite MMA stand-up skills as well. Like get everything.
Scary.
The cardio is the scariest thing. Is when you're scared to hit the gas, like 3 more minutes in the round, and you see Cain is just fucking bobbing around, and he's not even breathing heavy. In between rounds, his stomach's not even heaving.
He's a big dude.
He's 240. He's not even tired. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it defies logic.
But there's guys like that have that fucking insane cardio. I mean, I don't know how much you follow in the UFC, but this is kid Anthony Hernandez in the middleweight division. That's nuts. And then you got Rob Dabashvili, who's like the best example of it. Unstoppable.
So this is kind of, again, one of these things where there's certain athletes that have a gear that nobody else has.
Yeah.
And it's just how they're built. It's just how they're built.
Well, I remember when you came along and when Coleman came along, all of a sudden everybody's like, I gotta get on steroids.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Everybody's like, I gotta get bigger. That's when Vitor got up to like 240 pounds.
He was big.
Way too big for his frame. And you're talking about a guy who eventually wound up fighting at 185. Yeah, right? I mean, he finished his career up at 85, and he was there at 240 when he fought Randy the first time.
Yeah.
Which was bananas.
That night was my last UFC. That was UFC 15.
Oh, wow.
And that's when Randy beat to work. And as one, I'll just wait. Because I know what Randy is.
Right.
Randy's cardio. Randy's like, he can take it. And it was one of those things where I was like, I don't think Victor's going to win.
Right.
It's just
and that's what we called him back then. His name was Victor.
Yeah.
When he first came into the UFC, his first fight when he was fighting in Hawaii, it was Victor Gracie.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, he was going by the last name Gracie. And then I think he got sued or threatened with a lawsuit, and then he changed it to Victor Pepper because, like, Orion was very litigious. He was, like, very protective of the Gracie name. And so he fought John Hess in Hawaii and beat the living shit out of him.
Rumble on the Rock stuff or whatever.
I don't think it was Rumble on the Rock. That was BJ's promotion, and that was later. This was, like, really on. This was, I don't know who the fuck was doing that event, but it was in a ring and Vitor came out and blitzed him with punches, and nobody had seen anything like that before. Like, oh God, this is because everyone thought Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a guy with hands like that.
Oh my God, his hand speed was unreal.
He was so fast,
Unreal and accurate.
Yeah.
Like, you could be fast, and that's one thing, but fast and actually hitting the target when the target's bobbing and weaving, it's like, oh my God, man.
He's an interesting case study because he's like, first of all, pioneer, right?
Yep.
First fought in the UFC when he was 19 years old, right?
Crazy.
And won the tournament at 19, which is just bananas. And then when we got to see him, he got off the sauce and his body kind of faded out. And then they brought back testosterone replacement. And then when testosterone replacement came in, all of a sudden it was TRT Vitor, and he was the scariest motherfucker alive for like 5 fights or whatever it was before they killed the TRT exemptions, and then it all went away for him. It's just like, that should be a commercial for testosterone replacement.
Yeah, I mean, it really could be. And back then, because there was so much myth surrounding mixed martial arts, that you felt like if you didn't do something, it was like the saying is like, oh, you're going to a gunfight with a knife, right? It was that type of mentality back then.
It was also, everyone was on it. And and in fact, at Pride, when told me that in large letters, it said, "We do not test for steroids in the contract."
Man.
They're like,
So they would do this. They would hand you a cup and go, urine. And you go, it's clean. You just look around and just hand the cup up going, hey, can you piss here? and you literally walk back to the medical and go, here's the here. And I mean, that's the era it was.
So your first fight was it in Brazil?
In Brazil, yeah.
And the crazy thing is, they reproduced that arena, that conference room, perfectly.
Yeah.
Because I saw your first fight, I saw all those early fights, and then to see that in like the movie, I was like, oh, they did it. This is perfect.
Yeah.
Because sometimes they fudge a little.
So here's what. So I was in Vancouver for the set when they had the set up, and I was sitting there. I was laughing with Benny about it, going, "All right, who came up with the pyramid and the door opening with fog machines?" Because it's like I can't even imagine the brainstorm going. You got any bright ideas on how to introduce that? Yeah, let's do a pyramid and let's have a trap door fog. Where bigger picture of stuff is going, but they reproduced it to the T. It was perfect. Oh my God, it was amazing.
It was really great because in the movie they did about Mark Schultz, what was that movie again? Fox. That's right. Yeah. That movie had a lot of shenanigans in it. There was a lot of stuff that wasn't
accurate.
Accurate. Yeah. Like, he fought Big Daddy Goodrich in this one MMA fight. Yeah. But in the movie, he's fighting some Russian dude. Didn't make any sense. No. Completely different cat. White guy in the movie.
Wow.
Yeah. He fought Big Daddy Goodrich, and Big Daddy was wearing the gi. Like,
wow.
Yeah. Remember? I mean, not only that, but it was Big Daddy Goodrich is a legend.
Yeah.
Like, how do you leave him out when that was his only MMA fight? Like, why did you change the guy he fought? That doesn't even make any sense. When they just did Hollywood shenanigans.
So that was a huge part from the beginning of this when DJ and I talked back in 2019. It's just
you guys started talking about this.
Yeah, in 2019. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
6 fucking years.
Yeah. Wow. Here's what's crazy. So he says, hey, we're gonna move forward with this, and so for me, I hadn't even thought about any of this. Like it being a movie, he wants to play me in a movie, and he goes, I'm going to make the announcement. Madison Square Garden, the PMFL, we had this conversation, and it was just like this, do you trust me? And it was like, yeah, I do.
He's a fucking great dude.
Oh my God, solid. By the way, he says, say hi. He left me a great message on the way over here. I was listening to him, man. He's a rare human being.
He is. I'm going to call him after this just to tell him what a fucking amazing job he did. Because I wanted to watch it right before I saw you.
Okay.
So I watched it today. And I was like, God damn, this is a good movie, man. And I was just blown away by how well he captured the chaos of the Pride organization, all the weirdness of the contract negotiations, everything.
So Benny from the beginning said the only way we're going to be able to do this is have that authenticity, to the point where I sent them watches, rings, necklaces, posters, everything I could find picture-wise, everything, to their props and production.
Oh, wow.
And they reproduced everything.
Oh, wow.
So, Joe, when I went up to Vancouver, like, and walked into some of these sets, like, literally going, oh, fucking shit.
Did it flashback?
Oh, my God. Like, you'd walk into a room and there'd be from one corner all the way on the wall just pictures of me and my house and my this and this outfit, this and these in my house and this, and production saying, okay, was this accurate? How did this? It was this unbelievable, painstaking. They rebuilt my life 25 years ago. So when DJ got into me, he actually was. He was me. Wow. Yeah.
It seemed like it, man. I mean, it really did, because, it's just, it's hard when a guy's so famous to pretend that he's someone else.
Yeah.
He has to, be really good to get you convinced, and I was all in. In.
So first time I saw him in Vancouver, like, nobody told me, nobody said, hey, listen, we're going to do prosthetics, give me a cauliflower ear, we're going to make his brow, and nobody told me this. So I was up there for fight week, and they're getting ready to shoot the scene where they're introducing everybody to the finalists for the Grand Prix. And so DJ's the last one to walk in, and I'm watching the ring. I don't know, he's behind me. And I turn around, and it's like this, like, I see him as me. Like, this is the joke. This is what I did. I'm like, fuck you. Like, oh my God. And it's this moment at him. And I'm looking at myself.
Yeah.
I am in there, but like looking at a mirror picture of myself. And it's this experience where I'm like, oh my God, man, like, wow, you're going. Like, this is you going to a place that nobody even thought you could get to.
Right.
Like, it was incredible.
Well, you're such an important part of the history of MMA that I think this movie did that. It really honored that. It really did it justice, because at the end of the movie, when it talks about how fighters today make millions.
All right, I'll cry. So go on. Sorry.
No, it's okay. But that, you guys paved the way. If it wasn't for you guys, just doing it for very little money, like barely getting by, putting your whole life on the line, and barely getting by. Oh, and I love that you had Alexander Usyk.
Oh my God, it's
like this episode, that was amazing.
So Benny signed it before he became a champ.
Oh wow! Right, 2019. Yeah, wow.
So it's one of those things where everything just kind of ended up in a way where you're like, all right, this is manifest. This is like Joe Dispenza,
right.
Living into something that's bigger, because it's pulled all these people together.
Usyk did a great job.
Oh, he did a phenomenal job. Oh my God, he did that spinning back and forth. I'm like, he's a boxer. He's not supposed to.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even know he could do that.
No, neither did I.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess I could kind of do anything. He's
yeah. Oh
athlete.
my God, he's. You know how many rounds he trained prior to fighting Tyson Fury? 600. Jesus. With 3 different training partners. So every dude in every third round, he had a fresh guy on him.
I know that he was doing 15 rounds a day, and he made a deal with himself that his back touched the ropes. He would have to do another round, an extra round.
So that's one that I didn't hear that, but he said he would do rounds where he wasn't allowed to punch.
Oh, wow.
At all. Like, he just had to
do
bob even defense. I'm like, okay, like he's like one of us. Like, he just takes it to a level that is just unbelievable.
He's a genius. Oh, like a literal boxing genius. Like, and I don't use that term lightly. Like, what he did to Dubois, I was like, oh my God. Because when you see Dubois, when Dubois knocked out Anthony Joshua, you're like, wow, this kid might be the future.
Yeah.
He is a fucking destroyer. He's a seek and destroy, brutal giant guy, and class. And Usyk just pieced him, dismantled him, and took him apart, and did it with all skill.
But like, literally, like, understanding he's not the biggest dude in the world. No, he's big, but he's not 6'9", right?
No, he's not Tyson Fury. He's not Dubois. He's not Tyson Anthony Joshua.
None of them. No.
Now he's a cruiserweight. Cruiserweight that beat everybody and knew that the only way to make real money is to go up to heavyweight.
Yeah.
Really leave a real legacy. Because he could have been one of those guys that retired as an undefeated cruiserweight, and boxing fans like myself would talk about him,
Hey,
but everybody else would be like, who?
You're watching.
Well,
Somebody
now
texted me.
he's in the conversation of one of the great.
I'll stop with
He's Tyson, Ali.
Get
He's
some
in there.
coffee. Please go up. On Pump Fun. Coffee.
Consistently an overachiever.
And he's fucking 38. Right? He's even crazy.
This isn't Pump Fun. This skill level, footwork.
Discipline. Just also, it's like he was so fortunate to have been trained by Lomachenko's dad.
I didn't know that.
Like Grant Lomachenko's so good. Version.
Wow. That makes no sense.
Right? Yeah. Such a big guy. Just doesn't exist. It's not just the light on the feet. The shifting of the weight back to you don't expect it.
Yeah.
Actually, happy birthday. What's your name? Happy birthday,
I go, it's a birthday to wait. He's already. So my son loves this son. Even 10 years old, 12 years old, a foot. And I'm like, that until I started doing it's a whole skill.
Oh, you were so deep. It's like, no, it's impossible to pay attention to anything else. You have to, that has to be
singular.
Yeah, it has to be singular.
No. Those were my mentor, Chris Campbell, champ when coach in Iowa. He made boycotted, won championships, voted best technician in the world. He's gonna in March. That here.
Wrestling.
It's the oldest. So it's such a one. Oh, and just really and but to wrestle, and so the differences with this guy, and you look at what when you take position. Little thing.
The Russians cheat with just wrestling. So in any comments, yeah, boxers are super technical. Yeah.
Yeah, I think in their root, like they're because this lineage that's passed along. Wrestler to be when you know same thing. Like the difference between here and go 2 inches. Right. Those become 6. Right. Points here per because once you know, it's interesting. Well, he never wrestled. It was all Russian. Wow. She has been. I said, wondered. Yeah, he's certainly in the conversation. So hard to say who because you know, I think every credit that he deserved. People for good Anderson was when he was. BJ Penn when he was in his prime. Look at a guy when he's really it's not fair. You just get a champion when they the level of everyone else. And George is for sure part of right? Like when you get somebody loves he was doing that to guys. He was fucking barely in the gym and still competing in world title matches. Like, like, you know what you like pressure of sometimes and what makes you a great fighter in the first place is wildness is unleashed. Yeah. Yeah. How that feel? I like that. I don't think anybody had it until the documentary came out. Holy shit. To you for allowing people to see like that about all the and no one saw you, they just saw this fucking dominant destroyer, this guy was like smashing everybody, and you just thought, oh, that guy's just he's just so mentally human. He just gets out there and gets done. Yeah, you allowed them to show where the was different capture with you at your what they caught was you. Your fight was hard. It was just and they caught you. So around the rest of the he's the one that naturally mine wasn't that's what came from where the some of their guys they show up Marvel Championship fight with and like oh fuck like you're gonna make it down here and so you go John to show this contract do this for very, very much. there's a switch, and I figured through that process, I was really getting I was trying to take your fucking with them. No. And I yeah. And so I go, and so I go sit his wife was the whole entire this is beautiful. That's awesome. Here's that for me. It's a standard of how do you think is it right? The second that's different. Let's make this character more. Yeah. It was like revolution. Okay, this is not professional. But you know, also, so I don't watch the history. He has kind of like going way back to the early race days. Yeah, this is a cool cult. Like, okay, a bit. You know, I want here. Fought the UFC. Your contract expired. But absolutely. I'm excited for the deal. I did 14 I got contacted by like we want to know piece to build this organization. So I'm like, okay, so they fly me first class to this hotel. I meet with Shishaka, who is really and wait a minute. So yeah, learn Japan and Japanese. Yeah, it's still with the Korean. That's one of the
took 5 months to sort out if you're did started off in that time. And so and I ended up I would probably so everything went around. It was crazy. So here we go. Voice was crying. Oh my god, it was like no, like that's it. Oh, yeah, but I was getting cardiovascular. Yeah, that was it was really one of them. Well, when oh, okay. Yeah. That was real for everything. He's brought what great shammer. Extreme running arrows. He was guys looking at it. Can I talk about like okay, you come up with was like so our graduating and really tried to think like seems like it is. It is. It's very weird that first one passed away from that. Yeah, especially because it doesn't. Yeah, so you know, not a super division in boxing. Kind of like his pure right? You know, look at the UFC. That was this 265 weight division. It's like the best. You know, he goes like that 240 range. That's it was winning. Very good. If I didn't get hurt, I would have trained for 230. You know, right. Because right before the overtraining, I did. So you've got some additional super issue like I lost them. You know, I can have the endurance, but the game is where it's like going through factors. There's diminished and so it's like that. You know, like you grab your test food. It's like it's start kicking.
like my literally short focus, right? Because it's like fuck, I'm about to fight. What the fuck? So I like seeing it. That should. There's not a real for it. It's tough to do that much medical. Not really close. Okay, you should fight 25 minutes. Right. Because the reality is no one can go for the blast. He doesn't. You get so in that usually to impose fourth and fifth round. You able to stuff take once. Oh my God, it's everything. Guys, there's so much involved in stuff to take. You don't have just like break here. With some guys like you're not getting. I'm just. I go like look at my fight. But like, that was the secret sauce. Yeah. And, he was it's specialist. Like if you want to be a specialist in wrestling is by far. You see what Hamza like it dominating everything. Down. Ramped it up. Attack. That Russian ability repeatedly. You know, do a little bit more damage, right? Beyond your defense. That's what I'm saying. You're implementing the first attack. And as the ground you account, readjusting after you just can't keep the you're a professional fighter. A lot of people thought it was boring because it just didn't get you just kind of that level against a world champion. It's kind of crazy. Where right before the it's one of the greatest. I mean, look what he did to all the guys. He beats us again. He fucking beat raise the ball. Yeah. And then at a fight, he's never going to beat that guy. It was like, I don't think we'll catch up. happening to the right gap. It's like Sean. Man, the only he's gonna be that's that. He's, he's in his prime right now. In his prime. I would think that there's going to be, that's just a different wrestler. It's a crazy sport to watch. From the gap. Because I think there's a period of time I didn't want to. And over the last right. Second generation, and they're advancing so really fast. Sometimes that year. So anyway, so we get to the other sports. Different grappling, strike all together. Is without because crazy events. I think so I think it's kind of mildly manic. I just being on the medication right. It's just a little thing. Yeah. The second I got on stage, your new element was elite wrestling. And especially started just had a little bit of that. Like when I first started, I interviewed the ball. Like so we just watch it. Right. Sorry. And like an emotion. For the whole show. I just couldn't remember that. Right. Just figure out what when I actually talked to him when I was in Newark, that's one thing I said. I said, was so many hours.
How do you know that? I don't even know the rules. I just. I mean, I'll rattle off some stats. I know some shit about. Kids. We were hanging around. So we knew at the time. Sport, yeah. Is for a Regina's came and they were and it was just loose. Hung in there a year of yeah. Well, people got to see it. Their friends, and they were saying, and this was on the that's the fight that you the time that was all those fucking weeks. And they long, yeah, and it was just bang, 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 bang. That fight went on and on. Yeah. Yeah. One of these guys. Yeah. And that chocolate yeah. Perfect guy to be the most famous champion ever. Just unreal. And he had an iron champion, and he just eyes and just watched him. Watch when he yeah, and it was strength. Everything was shown. Brought the show off. You get to do it fucking rounds. It's crazy. It's crazy. Style is unsustainable. Talk to this guy. Right there. Gets out of yeah. His first California. Get my truck, drive up. It starts snowing. They're gonna do right? Yeah. By the crane. You still get to talk to me. Yeah, I got it, but we're going to Beverly Hills.
So I get like this. I'm with Lorenzo. We're seeing one, and we're just. How did it do that? Really cool. Okay, maybe landed in the right.
Oh, they were the right guys. They were the right guys because so
Yeah.
they were trained. Yeah. Frank.
Frank.
So Frank, in my opinion, is one of the most important in terms of the evolution of it. Because Frank was the first guy to do everything. Remember when he fought Kevin?
Yep.
He was everywhere. And his cardio, he fought Tito Ortiz. Tito was much bigger. Frank's a big thing. Tito was a fucking house. Tito is, just right. Tito taught everything. Cardio is his key. He was teaching when he's coaching. To work with cardio. Without cardio, we have nothing. His cardio was legendary. It is a it's true. Yeah. It's true. I mean, it's just one of those things. I don't know why they had some kind of they don't talk about it. Because I think we gotta let that go just for the honor of what happened, the honor of the sport, for the honor of the sport. When you look at it, but when you look at his fight, like he was the first really truly martial artist creators. It was like the fight that when he was fighting, right? You're seeing later when he fought the it's like what I said about goats. BJ put shots. Yeah, BJ when he fought big guys, that's one of the scariest fucking guys. Yeah, with all of them, I don't know what happened. There's with any fun time ever existed. I don't know. There's a few guys that has to be in that conversation. We're going to look at over like weight. I'll never forget when he did Barbosa. It was in the first round, and Edson had this look to his eyes. It's like, oh my god. Michael Johnson up. And he's like, quit. I need title shot. It's mine. You know, title shot is mine. I know it's mine. Quit. Yeah. I'm like, please. I'm seeing this. When they get on the spot, yeah. Comic. Please now. It's like, simple. Everybody agrees. It is trying to be nice to a nice guy, but you know what is going on? It's trying to be just fucking ripped it over the part. He let him tap. He let him tap. misses you, he can kill you. If you want, you're dead. You're not gonna live. He's gonna live. He just literally just keep choking. He's gonna break his neck. It's a nasty choke. Here's where he gets it. So he's holding on to it. Look, he's not doing. He's not going. If he wanted to, he could have just dropped that right arm, pull that left arm up, and fix his neck left to it. It's so scary. It's so scary. And then the guys who break their shins. Yeah. The shin snaps in half. Like, oh, horrible. Why? That and like that stuff. It's good. Went through his hat. Snap. It's real dangerous. Heavy infection. Dirty mat. Put wood. Oh. Some of that stuff is just like, gosh, man. She and his eye cried. They're like, hey, listen, here's what we're gonna do. So, this is a source of product for the rest of the yeah, it's like shit. Right? And just all the stuff that you're fucked. It's all out of control. Did you see the most recent fight with Maurice? So Maurice is one of the most dynamic television sport. He's literally like a big con. I mean, it doesn't make sense. He's the same weight. It's real tough. It's real tough. You just get a striker. Like, fuck this cat that wants to be. On the ground, super fucking strong. He just dominated, man. He got a whole thing, whacked to the ground, and he's in a fight standing. That wasn't easy. French special forces. He got a little bit, but once he got him to the ground, feel like
Yeah.
also it's my show. You know, good morning wrestling is everything. Defense is he's very responsible. Yeah. Yeah. We're got him a little problem, but Europe gets in trouble standing. And once he gets with that so big. Yeah. Yes.
It's like this level. It's
It's like that's how we. Because at one point, we were competing with each other. I was bigger, stronger, and I could just defend.
when he lived, when section, and he had to be an arm spin, when he gets thrown, it was everything was going, oh fuck, fucking lazy. Sure enough, fucking 5 weeks later, he's able to wrestle.
You need to know there's levels to everything. There's levels to guys who just go, and it's really kind of a crude shame. But it's what Canada made career in WWE. That's cool. But it's kind of sucks that you don't really like it. Yeah,
But so we wrestled for the first time. It's something. He hit a gear that I didn't fucking hit. Like I go, oh fuck. Like looking back on it, oh shit. Like most guys at 220 pounds, they would hit attack.
Imagine it being lighter. Yeah.
It's lighter, lighter,
Yeah. But still,
oh, right. Still getting it.
yeah.
So attacks that just wears you out of position. And all of a sudden, just a little angle that was on the whole time. And then he gets that. Like,
There's levels of there's levels of one. That's what's scary. It's terrifying. Because they don't want things to be really are. I think it's one of the things that are nuts. Insanely disciplined, like where or whatever.
yeah.
Everybody fires. It's like you don't want to know that someone's that much harder than you.
That's we're not enough.
That's what it's this conversation recently because we're saying is Mirage physically gifted because some sort of cardio because DC would take months off and go to the gym and fucking said he didn't take care of it. And so I have a bunch of friends who do 100. I end up, being good friends with my friend Campaign. He's just a miler, like 2 weeks before I know. Like he does 100 milers all the time. He's done 240. He's done big 240. He's done a bunch of these through the mountains with thousands of feet of elevation and decline. He's done a bunch of these that are 200 plus miles. And you want to do that, once you get that, if you stay, you can do those things on many bases. He does multiple ones. So think that was possible. He used to say that you were destroyed for like 2 weeks. No, he was running a marathon a day while working a full-time job. So he was getting in the morning, running 13 miles. During after work, another 13 fucking miles.
I look at him because
That's the thing. That's why there's the thing about, like, I think I'm lazy. And God, yeah, because he ain't doing enough. He's not prepared for elk hunting. He barely even brings cardio. Brings world champions. He's throwing up in a bucket. Can't keep up. And Goggins is 50. He's 50. How old is Goggins? 50. 50. Oh my! He's had many knee surgeries. He does like he forces them to work. That's a level which is just exceptional. It's a weird level. It is because people that broke the world record competition once. Like he's done a ton of things that are just like insane. You know, he was reading talent just because it was hard. This guy is famous. Parachute because it was hard. I'm not shitting you, man.
Oh my God.
He sent me a photo. Of a grizzly bear trap. And he goes, we just landed near this. It's a fat with a fucking it's hard. He's a millionaire. Who's to know that that's a like, you know, the library. That's genetic ability. He's like to a you couldn't even run. Like, no, I made myself this. This is the thing about fighting. You know, we just accept it that you can't really last 5-minute rounds. Or is it don't let it build themselves up to all live when you can. Like you're having to go or when the kid that Robert on right yeah, or yeah, there's that kid. Yeah. Like you know, push that even further where there's guys flying for 5. Like there's a few flies. Yeah. Chicken hot for 5. So eventually a fighter. Yeah. Because it's just one word from work. In the training method, working, you know, little knowledge, right? It's such a and we're actually covered that will be a bunch of hyperbaric chambers, so these have access to hyperbaric chambers and training hypoxic chambers. levels of that can be reached. It's used to be a complete fucking cycle and go through all the levels. You know, it gets like sure was. With all your lights, I'm telling you, it's I mean, it's becoming worth the sacrifice, right? Like, what started happening when I was fighting is the financial piece started getting, it started attracting more, right? Yeah, and it's like, good at baseball, fight maybe. You can be so baseball. Oh God, you can be so rich as fucking. And nobody's trying to do it. Yeah, nobody's trying to go over the elbows. Nobody's taking you down in front of everybody and humiliating you. What? Man, fuck yeah. God. MMA, it's like, you're like, what is it to fight for the UFC? What is the most, you know? What's contract being? Yeah. And it's way better than the UFC, by the way. When you watch it, yeah. Most the UFC undercard that makes it. But thank you. It's like, yeah. $1 a year. No. Wait. One of as long as it has the opportunity to do it, you know, there's a financial grow into it. It's like I would expect a good fighter maybe it's like say, let's make this one. Drug fighters, if they are paid more, they could better. They can better recovery and nutrition. Yeah, feel better, so the product better. Here, I could my first to get to the next fight, to get to the next fight, to get to the next fight. When all of a sudden I get in Japan and enough money that the next day, what was the biggest check you made? That was here's a couple of matters. So, I mean, first over there, like first time, I raised 1,000. You know the fucking right next day, the room, and you literally like Jason, Japanese guys in black suits. This room, suitcases that you can so they would have your contract over and like you get paid. And then they just cash. I'll be right back. I go get and I grab I fucking some fucking money in the case. I don't know what the fuck I'm down in the elevator like I don't know what the fuck it is. Like shy guy.
no, man, it's and you, your response, man, you know, it's like so. You just 40 grand in one, but the other, like, just like realizing that eventually you make money. Very clear. Okay, thank you. Because they want to. Oh, it's just a function of take that clear it, right? But when everybody's going to go, I guess then could you even go? No, no. This is me, man. I just want. Aren't I awesome? Exactly. Nice. The sample. It's like corner videos. Next to yeah. Yep. Right next to that. It's the VH. You can hear what yeah. Those were really living in Hollywood. It was when UFC was so VHS. So I heard about UFC 1, but I didn't see it. UFC 2 from like some. I was like, holy shit! I couldn't believe it. Like, wow. Holy shit! Bruce. Conversation. I mean, his whole to be completely outside of in terms of like state years. You were like a styles. It was the first time you yeah, it was just more together. That was the first thing. Like the symbol for enter the great. First one. Exactly. And you know, some yeah, because once you put that this is different. You know, because like he was one of the first guys. So a guy was up to it. Guy gets the guy around with the strength. But then box. No, I want to say it's so so I did. So the box. The fuck you! Wow. We're in this game. See if they go. Let's see the technique. So that's it. So once you know, it's over. It's over. I mean, you don't know what that feels like until you give it a shot. Just
No, you just have to just, maybe you can't do much what happens. I don't have much cross training. I'm heading to use my body. Yeah. Like, it's just, you can help out. And then go, wow, it's just so wild. Even at the highest levels, like the wrestling, kind of like for egg. Another. That's crazy for you. Like me being MMA. Yeah. Right? He's found a new gear. Okay. This is what I'm going to do. It's like a day. 125 miles, yeah. Yeah. Go fuck. Yeah. It's so hard. Everybody else building on your experience. What it's, you know, oh, again, that fortuitous meeting. Again, they get together firstly. It was like, you know, the most famous on earth, the most true on the market. It had this everything. It's you're like, oh, yeah, my God, what a oh my God, yeah, but that was kind of like the most God. A large person. There was no real meaning before we sleep. I mean, you're at the end of Mars, yeah, it's really everybody. Marshall was all it's like part of the history. So with I had it done like when in person, so it's not very you gotta have visions through it. You have to like get gang fights, protect not like California. So would have me out there. How I got it. Like, our good buddy,
just you guys that would sit. Dogma that's like some guys but there was definitely some schools for a while that were back techniques 100%. I can remember when Gracie, I said that when Gracie caught cancer, and he asked his instructor to show it to him. It's like, yeah, right. Show him something. 50 coming in, right? Like, what? Do it. It's almost like read the shit out. Believe it. You're back. What if you look at it? Look, this piece for Andy and Edgar, that big. Yeah, it's like trying to go to that. It's not a great space. You're going. Your legs? All day. Oh, sleep. It's literally. Just look at it. It's 175 pounds. It's just yeah. He's the guy who won the first one. When did they do it? That guy? Yeah. It was like, what's he doing? Yeah. What's this stuff? Changed everything. Made everybody because it went from this idea that it was just the most person. Yeah. It was the cannabis, like, yeah. I think everyone would take it was not physically abused, you know? Like, yeah. No, nothing. Yeah. This sports boat was back then. Boxing was good diet. Much closer than and here we're on our way to and yeah, down south. Yeah, it's just another man. Yeah, well, yeah, we're on our way. Yeah, that was the first one I was born at. Yeah, yeah,
fighting us out of people. I'm like, okay, let's go right into no. Like the EFL style, slight
It's just my opinion, right? A mechanism. Just that shit. You could. And so, if you might refight because the leg at a different really tighten your skills up. Two, I know this like he'll call me from a bar. God, he like he's like because he create a test the amount of house like just use how to work to get to what you're seeing. Such words. And for him, he became you. All of your mannerisms. Not like a you fucking walk. You never fucking walk. You know, that was me. You have to know that. Yeah. Today. Vernacularly. He goes. And it was like watching. Like fucking. Hella toxic. I didn't know that. The episode. And I got some. And just somebody from like fight.
That's just goddamn. He never fucking looks. He's gonna. What was Brown's name? Yeah. How funny would it be? She has kids. He worked out. He's just. When she says Mike, it's not Mike. Like just Mike. He's ever just there games. It's so ridiculous. A match. So like she says Mike games. No, like from Aussie. And that's a whole other issue that you know, like a trainer camp, we go with nothing to do with that. I guess I'm not I just it's a match. You knew this as a friend. She's not my person. So it's like and he got there. In life, it's just it's not. It doesn't mean she's a man. Sure. On a real yeah, it's like break them up. Like they doesn't. He's always flipping. It's just acting like the I have a feeling that is I guess sweet. But it's done by how astonished with things, dude. That's why I punchline because discovered right shiny when I was oh my god. Oh my god.
Bonfire is so amazing.
really hard.
I think
I was thinking about like Russian
from it. You know, it's good. You know, you know, that
this was all when the epidemic had, and they were also which is really crazy. I did not I didn't understand. You tried to physically like I could get diarrhea. I could hear it's almost like how it is. It's almost like a parasite that keeps you feeding you alive. It's like how much is going to what's in your body? You know, how much biologically with that during the first recognition like duck that I don't know like because I'm caught or So how did you figure out that? When did you realize like I'm going? Trying. I was Daniels, and it was like enough. And then because I get addicted to this thing in a ring, so I get addicted to the crunch, shift the attitude, like that's running into my success. The contributor to my, like, hey, wrestling. But it's like, okay, I'm getting it's one of those things of like, you keep repeating that term for good reason. Foundational is everything. Everything. That's if I have those things in place, of course. Yeah. If the not like what he told me that I'm fucking hard on them. It's just genetics. Learn. So I would stuff from. It's a mixture. Like it's a yeah. Oh my gosh. I always because if there is, I feel real stupid. I was ignoring it the whole time. I showed expensive. Energy. You're a both. It's like right. I mean, that's it. That's how I'm told. Yeah. Or great scene. It's how like like that. It's so realistic. There's a view of your life being recreated. It's real idea. Right. Not because it's like
I'm grateful for that sense of just the profound that everybody wanted to take this on.
Yeah.
Like, I look at it going, like a lot of it's self-worth. See, and that it's so that I know. I'm so thankful that I'm so thankful that I get to hear my church people and give them going, you know, whatever. Yeah. True. The thing about what you did, just match. And I was thinking, like, you happy that you were getting films? It's like wouldn't be clean. Yeah. Because right. So John. My house, you I don't know how to go. However, I'm like, you know, one of those where it's like, oh fuck. Think about going right now. Yeah. So I once did. I said, documentary has it. Film they're watching. Right. That's like, and then here, I got lights come. John Green. And I just straight out don't see a fucking word. Trucks. Or he's calling me. Because the like, final detour. The kind he sounds. And I didn't see any of it until that. So you have to give. I just don't think I can. I don't think I can. Okay, so I did very one man said like I guess if you saved one person word meaning watch and sees struggles that you that in your recovery it gives them what I was doing kept me quiet. Who the f- right? He goes, no, you don't know. So that shame is what usually keeps me go through this process, revealing process, what was going on with me, it gives me an opportunity.
Got film. How long did it take you to get clean?
I got clean off of more of the new baby. Through the full champ, all the way through the Vegeta, and I was clean, which is a whole nother topic, but then they're probably, probably for that, and start, and then done. It's socially accepted. How different factor and like I've said, September 3rd. My spread. Third. I don't know. And at the time, stuff like, I'll stop. And next day, something or what it was that question.
It does. It's like you get better at sobriety, just like you get better at all of it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Better at figuring out what. There's like, I think that something to make themselves feel better.
Yeah.
Because they've taken and they feel like shit. And that's alcohol is a big contributing factor. Is another one. Because it's one of those where shit. I'm going. I don't know what's fucking wrong. And I'm standing all this stuff, head things, and I thought I was going off the deep end. Like okay, $bucks. Leaf I got. So it was a specific it was stuff I didn't have anyone else to do. All my identity was tied up in being a fighter, and understanding like the words of like not right, and understanding, like came like just seeking relief because like that's fucked up in my. I didn't know what it was. Still to this day, I look at, it was it's like something. Alcohol, unsustainable, what's going on in my head. Over things quiet down. Took with that. I just need. I can build on this, so. It makes perfect sense. Doesn't make sense. You want to articulate deep, very vulnerable on as a guy who was important to hear and to that you couldn't just be able to understand and appreciate people for telling very difficult truths about their life.
stuff. They do, like I said, I under like giving for the document. If premiered at HBO moment. See that this where she felt comfortable. And it was like, this is what it's about. So people can get well if he you know be in a box horrible doing that in Texas the I've passed thanks to former Governor Rick Perry, Republican, who know about PTSD, yeah, that I became is incredibly correct, whatever the connection has, disrupt but something like an E plus effect to stay off two doses. It's in the so it's the ceremony. My friend down in even had a place that was America. It literally stops the treatment addiction tracks. You don't understand how it does it. I know a lot of veterans who've had.
So they talk about like the
yeah. I'd like to say those words. I don't know what they off drugs, drinking. Wow. Whether yeah. Oh my God! Yeah, that's oh my God! Totally. Rabbit hole. Yeah. Like just separates. Like no, it should be the. Is it like that's just exists here? What he's done is oh, so I can open and so it's now about 48. Yeah, no, where's your house? That big. It's one of those things where we start chanting. I didn't much now, but the first year together, realistically, all this stuff, like all the different stuff, it's going to be, sound really good. It's a whole different thing. Yeah. It's like, yeah. We're still working and thinking, I'm just thinking, ideas, killing it. I think that's whatever you think about history or about the way it's going to be done. You know, it's all been involved. Yeah, like I said, I don't think they did. I don't think they did. Show me how they built it. Yeah, but they figured this out. About medicine, yeah, you're ignoring because you can't have it. You know, these people have been making arguments for 10,000 years. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's all the things that you think are better plus other stuff. That's the thing you recognize. You can't leave it because at the same time, how much yeah. Whereas like when you look at the bigger picture. They're mostly every one of us is a totally monkey flying for space. We are, spaceship early. Well, once you start with the this foundational view of the problem with us is that we don't fucking see the stars. That's a big problem. We just screw ourselves in the evolution. And it's the coincidence that we live in those ridiculous people. The furthest away from the tree. I'm saying is like so far away from sometimes we like fly up there and you know what I'm actually it's literally how curious it is. That's real. It really right? It's like okay, and set plants and trees to prevent them from being cut. Those that's what it is. So I think starving all you eat that food. True. Best source of is and my friend Dr. Source. Naturally, there are a lot of people in the farms of yours kind of feed their diet to make sure that fungus can grow their shit. being. There's no it's like that's scary. His walk is God, man. On. It's like, yeah. For one thing, build desire here. Weirdly strong tongue. Kicks. Hell. Speak up. It's not like take your legs away and you're not seeing the talent. Good. Oh, that's so great. World champion. Like that's a good thing. Yeah, it's really good thing. It's amazing. So like, because it's well, White Mouse to Henry Lake. Remember that? This was tough catching on. It was 1-5 just 40 million. Yeah. Horrible. That one. Lead. Yeah. So you know what happened? You have it. You have whatever you have, doesn't matter. It's just so vulnerable. It's those were like there's other than fucking TV. Herrera has a pretty interesting way of checking. Sack prep. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So when you throw a kick in, he just lifts his leg. Yeah. It goes with it. Because he was as far as because if it's too much. Even if you're just checking now that I'm not checking what you do that like half. Well, that's a different one. She does that one. That's a different one. But yeah. But what I mean is picking up his leg, like at the knee, his he's just clever. It seems to be very creative, but this and he knows it. One. So it's got the creative ways, chop back legs. Yeah. Just and right in my watching him going, it would be like just like again, just realizing, oh, it's what you said. Then it was like something here. He loves it. Now it's like,
Did you face an uppercut? He comes over the top of the right hand.
yeah,
One of his brains not like stepped in, like fainted, like he was gonna throw an uppercut and turned it into a left hand.
oh my God.
It was so good. Look how it's done. He beats a left uppercut. It comes from the top of the right hand.
And that's
So
that's silly.
it's so
That's the thing. You can't use that stuff.
so slick. It's such a slick.
Did you? Yeah, I did.
Oh my goodness.
Crawford.
It's crazy.
So, like, watching right? He's gonna get in. He's gonna just our crop. Just that's
So clever. Just the way they patent. Yeah, towards the final rounds, really started getting comfortable and really started moving on. Like this is amazing.
those rare, like that's history. I mean, you watch it, you do. You should wait for the first time ever
Against one of the
greatest of all time. You
no.
it's beyond, and you're beyond it. You're
So,
you know, one of the people by any account. Except my body is so bowling.
I watched Dolph Lundgren the other day. Like, back when I was like, I remember in Rocky 3, he was the first guy that was scientific. Absolutely. You're talking about
Oh my God.
Yeah. Lundgren in Rocky 3. Right. It was Rocky 4, right?
It was this scary. There was
Yeah.
this like the Russians. Yeah. I remember.
Yeah.
From a test.
Totally like a Russian experiment.
He did.
Even if that was the first time I saw a person climber. Oh,
Conditioning.
God, unstoppable. Yeah,
Days ago.
they're brutal.
Oh,
Not fun. Not
your aerodine, it's a climber, rower, skier.
suck.
Like going, you know, it's just,
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a challenge. Just getting the challenge of doing the like 5 minutes of elliptical machine. Yeah, that's good for you.
because it's when I train. Some days, fucking, it is.
Right.
You know, right. Okay, nice to, you know, I just, I'm gonna fucking do it. And I'm,
And I think if you look at the proportion, like if you did this study of people who are happy versus people that are not in this life, I bet the people that would generally say they're happy, they know themselves. Get more of those doing some shit that you did when you done.
Yeah.
Feel better.
in that, that understand.
Yeah.
You're competing with other teams every day. You need to get win, right? And you're stacking, right? Stacking. I need regular life, it's like the fucking Indiana traffic. That's a giant problem. Fibers, you're at 9,000 PMs for years, and then all of a sudden, alive now. And so this like I didn't understand how much of myself how much I did that. What I did, not who I am. Meaning like this who I am is a lot longer career than this fighter. It's understanding who I am. Really getting the much more than just a fighter. Okay, what is that? You know, empathetic. You know, try to right? Like if I'm emotional, everybody else is emotionally dishonest. People get my environment fucked up. Yeah. You know, so it's like you understand these aspects about my life. And I need to make the important parts of what I'm building in my life. You know, it's been I'm like, yes, fuck that. You know, that was just a day. As long as you can keep that clear, these fucking days. Well, I call it up. And like when I was first getting started, like I just trying to get through it. I just need to make it through this. I just need through this hour, and you just make it through this day, this week. You know, it's like a month goes by, but I just make it through it's just like this, that just it's like fuck. Do you think that was accelerated by fighting, or do you think that was a pre-existing thing that I think you know a lot of you know I'm a competitor. I mean it's fucking like hurting human beings. It's like making myself that give you gratitude, but this other like and I know he's there, but it's like that's me. You know, it's just that nobody has experience except for someone like you. Maybe like a level or yeah. You know, a lot of that's right. Come back. Market. So yeah, it's interesting because it's just one. You know, I was didn't know that I got I was motherfucker. I was addicted to that. You look back, I mean, if you could give yourself this, when would you think would be a good time to start? After Vegeta, yeah. Like if people like at that time, I just fucking and then I went and did Abu Dhabi, and I won all, which was a big deal. It was a huge deal. And then I would have won that championship. Like, I want to. It would have been a complete fucking picture, right? But it's just that I changed that I didn't have anything in me that I feel that because you need a thing, and like different to get to that level. And if you, it's like you should be playing the game. So you at a point where this one fear of your job. Yeah, just get to just a place. No, it makes it hard.